Shekhar, the reunion of the Thackeray brothers is something that is a lot of conversation is happening around it. What do you have to say for that? Riaz, can you hear me? All right, we'll go across to Riaz. Shekhar is going to join us shortly. Riaz, the same question coming to you. The reunion of the Thackeray brothers, a lot of conversation is happening around it. What do you have to say for that?
I think this time has gone wrong, because last time many Muslim voters supported Uddhav Thackre's Shiv Sena because they were fighting for Muslims. Right now, this time Raj Thackeray has come in the party, and many Muslim voters are not happy with Raj Thackeray because he had said already, when we come into the power, we will ban on Azan. A large number of voters, I think, have been diverted to other party because such kind of statement from Raj Thackeray and other political party. I think this must be backfire to the Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena.
All right. The question, Riaz, is about, we're talking about Mumbai's political future. We're talking about the control of India's richest civic body and who it goes in the hands of. This is very, very crucial. How do you see things panning out? Of course, we're getting the numbers, we're sharing initial numbers with our viewers at the moment, but how do you see things panning out?
I think it is very बहुत ही जल्दबाजी होगी इस तरह का कोई भी विश्लेषण करना. Let the final numbers come out, then we will decide other things.
All right, I have a senior journalist. All right, I have Advocate Ujjwal Nikam, who's a Rajya Sabha MP, who's joining me. Now, Mr. Nikam, of course, the initial numbers are in BJP's favor, really. Very, very important day in Maharashtra today. What would you like to say?
Let me tell you very clearly that no doubt people want change, and that change, of course, the corporation for the first time BJP is contesting in such a manner and have an alliance with their allied thoughts. So the people have casted their votes in more in number one. Now it will be premature to say results about the election, but certainly one may optimist that the result would be in favor of the BJP Mahayuti.
All right. Advocate Nikam, how do you see the voter turnout at a 50% this time? How do you see that?
50%, no doubt, it's a large number. But most of the people would like to have some change. And that change, of course, whether on the development or on the ground of the language. The people are mostly in favor of the development of Mumbai. Mumbai is facing so many problems. And the development, if you would like to have the development, then certainly there should be a stable government in the center as well as in the state. So it is very certain that people have realized now. People are very intelligent people, and they have already casted their vote to have the stable corporation.
Yeah, Mr. Nikam, the fact that, the Thackeray reunion in Mumbai is really being talked about. What do you have to say for that?
Everybody has welcomed this reunion because ultimately they are very close brothers, and they have the good qualifications so far as to deliver good speeches. But that, you see, gives an entertainment to the people for some time. But ultimately, when people extend the logic, who is going to develop this city? That is the most question.
And all right, Riaz, now I'm coming to you. A lot of conversation is also around the Pawar family reunion and in their Pune and Pimpri Chichwad strongholds. How do you feel about that particular thing?
I think that reunion will get benefit to Pawar family because large number of voters in Pune are attracted to Pawar family. This time they are going to get the benefit, and NCP is going to get a good number in Pune as well as Pimpri in Chinchwad.
All right. Now I want to go across to Shekhar Vijayan. Has he joined us at this point? Shekhar, am I audible to you? All right. We'll connect with Shekhar very shortly. I want to come to you, Riaz. Now, you know what's happening is that if the BJP, of course, I mean, if it does, we still have to say that word, if the BJP performs strongly, what does it say about the urban strategy and grassroots mobilization in Mumbai?
I think if BJP win this election, on ground level, I had seen people are talking about BJP's development. I think if BJP comes in the power in BMC as well, people are going to get new roads, new bridges, new gutters, most of the infrastructure. And we don't forget about the redevelopment of Mumbai. BJP has already planned to do a city redevelopment where lots of slums are going to be structured in a long, tall buildings, towers. And we Mumbaikars, I think we are very happy if in BMC BJP will get the opportunity to rule, and somebody from the BJP should become the mayor of this city.
All right, Riaz, I'll come to you. Now, viewers, we have the numbers on the screen, as you can see. Now, the counting live total wards we're talking about is 227 on your screen. Of course, we're talking about BJP. Now, we're comparing 2026 and 2017. 2026 is at a 28, 2017 is at an 82. And, of course, then coming to SS, which is at 17 and 84, NCP 09. The numbers are up on your screen. We'll keep updating that as new figures come in for you. You know, Riaz, are there concerns about post-result tensions, and do you think that the authorities are ready to handle them?
Yeah, authority are ready to handle because everyone was expecting this kind of result, and I think this result is going to change the mood of the Mumbaikars, going to change the entire city, and this Mumbai will become one of the famous city in the world compared to other foreign cities. People were waiting for a long time. This change needs to be happen, but it takes 8 years to have again BMC election, and people want now change. This change will come to a very good and bring very good happiness to the Mumbaikars.
All right, Riaz, stay on with me. Now I have Rumi Mishra joining me with more details. Rumi, take us through the figures.
Yes, Vaishali, well, we can see on our screens what the numbers are saying. We saw how the exit polls reacted, what the poll of polls said, and now we have the live figures from the counting day itself. We can see that BJP has amassed 23 seats as of now, as compared to 2017. When BJP in fact got 82 seats. This is of course a major difference, but according to most exit polls, BJP is going to have a sweeping victory in the BMC polls. The Shiv Sena, on the other hand, has now updated figures say that 12 seats are under the Shiv Sena's name. NCP has so far not opened its credits actually in the BMC polls so far, as compared to the 2017 figures, which was 9. The NCP has still not gained any seats. The Shiv Sena UBT, on the other hand, has 14 seats. Of course, this party was not there in the 2017 polls, and neither was NCP SP, the Sharad Pawar faction of Nationalist Congress Party, which has now 1 seat in its credits. MNS, on the other hand, has 4 seats as of now, and it seems that MNS might gain more seats than 2017. Congress has 2 seats as compared to a very sharp contrast, in fact, to the 31 seats it had in the 2017 BMC polls. There are no seats that have yet been allocated to other parties as of yet. Over to you, Vaishali.
Thanks, Rumi. Okay, I have now Shekhar Vijayan finally joining me as a political commentator. You know, Shekhar, today is a very crucial day for Mumbai's political future and the control of India's richest civic body. Now, of course, the numbers are out. BJP seems to be, of course, is leading. How do you feel about this?
See, Vaishali, beat any elections, municipal elections, Lok Sabha elections, or civil elections. I think BJP is a different ball game in these elections. We have noticed in the past, right, in the last few years, post the 2024 elections, what's happened is the BJP is introspected and realized that if they need to stay in power, they need to win everywhere. And that's what they're really doing. If you look at it right now, if you look at the predictions for the BMC elections, I think it goes without saying that BJP is at a very strong footing here. The other parties don't really have an issue to talk. So BJP is very clear in terms of how they want to take things forward. It's not just about single engine, double engine, or triple engine Sarkar. It's about development, and that's what the BJP is focusing on. At least when they are, canvassing for elections or when they're campaigning, and we can see that. We can see that energy. We can see the way they are going about, campaigning, when they're going about canvassing, when they're going about trying to garner the votes. So I think it just shows a different energy. BJP, when it comes to elections, they are a very, very different ball game. They're a very different war horse. They know the game very well. The other parties, the local parties, the Congress party or the other parties really have no clue how to counter it. And BJP is known for this. This is their blueprint for success. Winning elections, winning, state, municipal, civil elections is what they're looking at right now. And that's how they want to establish their presence all across India.
All right, I have Dr. Manisha Kayande, Shiv Sena Shinde faction spokesperson joining me. Now, Ms. Kayande, of course, BJP is leading. What do you have to say for that?
We are very happy that the Mahayuti is leading. BJP Shiv Sena as a combine is leading, and we are banking upon the work done by us, not on any emotional card or not any family drama or family opera, but we are fully confident that the people of Mumbai and the other 29 municipal corporations that we are contesting will be by our side, because people trust us. People have seen the 3.5 years government, initially 2.5 years of Eknath Shinde and 1 year of Devendra Fadnavis regime. So we are confident because of the infrastructure. Mumbai has changed drastically in the past 3.5 years, and people are seeing it. We don't have to go on the language issue. We don't have to go on any emotional card being played. We are people, the youth, the Gen Zs also now want to see development in their country, and this is what we are offering.
All right. Yes, Shekhar, do you want to make a point?
Yes, I see. Adding to what ma'am just said, I think it's a very interesting point. The other parties are searching for the identity in terms of the language issue, in terms of the Marathi issue. But here, BJP is very clear. They're talking about development. They're talking about focus. They're talking about a Viksit Bharat. They're talking about a triple engine Sarkar. So, see, the focus is very clear. The issues they're going to talk about is very clear. Whereas other parties are talking about things which were spoken about 40 years back, 50 years back. India has changed so much. It's not about, one state or one district. India is a mix of everything. India is the largest democracy in the world. So I think the focus has to be on India or Bharat rather than, focusing on Bombay or a Delhi or a Bangalore. And that's what these parties are not getting. The regional parties are not understanding that, who are harping up issues in terms of language or in terms of identity politics, because they need something to cling on to. Whereas BJP has understood that very well, I feel, and that's the reason why they're winning all across. And they, like I said, they know the blueprint for this. They understand this pretty well.
All right. I want to go back to Dr. Kayande now. Now, Dr. Kayande, what are the key issues? Whichever government really comes to power, we still have to use that word, whichever, right now, until the results are out. But which are the key issues in Maharashtra that need attention and need to be addressed?
talking in terms of the cities, because this election is concerned with the cities,
Yes.
the development of the cities, the municipal corporations. Now, see, for example, the Thackerays were running the government in the BMC. They had their mayor, but in last 25 to 30 years, they didn't even think of setting up the STP plant. Now, just imagine all the sewerage water is going into the sea, and see the condition. They are talking of pollution. They are talking of pollution and air quality index. But yesterday also they made such a ruckus about the ink that was wiped off, and taking a press conference while the voting is going on. This is what they did during the Lok Sabha election also. On the day of the voting, Uddhav Thackeray took a press conference. So this just shows lack of confidence, and when you cannot convince people on your work, you have to confuse them. This is what they have been doing, and battering people in the name of language, slapping them, and people, even the Gen Zs are not liking this. Those who are above 18 want jobs. They want security.
Dr. Kande, I'll just have to interrupt you because I have Amin Patel, Congress MLA, joining me. Now, Mr. Patel, a big day in Mumbai. There are some figures which are pointing towards a particular party's win. What would you like to say?
Well, basically these are the exit poll which are predicting a particular party to get a majority, but we are very confident that the corruption which was there in the corporation for last 25 years, people definitely must have voted against that. And we are right now also we are keeping our finger crossed. We hope so that the result will be positive on our sides.
Mr. Patel, how do you see the trends emerging so far for the Congress in Maharashtra?
The counting has just begun, and these are the very initial stage. We have to wait for two or 3 hours more to exactly get the trends. What they'll be the final, going toward the final decision. Right now, we can't say that this trend is definitely going to help some party. These are the trends, and we'll have to wait for some time.
All right, Mr. Patel, like you're rightly saying, these are trends, and until the result is out, we're not really speculating, but we are seeing certain numbers. And in seats where Congress is trailing, where do you think the party has fallen short?
We have done a very good campaign. We have tried to convince the voter, and especially in the rural Maharashtra and the urban city both. As I said to you, this is a trend. We are hoping for the positive outcome.
All right. Now, Mr. Patel, the question is that do these results reflect the campaign issues that your party had initially focused on?
No, we have taken the very right issues which especially Mumbai and Maharashtra needed. We have taken the issues of the common man. And we have, as you always know, that we don't speak about the states, different division or something like that. We are always on base. The campaign was based on what we can give to, especially in Mumbai. Pollution control should be there, education be there, healthcare should be there. We are focused on the issues which are related to the directly related to the common man.
And Mr. Patel, now could today's outcome really trigger leadership and strategic changes within the party?
I don't think so. The leadership has worked together in Mumbai and Maharashtra. I don't see any changes as of now. I don't think so.
All right, Mr. Patel. Now, how strong is really the Congress's relationship with its alliance partners?
No, as we have said earlier also, the India Alliance is intact, Mahavikas Aghadi is intact. This was a local election, basically fought on the local issues, and we wanted that our Karyakartas should be given an opportunity to expand our party base. So we have gone alone on our own thing. We have fought the election. Somewhere we have did some alliances also. But the state and the national politics remain the same.
All right, Mr. Patel, thank you for joining me on the broadcast. And now I want to go across to Shahid Ansari, my colleague who's joining me live from Mumbai. Shahid, बहुत ही important दिन है, काउंटिंग शुरू हो चुकी है, और क्या बता सकते हैं आप हमें?
जी बिल्कुल, आज का दिन वाकई बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट दिन है, क्योंकि न सिर्फ इस चुनाव का बल्कि जो है बीएमसी में जो 75,000 करोड़ रुपए की सबसे ज़्यादा रीच जो सरकारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है उस पर कब्जा करने के लिए जो है हर जो राजनीतिक पार्टी है वो हर संभव प्रयास कर रही थी और कल का दिन जो है बहुत ही बेहतर तरीके से गुजरा। आज उसका रिजल्ट है 10 बजे का समय दिया गया था और इस वक्त मैं मुंबई के बाईकला इलाके में मौजूद हूँ और आप देखिए कि जो लोग हैं, जो उम्मीदवार हैं, जो उनके कार्यकर्ता हैं वो बड़े ही जोश और उल्लास के साथ जो है काउंटिंग सेंटर के बाहर मौजूद है। जबकि आपको मैं बता दूं कि पुलिस ने जो है एक पूरा पार्टिकुलर एरिया जो है बैरिकेडिंग कर दिया है उन्होंने कि ताकि कोई दूसरे लोग जो है अंदर दाखिल ना होने पाए और किसी भी तरह से लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को लेकर कोई खतरा पैदा ना हो। आपको बता दें कि सिर्फ मुंबई ही नहीं बल्कि राज्य के 29 जो महानगर पालिका है उनके रिजल्ट जो है यहाँ आने हैं। दूसरी तरफ आपको मैं दिखाऊं कि जो एंट्रेंस गेट है उस तरफ की अगर मैं बात करूं तो यहाँ पूरे जो है 300 मीटर तक जो है आपको मैं बताऊं कि पूरा 300 मीटर तक जो है इस तरह से बैरिकेडिंग कर दी गई है और जो भी लोग हैं अंदर उनके जो है बुनियाद पर जो है सारी चीजें बेहतर तरीके से होंगी। गेट के पास अगर आप देखेंगे तो देखिए कि पुलिस बल किस तरह से तैनात किया गया है और वहां पे बाकायदा जो लोग अंदर जा रहे हैं उनकी एक एक जो है आइडेंटिफिकेशन की जा रही है, फिर उसके बाद ही अंदर छोड़ा जा रहा है। मकसद सिर्फ यही है कि अंदर जो है भीड़ भाड़ ज्यादा ना हो और जो भी है जो है सही तरीके से जो है काउंटिंग सेंटर जो है वहां पे वोटों की जो है गिनती हो जाए। पूरे अगर हम मुंबई की बात करें तो ऐसे 23 जो है सेंटर बनाए गए हैं और उन सभी सेंटर में जो है काउंटिंग जो है 10 बजे का समय दिया गया था, काउंटिंग शुरू हो गई है और धीरे धीरे जो है जो किस्मत का जो उम्मीदवार है उनकी किस्मत का पिटारा जो है खुलने वाला है। सभी उम्मीदवार जो है बड़े अपने जोश और उसके साथ जो है अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ जो है इस काउंटिंग सेंटर पर जो यहाँ पहुंचे हुए हैं ताकि जो है हर एक जो है अपनी किस्मत और अपने इस नतीजे को देखने के लिए जो है यहाँ पे बड़े ही उत्सुकता के साथ जो है सुबह 8:30 बजे से ही यहाँ पे लोग जो है उपस्थित हुए। हालांकि जो समय दिया गया था उस समय के मुताबिक 10 बजे काउंटिंग शुरू होगी तो जाहिर सी बात है कि सभी लोगों को बाहर ही रोकने के लिए कहा गया और बताया गया कि जैसे काउंटिंग शुरू होगी तो उसके बाद जो है लोगों को अंदर के हिस्से में छोड़ा जाएगा। इसके साथ साथ जो है उन्होंने अपील भी की है, जो लोग हैं जो उन लोगों ने अपील भी की है कि किसी भी तरह से कोई लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को लेकर या किसी भी तरह से कोई नारेबाजी कोई ये चीजें यहाँ ना करें ताकि जो है काउंटिंग की जो प्रक्रिया है उस पर किसी भी तरह का कोई इफेक्ट ना पड़े। आपको बता दें कि इससे पहले भी जो है मुंबई के अलग अलग हिस्सों में जो कल का जो चुनाव हुआ है वो बहुत बेहतर तरीके से हुआ है, 50% से ज्यादा जो है चुनाव हुआ है। आज की बात करें, रिजल्ट की बात करें तो पिछले चुनाव में जिस तरह से सेना अनडिवाइड सेना थी और उस दौरान उनकी जो है जो सीटें आई थी, सेकंड नंबर पर बीजेपी की सीटें थी, तो ये हम कयास लगा सकते हैं कि आज का जो एग्जिट पोल का जो रिजल्ट आया है उसमें बीजेपी को जो है अच्छी जो है मतलब की सीटें हासिल हुई है। अब ये तो जो है एग्जिट पोल कितना सही है ये तो कुछ ही समय में पता चल पाएगा क्योंकि काउंटिंग की प्रक्रिया शुरू हो गई है और जल्द ही ये जो है जो लोगों की किस्मत का पिटारा है वो खुलेगा और उसके बाद जो लोग हैं जैसे कि जीत और जश्न का जो दावा कर रहे थे उनकी किस्मत जो है कितनी खरी होती है वो थोड़ी देर में पता चल जाएगा। इसके साथ साथ आपको बता दें कि एग्जिट पोल के मुताबिक जिस तरह से ठाकरे ब्रदर्स ने मराठी मानुस और मराठी मानुस की स्मिता के दावे किए थे और उस पर जो है उन्होंने वोट मांगे थे वो इस एग्जिट पोल में जो है पीछे दिखाई दे रहे हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी ने जो अपनी ताकत चुकी इस चुनाव में
रही है हमारे साथ। नाउ विद दैट व्यूअर्स लेट्स टेक अ लुक एट सम latest numbers. So let me give you the latest numbers, viewers. Now this is counting live. We're talking about total wards at 227 and who's winning Mumbai. Now let's talk about BJP at 37 and the comparison of 2017 is right here on your screen. SS at 17, NCP at 0, SSUBT at 23, NCP at 2, MNS at 6 and Congress at 4 and others at 3. And of course, the comparison there with 2017 is all those figures. So, of course, BJP, as we're seeing, is leading. And then there's SS at 17, NCP at 0. Of course, that's not opened up. SSUBT at 23, NCP at 2, MNS at 6, Congress at 4, and others at 3. So, these are the latest numbers coming in. And counting, of course, viewers, is live. We'll get you all the action today as far as the elections are concerned. With that, we're slipping into a short commercial break. We'll see you shortly.
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इससे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH।
माघ मेले की भव्यता और पवित्रता का एक बार फिर विश्व देखेगा नया स्वरूप। करोड़ों श्रद्धालुओं के लिए परंपराएं वही और सुविधाएं नई, जहां पग पग पर आस्था और दिव्यता की मिलेगी अनुभूति। जब संगम की रेती पर संत महात्माओं की होगी उपस्थिति, 6 पावन पर्व स्नानों में अखाड़ों के संतों का समागम, पूरे विश्व में माघ मेले की महानता का होगा वर्णन। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के नेतृत्व में माघ मेला 2026 आस्था की लहराती पताका, विकास की नई गाथा, काम दमदार, डबल इंजन सरकार।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx and I'm Vaishali Kohli. Now, soldiers from France, Germany and other European countries have begun arriving in Greenland to bolster security on the Arctic island. Amid growing tensions between the United States and its European allies over President Donald Trump's stated ambitions to acquire the territory from Denmark. France has already deployed 15 soldiers, Germany has sent a 13-member reconnaissance team, and Norway and Sweden are also participating. The two-day mission has been described as a symbolic exercise, including the planting of the European Union flag to demonstrate that European troops can be rapidly deployed if required. The deployment follows talks between Denmark, Greenland and the US in Washington, where officials acknowledged fundamental disagreements over Greenland's future. Danish Foreign Minister Lars Løkke Rasmussen said the meeting failed to change the US position, while Greenland's foreign minister said cooperation with Washington does not mean the territory wants to be owned by the US. The White House said the European troop presence would not affect President Trump's plans, reiterating that it does not alter his goal of acquiring Greenland. Trump has said the US needs Greenland for strategic reasons, citing concerns over Russian and Chinese interest in the Arctic. Russia has criticized the move, accusing Western countries of escalating tensions and warning against the militarization of the Arctic. So this, viewers, is of course a big shocker, really. A lot of developments there, and soldiers from France, Germany and other European countries have begun arriving in Greenland to bolster security on the Arctic island. But the question really is that will that deter President Donald Trump, who seems to have made up his mind, really? Now, amid growing tensions between the US and the European allies over President Donald Trump's stated ambitions to acquire the territory from Denmark, France, in the meantime, has already deployed 15 soldiers. Germany has sent a 13-member reconnaissance team, and Norway and Sweden are also participating. So, viewers, this of course is the big breaking news that we're sharing with you at this point. President Trump, of course, is making some moves, and which is really not being appreciated by the European Union. Now, the two-day mission has been described as a symbolic exercise, including the planting of the European Union flag. Now, this, of course, is to demonstrate that EU troops can be rapidly deployed if required. I have Rumi Mishra joining me. Rumi, what more can you tell us?
Vaishali, the White House has reiterated that President Donald Trump wants to acquire Greenland and that the deployment of the European troops will not affect his plans to take control in the Arctic island from Denmark. U.S. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has now said that the president has made his priority quite clear here, and that he wants the United States to acquire Greenland. He thinks that it is best for the USA's national security to, in fact, take a hold of Greenland. Also, talking about Europe deploying troops to Greenland, Leavitt said, and I'm quoting here, she said that I don't think troops in Europe impact the president's decision-making process, nor does it impact his goal of the acquisition of Greenland at all. Her comments came as European NATO countries began deploying military personnel to the strategic Arctic territory, prompting a sharp response from Russia. The move follows a high-level meeting in Washington between US, Danish and Greenlandic officials that failed to bridge what Denmark described as a fundamental disagreement over Greenland, an autonomous Danish territory. Trump has repeatedly said the US needs to cease for security reasons. Remember, Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen earlier said that a working group would be established to discuss strengthening Arctic security, but stressed that the initiative would not resolve the underlying dispute. Over to you, Vaishali.
Right, I have Ambassador Yogesh Gupta, former diplomat, joining me. Now, Ambassador Gupta, a lot of tensions, of course, escalating in Greenland now because soldiers from France, Germany and other European countries have begun arriving in Greenland. But the question really is that will it deter President Donald Trump?
It's unlikely to deter President Donald Trump because he is someone, who is kind of very obstinate and arrogant and determined and also an imperialist, and whatever, comes to his mind, right or wrong, good or bad, he just wants to implement it. He doesn't listen to anyone, and he thinks that this will help the US in its strategic interest, whereas Denmark and other European Union countries have said that, look, they are willing to cooperate with the US in any way to help or to use Denmark for any strategic provisions or for any strategic considerations for the United States. But Trump is someone who doesn't listen to anyone. Even the U.S. armed forces are against this involvement, but Trump doesn't listen to anyone.
Right. Ambassador Gupta, the mission has included planting the EU flag. Now, how important are such symbolic gestures in diplomacy and deterrence?
It is basically the EU countries are trying to show to the US or show to the Denmark that the European Union is supporting Denmark and European Union is with Denmark, and also that in case the US sort of takes this over through military means, then it will be a violation of the treaties, among them. But as I said, these are all symbolic gestures, and Trump is not someone, who is deterred by these symbolism. He is someone who can only be deterred by hard power. And European countries have they have no hard power to deter the United States. So Trump will have his way.
Ambassador Gupta, Russia has of course condemned this, but the question is that how might Russia and China interpret or perhaps exploit these visible divisions between the US and Europe?
Well, they will try to deepen the divide between the United States and Europe. They will try to encourage the European countries to move away from the US. Now, to what extent these countries would move away from the US and towards them is difficult to say, because European countries also have their own issues with both Russia and China, because they don't like the Russian intervention in Ukraine. They are scared that after Ukraine, Russia may invade some of those countries in Europe. Similarly, in regard to China, they are not happy how China has economically dominated Europe and displaced most of the European companies, whether in rail technology or in electric vehicles or in solar equipment and so on. So they have their own issues, and difficult to say how much Europe would move away from the US. But yes, this will certainly have an impact. The Europe will certainly be unhappy, and it might spur Europe to move to building up its own defense capabilities more quickly, and it will deepen the divide between Europe and the United States. That's all.
Ambassador Gupta, please stay on with me. I also have Ambassador Gauri Shankar Gupta, former diplomat, joining me. Now, Ambassador Gupta, how significant, according to you, is the arrival of European troops in Greenland, and is this merely symbolic or a strategic signal?
Ali, good morning. You see, it's basically symbolic. I'm telling very clearly that Greenland will be part of USA in the coming months. It's a matter of time. The Europeans have no power to, go against Trump's wishes. And if they go, then they will have problem with Russia. So NATO will not collapse, though they are threatening that NATO will collapse. NATO will not collapse. NATO will stay. US will remain the senior-most partner and most effective partner. At the same time, Greenland will be sovereign part of US in the coming months. I'm absolutely sure. And Trump will be able to either, make them understand, or through pressure, he will be able to make his way. So it is absolutely clear Trump has made up his mind. He's pushing it every single day. He's making a statement that, Greenland is very necessary for their national security and also for the security of NATO. And he's actually fearing that maybe Russians or Chinese one day may control it. So because of this reason, he will not give it up. And you will see in the coming few months, it will be part of US.
Ambassador Gupta, you've made a prediction, and very rightly so, but it's very unfortunate the kind of stuff that Trump's really doing. From a diplomatic standpoint, just to ask you, is there any legal basis for the US to pursue acquisition of Greenland?
And you see, he has abandoned all the legal instruments. He doesn't care for the UN, he doesn't care for the international law, he doesn't care for WTO. He has abandoned all the instruments of international conduct and behavior. And he's not going to follow it up. And there's no authority in the in the international system which can actually prevent it to happen. Because even if the court in Hague decides against it, he will not give it up. What can you do? Like China, there was a case of an island between Philippines and China. The China did not give it up despite the order of the court in the Hague, and it remains under the control of China. So these big powers which have military superiority, basically it's like in Hindi we say jiski lathi uski bhains. This is what a power politics is. It's back to the might is right concept with Trump.
I'd request both my guests to stay on with me. Now, Denmark's Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, has said that the defense of Greenland is a common concern for the entire NATO alliance as troops from several European countries begin arriving on the Arctic island following repeated statements by US President Donald Trump about taking control of the territory. Frederiksen said NATO allies agree that a stronger Arctic presence is vital for European and North American security, while stressing that Denmark and Greenland oppose any US takeover of the territory. Greenland's leadership reiterated that the island is not for sale and we will not be owned or governed by the United States. I have Aditya Vadhavan joining me. Aditya, what more can you tell us?
Well, absolutely. This was, Vaishali, this was quite obvious, that the Europeans will deploy their armies at some point of time because, the negotiations between the Danish leaders and the US President Donald Trump and the American side have failed to address the most pressing issues. We have seen, the leaders from Denmark and Greenland visited the United States and met US Secretary of State Marco Rubio. However, things didn't materialize, and Trump has been very adamant for his desire to acquire Greenland in the name of national security. Now, since Greenland is a part of the NATO ally, and definitely the security, there is a pact, concerning the security of all the NATO members, and that act will be invoked, and all the Europeans, as the European armies have begun to arrive in Greenland. This is a very, very concerning development, because the entire Western Bloc is looking to disintegrate from within, if you see, because US and United States and the European Union are absolutely with the brotherly things for the past years, and now this is something unprecedented that is happening. Vishali.
Aditya, stay on with me. Now, according to reports, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has asked US President Donald Trump to delay any potential American strike on Iran. Trump had earlier threatened military action over Iran's deadly crackdown on protesters. Iran has warned it would retaliate against Israel if attacked. Aditya, back to you on this.
It was a very, very, obvious, that, they have been now, US President Donald Trump has been, requested that, he delays his strikes on Tehran, considering the fact that Iran is also now maintaining a constant 24/7 surveillance, and somewhere down the line, the top leadership of the Iranian leadership believes that even Israel is also behind this, these protests fueling inside Iran. So definitely, there is a fear of retaliation. There are concerns that Iran might retaliate on Israel as well as the United States, if President Trump orders any strike on Iran at this juncture. Vishali.
Aditya, stay on with me. Now, US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff has indicated that the Trump administration prefers a diplomatic solution over military action to resolve ongoing tensions with Iran. Speaking at the Israeli-American Council conference in Florida, Witkoff said he hoped for a diplomatic resolution when asked about the likelihood of a US military strike. He said any diplomatic agreement with Iran would need to address 4 key issues: nuclear enrichment, Iran's missile inventory, the amount and level of enriched nuclear material it possesses, and its regional proxies. Witkoff suggested Iran may be willing to compromise due to the severe state of its economy, adding that resolving these issues diplomatically would be preferable to the alternative. Witkoff also said the US stands with the Iranian people, calling them courageous. His remarks come amid mixed signals from Washington, with President Trump saying Iran had informed him that the killing of protesters had stopped, even as the US has moved additional military assets into the region. I have Aditya with more details. Aditya, what more can you tell us?
Absolutely, this statement is somehow mixed, as you rightly mentioned, Vishali. There's a mixed statement coming in from the Trump administration, whether, now on the other hand, they say that the diplomacy is the only task that they are aiming, they don't want any military confrontation with Iran. And as far as nuclear enrichment is concerned, Iran needs to stop enriching uranium beyond permissible limits. So at this juncture, there are concerns on both the sides as to how because the entire politics in the Middle East spans across these things. Iran is a major country in the Middle East, and definitely yesterday we saw how Saudi has also declined to give its airspace to the United States, and that is why, as per some reports, President Trump is also considering any strike, from land or sea, considering the fact that Saudi, one of the major allies of the United States, has declined to give its airspace to the U.S. warplanes. So indeed, at this juncture, situation is very complex, and it needs to be seen how things unfold in this scenario.
All right, Aditya, thanks for joining me. And with that, we're slipping into a short commercial break. Lots more coming up on the other side.
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इससे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx and I'm Vaishali Kohli. Now, the BJP-led Mahayuti alliance is ahead on at least 67 seats. The Mahavikas Aghadi is trailing behind with 38 seats. As the counting for the Brihan-Mumbai Municipal Corporation elections picks up pace, the elections for BMC and 28 local bodies of Maharashtra were held on January 15, 2026. Mumbai recorded 52.94% turnout in elections. This is the second best tally since the year 1992. There were 12,442 373 number of who elected 227 ward members. As many as 1,700 candidates are in the fray for 227 seats in the key BMC elections. Now with that, let's take a look at some latest numbers. Let me get you the latest numbers, viewers. Now, who really is winning Mumbai? A big day in Mumbai today. We're talking about counting live total wards at 227. Let's now go across to BJP at 48 versus in 2017 82, but we'll look at that later. Let's go to numbers of this year. BJP 48, SS 25, NCP 1, SSUBT 33, NCP SP 1, MNS 8, Congress 7 and others 6. So BJP is leading. We're also looking at the 2017 numbers in green on your screen. These are the latest figures that we have for you, viewers, and of course BJP a clean sweep, they're leading as of now. So that's 48 versus 82 in 2017, 25 versus 84 for SS, and 1 versus 9 for NCP. But these in yellow are the numbers that we have to focus on. So indeed a big day really in Maharashtra. The total wards are 227. I have Shahid Ansari joining me live from Mumbai. There we have Shahid. Shahid, ये जो latest developments हैं, बहुत ही exciting time है मुंबई में भी और हमारे लिए भी, जैसे हम figures ला रहे हैं अपने viewers के लिए, और क्या बता सकते हैं आप हमें?
जी बिल्कुल, जाहिर सी बात है कि जब चुनाव वोटिंग हुई है तो इसके महज 24 घंटे में ये रिजल्ट आना, 24 घंटे में ये काउंटिंग कर देना, कुछ जो है चुनाव आयोग या सरकार की तरफ से ये था कि ये सारी चीज़ें जो है बिना देर किए हों, क्योंकि इससे पहले जो चीज़ें हुई थी लंबे समय के बाद इंतजार के बाद जो है ये वोटिंग हुई है। अब तक की जानकारी अगर हम
मुंबई जो है परिवार क्रमांक 1 में जो है शिवसेना सीधे जिसको जो है यूपीपी को 5 वोट मिले हैं तो बैलेट पेपर में, बाकी डाली और पहले नाम के अंदर यहाँ नहीं आया है। जबकि दूसरी जगहों पे बताइए या इन सारी जगहों पर आप देखें तो वहाँ पे जो है वहाँ पे भी जो है ये काउंटिंग शुरू है। आपकी बात करें तो बीजेपी को 25 और जूनियर को 81, शिवसेना को अभी तक इसका खाता नहीं खुला, एनसीपी का भी खाता नहीं खुला, कांग्रेस का जो है एक है शिवसेना यूपीपी का पार्ट है, जबकि एनसीपी का भी अभी तक खाता नहीं खुला। तो अभी जो पहला राउंड कराएगा तो इसके बाद ये क्लियर होगा कि पहले राउंड में क्या कैसे रहे हैं, कुछ रहे। अभी भी मैं जहाँ हूँ जो मुंबई के दक्षिण मुंबई के जो रिसेप्शन गुजरात है वहाँ पे जो काउंटिंग सेंटर है उस काउंटिंग सेंटर के बाहर हम मौजूद है और यहाँ पे बड़ी तादाद में लोग मौजूद है। यहाँ जब चुनाव तरीके से हो गया लोगों की ये ख्वाहिश है क्या नतीजा रहा है, उन्होंने इस्तेमाल किया इसका नतीजा क्या रहा है। बाहर ही उनको रोकने के लिए जो उम्मीदवार है अभी जो है यहाँ पे।
All right, viewers, there seems to be an audio issue with my colleague there. We'll try and rectify that. But of course, now we're telling you about the BJP-led Mahayuti Alliance, which is ahead on at least 67 seats. And the Mahavikas Aghadi is trailing behind with 38 seats. And this, of course, is a very important day, viewers. We're getting you the latest numbers are up on your screen. BJP is leading at 49. Shiv Sena at 26. So those numbers are up on your screen. The total wards are 227. And we are walking you through the latest numbers. I have Shaina NC, Shiv Sena leader, joining me. All right, the line got disconnected, viewers, but we're going to reconnect with Shaina NC very shortly. But I want to go across now to Shahid Ansari, who's my colleague and he's joining me live from Mumbai. शाहिद, उस टाइम आपके ऑडियो में थोड़ी दिक्कत आ रही थी, ज़रा फिर से हमारे व्यूअर्स को थोड़ा बताइए वहाँ का माहौल।
जी, इस वक्त मैं मुंबई के भाईखला इलाके में जो पोलिंग सेंटर बनाया गया है, मैं यहाँ पे मौजूद हूँ और यहाँ पे लोगों की आप भीड़ देखकर अंदाज़ा लगाइए कि जो उम्मीदवार हैं, ख़ासकर उनके जो कार्यकर्ता हैं, उनमें जो है काफ़ी जोश नज़र आ रहा है और सुबह से ही जो है यहाँ पे डेरा जमाए सब लोग बैठे हुए हैं। क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
जी, मैं कहना चाहूँगी आशाताई मामेडी शिवसेना उम्मीदवार।
अच्छा,
हाँ, हम उनके साइड से। यस यस। हाँ, क्या
आशाताई है 213 शाह वार्ड क्रमांक, आशा मामेडी।
आशाताई मामेडी वार्ड क्रमांक 213।
अपने उम्मीदवार के लिए यहाँ?
जी हाँ, हम
कभी से आए आप लोग यहाँ?
हम सुबह 8 बजे से आए।
8 बजे से? काउंटिंग तो 10 बजे शुरू हो रही है।
हाँ, तो हम खड़े हैं। यस, हम पहले से ही तैयारी,
पहले से ही आके खड़े हैं। हम यही नागपड़ा में ही रहते हैं।
तो ये देखिए, ये सारे लोग जो है सुबह से ही जो है यहाँ डेरा जमाए बैठे हुए हैं अपने उम्मीदवार को जो है ये देखने के लिए कि उनके उम्मीदवार जो है यहाँ जीत रहे हैं या नहीं जीत रहे हैं। उसके लिए सभी लोग जो है सुबह से ही कोशिश इनकी रही है। और आपको बताऊं कि यहाँ से तकरीबन 300 मीटर तक जो है ये पूरे एरिया को जो है बैरिकेडिंग कर दी गई है। जो कैंडिडेट जो उम्मीदवार हैं उनको जो है उन सभी लोगों को जो है कार्ड वगैरह दिए गए हैं क्योंकि अंदर के हिस्से में भीड़ ज़्यादा ना हो, चूँकि कल का चुनाव जो रहा है बहुत बेहतर तरीके से हुआ है। और यही वजह रही है कि काउंटिंग के समय भी जो है कोशिश यही है कि सारी चीज़ें बेहतर तरीके से हो जाएं, क्योंकि मात्र एक जगह का नहीं है, पूरे राज्य में जो है 29 महानगर पालिकाओं के जो आज काउंटिंग है आज उसके नतीजे हैं। और इसके साथ साथ मुंबई में इस तरह के कुछ 23 सेंटर बनाए गए हैं जहां पे वार्ड वाइज और जो भी है कहीं 3 कहीं 7 कहीं 5 इस तरह से जो है काउंटिंग की जा रही है। और उम्मीद की जा रही है कि ये भी जो है काउंटिंग की प्रक्रिया है ये भी जल्द पूरी हो जाएगी, क्योंकि पूरे उसमें 50% वोट हुए हैं। और इसके पहले भी अगर हम पिछले उसमें देखें और अब की अगर हम बात करें, एग्जिट पोल की बात करें, तो कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी को जो है जीत का जो है बीजेपी के हिस्से में आई है। लेकिन हम जब तक ये नतीजे तक नहीं आ सकते तब तक हम कुछ भी नहीं कह सकते। हालांकि कयास आरआईओं का सिलसिला अभी भी जारी है और जो लोग हैं, जो कार्यकर्ता हैं, जो उम्मीदवार हैं, वो उनके सपोर्टर्स वो सभी जो है यहाँ जमा हो रहे हैं।
जी, शाहिद बने रहिए हमारे साथ। Now, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has accused the Election Commission of gaslighting citizens, saying this was how trust in democracy had collapsed. In a post on social media, he said vote theft was an anti-national act. His remarks came after allegations by the Thackerays over the marking of voters' fingers during the Maharashtra Civic body polls. Maharashtra Navnirman Sena chief Raj Thackeray claimed that marker pens were being used instead of indelible ink during voting in the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation elections and alleged that the marks could be wiped off easily with sanitizer. The State Election Commission has rejected the allegations. Now, counting continues. All right, we're going to go across now to Shahid Ansari. Shahid, ये जो राहुल गांधी की भी अभी स्टेटमेंट आ गई है, उस पर और आप क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं?
देखिए, कल जिस तरह से इस चीज़ को लेकर जो है 1 से 2 जगह पे कुछ इस तरह के माहौल ख़राब होने की बात आई थी, लेकिन उसके बाद जो है सारी चीज़ें अंडर कंट्रोल थी। चुनाव आयोग ने यह स्पष्ट कर दिया है, जैसा कि कल हमने इस पर जो है कई बारीकी से इसका जायजा लिया था। चुनाव आयोग ने भी यह स्पष्ट कर दिया था कि जो इंक है वो आज से नहीं बहुत पहले से इस्तेमाल की जा रही है और पूरे देश में चुनाव आयोग जिस इंक को इस्तेमाल कर रहा है वही इस इंक को जो है मार्कर के रूप में जो है इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। अब समस्या ये आ रही है कि जैसे मार्कर से किसी भी उसको जो है अगर इंक लगाई जाती है तो कम से कम 8 से 10 या 10 से 12 सेकंड तक उसको सूखने का समय दिया जाना चाहिए। अगर इस बीच अगर आप उस पर किसी भी तरह के रिमूवर या सैनिटाइजर का इस्तेमाल करते हैं तो जाहिर सी बात है कि वो इंक निकल जाएगी। तो लेकिन जो है चुनाव आयोग ने यह भी स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि अगर इस तरह से कोई करता है और अगर वो दूसरे डुप्लीकेट वोट देने की कोशिश करता है तो इतना आसान नहीं है। और दूसरी चीज़ ये कि डुप्लीकेट वोटर्स के लिए या फर्जी वोट देने वालों के लिए भी तो चुनाव आयोग के जो नियम और कायदे हैं वो सख्त हैं। हालांकि कल इसको लेकर जो है ठाकरे ब्रदर्स ने जो है इस पर जो है सख्ती बरतने या कार्रवाई की मांग की थी। लेकिन दूसरी बात जो आप देखें कि सत्ताधारी पक्ष ने जो है बीजेपी जो लीडर अमित साटम है या एकनाथ शिंदे है, उन्होंने ये कहा कि भाई जो ठाकरे ब्रदर्स हैं वो हार से पहले ही जो है हार का बहाना ढूंढ रहे हैं, और बहाना ढूंढने के पीछे उन्होंने बताया कि वो इस तरह की चीज़ें जो है इसको लेकर जो है बहानेबाजी कर रहे हैं। अगर जो है इस तरह से कोई भी इंक जो है रिमूव होती है और अगर ये उन्हें ये लगता है कि इस तरह से रिमूव करके कोई भी फर्जी वोट डाल लेता है तो मौजूदा वक्त में ये इतना आसान नहीं है। चुनाव आयोग या दूसरी जो एजेंसियां हैं वो पूरी तरह से अपनी पैनी निगाहें बनाए बैठी हुई हैं और ऐसा कुछ हुआ भी नहीं है। लेकिन जो इंक रिमूवर या उस तरह से कोई भी इंक निकाली जा सकती है तो उसके लिए भी उन्होंने उसकी वजह बताई है कि भाई अगर उस समय जब ये इंक उससे मार्कर से लगाया जाता है तो मैं 10 से 12 सेकंड तक सूखने के लिए उसका समय दिया जाता है, और अगर इस दौरान कोई उससे छेड़छाड़ करता है तो जाहिर सी बात है वो निकल सकती है, ये उन्होंने भी कहा है। लेकिन अगर इसके आड़ से कोई डुप्लीकेट वोट या फर्जी वोट देने की कोशिश करता है तो ऐसा नहीं है कि उसको जो है वो फर्जी वोट दे लेगा, बल्कि चुनाव आयोग ने उसके लिए नियम कायदे बनाए हैं। और इस तरह से अब अगर कोई भी लीडर, चूंकि कल तो ये मामला पूरी तरह से शांत हो गया था, चुनाव आयोग की सफाई भी आ गई थी, अब ऐसे में अगर राहुल गांधी जो है इस पर बयान देते हैं तो जाहिर सी बात है कि शायद ये दो चीज हो सकती है, या तो चुनाव आयोग ने क्या कहा ये उनको मालूम नहीं है या तो उनकी जानकारी में पूरी चीजें नहीं है।
शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। Now shifting focus, viewers. A suspected Pakistani drone incursion was reported along the international border in J&K's Samba district, with drones sighted near Keso Mahansang village in the Ramgarh sector. Authorities have sounded a high alert and initiated counter-measures. A drone-like object was also spotted over Degwar village in Poonch for around 10 minutes, prompting the Indian Army to fire a few rounds to neutralize it. Security forces remain on high alert and further details are awaited. This marks the third such drone sighting from across the border in recent days. Earlier, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi said India has Pakistan on notice over repeated unmanned aerial vehicle sightings along the line of control. He said New Delhi has conveyed to Islamabad that such activity is not acceptable, adding that the army is fully alert and prepared to deal with any future misadventures. I have Major General A.K. Sivaj. He's retired, of course, and is a defense expert. Major General Sivaj, welcome. And, well, more movement. A drone, of course, has been spotted. What would you like to say?
No, as far as drones are concerned, they are basically sent by Pakistan to find the gap, because they desperately want infiltration to take place, and our counter-infiltration grid has been so robust that they have not succeeded, whether it is on the line of control or whether it is on the IB sector. That is one issue. The second thing is they are also trying to send drugs, ammunition and weapons through the drones. Very recently, one of the drones was spotted in Katwa region, Katwa Samba region, and then it was seen that they have dropped certain weapons and ammunition. So this is the strategy of Pakistan, and Pakistan is also keeping a surveillance. They are also for photographing. That's also being used by this unarmed vehicle. So overall, Pakistan has been sending drones and trying to create problem inside Jammu and Kashmir, and this has been already noticed and warned to Pakistan that if they do not stop this activity, Operation Sindoor 1.4 is still not over. It is only paused. India is going to respond and respond it in a very, very critical manner where it will hurt Pakistan. I suppose Pakistan must understand that. But 2-3 other issues stand out in this. You see, the drone has become a very important issue now. World over, drones have played a major role in Azerbaijan-Armenia war, where Azerbaijan won the war because they got a drone from Israel and Turkey. And same way it has been happening in Armenia and Azerbaijan, now in Russia, Ukraine, then Israel, Hamas. And India-Pakistan was a conflict of 4 days. So anti-drone strategy has been already developed by India. Now any drone which is coming, it has been by and large been targeted, and majority of them are being neutralized. But certainly this is a cause of concern, and India is going a big way to develop number of drones. We have already have a one platoon infantry unit and drone brigades have been made, and also anti-drone strategy. And all this is being done indigenously. We are preparing in-house. All the software and all has been also prepared, and this is being done by the private sector and the startups. That is a very important thing which we must understand, that as far as the drones are concerned, India is one of those countries which have not only developed the state-of-art drones, but also developed a counter-drone strategy. But all in all, Pakistan is not going to mend its ways. Pakistan policy of bleeding India with 1,000 cuts will keep on happening, and he will follow hybrid warfare. More drones are going to come, and therefore we have to be very, very vigilant, both on the line of control and IB sector. And we must have a strong strategy that any drone which is coming inside Indian border must be...
Major General Sivaj, we're short of time. I'll have to interrupt you, but thank you for joining me. Now, the Bharatiya Janata Party-led Mahayuti Alliance is ahead on at least 67 seats. The Maha Vikas Aghadi is trailing behind with 38 seats. As the counting for the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation elections picks up pace, the elections for BMC and 28 local bodies of Maharashtra were held on January 15. Mumbai recorded 52.94% turnout in elections. This is the second best tally since the year 1992. There were 12,442,373 number of who elected 227 ward members. As many as 1,700 candidates are in the fray for 227 seats in the key BMC elections. I have joining me Shaina NC, Shiv Sena leader. Now, Shaina, of course, a very important day in Mumbai. And how do you see the current trends progressing?
Well, in all honesty, this is a mandate and a referendum only for the good work that our leader Eknathji Shinde has done on ground. Certain people worked tirelessly on ground, certain people played only photo optics, theatrics, and you see the results. You know, for 25 years, we haven't had pothole-free roads in Mumbai, 1,224 kilometers of roads, of which 400 kilometers have been concretized by Eknathji Shinde, giving utility ducts, utility tunnels at each of these spots. I think the time has come for all of us to unequivocally understand that and respect this referendum.
Shaina, yes, go on. You were
joined.
Yes, Shaina, we can hear you. Now, Shaina, what are the kind of major issues that firstly, I mean, the kind of voter turnout that's come out, you know, around 50%. What would you like to say on that first?
I would like to say that it's a fundamental duty and responsibility of every citizen, which should be addressed and looked at collaboratively. It's a public-private partnership. Gone are the days where, you know, we're independent of each other.
All right. Shaina, now what does this lead specifically mean for the governance of the Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation?
It's going to be transparent, accountable practices to the best of our ability to lead from the front and to ensure that we live up to all the expectations of the people who have chosen us. And our leader, Eknathji Shinde, has only talked about development, and we will continue to do so.
And Shaina, how crucial has Shiv Sena's role been with the Mahayuti's performance in these elections, according to you?
We're tremendous, because even if we talk about environment today, people want to make sure that their city is well represented, and that's our only agenda. And we will continue to live up to all the Vachannamas in our manifesto. Thank you.
All right, Shaina, thanks for joining me. And now locals enraged over the ongoing Special Investigation Agency. All right, viewers, we have the numbers up on your screen at this point. Let's go to that. Now, BJP, of course, is at a 52, is what we're seeing. The Shiv Sena is at a 27, and the NCP is at 1. These are the figures on your screen in yellow, and we're comparing that, of course, with 2017. So counting is live, total wards 227. This is the latest that we're giving you, and we will keep updating you of all the latest figures that are coming in. Now, of course, viewers, we're talking about the voter turnout as well, which has crossed 52%, and this is the highest since 1992. So this, of course, viewers, is the big story at this point, a big day in the Maharashtra elections. So this, viewers, is a very important day. We're updating numbers as we move along, and the latest numbers are up on your screen. Now, locals enraged over the ongoing Special Investigating Agency in West Bengal have attacked 2 offices of block development officers in the state over the past 2 days, while locals led by a Trinamool Congress MLA attacked a BDO office at Faraka on Wednesday on Thursday. A mob vandalized the BDO office at Chakulia in Uttar Dinajpur district. Now, according to a police complaint filed by the BDO, an agitated mob of around 300 people forcefully entered the block development office in Chakulia at around 9:30 a.m. and vandalized multiple sections of the office. The complaint states that property worth approximately 20 lakh was destroyed, with the mob damaging infrastructure, office accessories, electronic gadgets and official documents from several departments before setting fire to the damaged material inside and outside the office premises. A senior police officer said that the officer in charge of Chakulia police station was injured in the violence. He added that the police had to resort to force to disperse the mob. So this, viewers, is the big breaking news that we're sharing with you at this point. Now, locals who were enraged over the ongoing Special Investigating Agency in West Bengal have attacked 2 offices of block development officers in the state over the past 2 days. I have Renik Datta joining me with more details. Renik, what more can you tell us?
एफआईआर का प्रोसेस को लेकर विरोध जो है वो पश्चिम बंगाल में देखने को मिल रहा है। पश्चिम बंगाल का जो 2 जगह पर ये विरोध प्रदर्शन देखने को मिला है। पहला तो पश्चिम बंगाल का बर्धमान जिला में इसके पहले भी एफआईआर को लेकर प्रोटेस्ट हुआ था, मगर परसों दिन एकदम तृणमूल कांग्रेस का जो लीडर है उनके तरफ से उन कर्मियों को लेकर बीएलओ ऑफिस के ऊपर हमला किया गया था, बीएलओ ऑफिस को तोड़फोड़ किया गया था। उसके बाद कल फिर से उत्तर दिनाजपुर में इस तरीके का घटना घटा है, जिसमें बीएलओ ऑफिस के ऊपर तोड़फोड़ का घटना घटा है और उसके साथ साथ ही रास्ते में टायर जलाकर प्रतिवाद भी कल देखने को मिला है। और जो आम जनता है उनका आरोप है कि एसआईआर का नाम पे लोगों को हैरास किया जा रहा है, जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स में भी सही तरीके से काम नहीं कर रहे हैं बीएलओ, और उसके साथ साथ ही बीएलओ की तरफ से हैरास किया जा रहा है। ये आरोप लेकर ही बीएलओ ऑफिस के ऊपर हमले का घटना, बीएलओ ऑफिस को तोड़फोड़ का घटना जो है वो कल भी सामने आया है।
रैनिक, ये जो पुलिस ने भी रिजॉर्ट करा है फोर्स को डिस्पर्स करने के लिए मॉब को, अब क्या कोई कंप्लेंट, अब तो कंप्लेंट भी फाइल हो गई है, और क्या आपको जानकारी मिल रही है ग्राउंड से?
देखिए, पुलिस की तरफ से भी मॉब को हटाने के लिए लाठीचार्ज करना पड़ा है। घटना में 10 लोग घायल हुए हैं, पुलिस कर्मियों भी बहुत सारे घायल हुए हैं, जिसमें आईसी चाकुलिया उनका सर फूटा है, उनको अस्पताल में भर्ती किया गया था, उनका ट्रीटमेंट भी हुआ है, उनको भी चोट लगा है। और इसके साथ साथ ही रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स के ऊपर भी पत्थर फेंका गया है, ऐसा भी पुलिस की तरफ से कहा जा रहा है। ये पूरा मामले पर कल ही पुलिस की तरफ से 10 से ऊपर लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया था। उसमें से और जो लोग शामिल थे उसको भी आइडेंटिफाई करने का काम पुलिस की तरफ से किया जा रहा है। और पुलिस उधर जिस जगह पर ये एफआईआर का हियरिंग प्रोसेस चल रहा है उस जगह पर पुलिस की तरफ से एक्स्ट्रा पुलिस प्रोटेक्शन जो है वो दिया गया है।
जी रैनिक, शुक्रिया सारी जानकारी के लिए। आई हैव मानव जायसवाल, टीएमसी spokesperson, joining me. Now, Mr. Jaiswal, locals we're discussing, are enraged over the ongoing SIR in West Bengal, and they've attacked 2 offices. What would you like to say on that?
First of all, namaskar to the nation. Well, we really condemn any kind of, atrocities or probably any kind of criminal activities. We're the first party in the country who has zero tolerance towards any corruption or any kind of disharmony in the society. It is unfortunate. It's an unfortunate incident, but eventually it is the Election Commission and the duty of the officers who are actually working on the SIR reporting. We have found that there have been a lot of WhatsApp notices being sent to the BDOs and to the AROs, EROs, which is completely against the constitution of the country. Today we see what BJP and the extended wing, ED has become the extended wing of BJP, so has the Election Commission. It is unfortunate for the country at large to face this kind of disharmony and discontent within the society. We, as a citizen of the country and a citizen of Bengal, and from a very responsible political party, we condemn any such actions like this, an incident like this, and we would request Mr. Narendra Damodar Das Ji Modi to believe in the constitution and let the country work, let the country operate as per the constitution suggestions. The Election Commission, the Ganesh Kumar, who has actually become the spokesperson of the BJP, who is actually there to help as a Karyakarta for the BJP, it is condemned. And it is a sorry state of affair because a lot of genuine voters, a lot of genuine citizens of the country are facing this, the aftermath of the SIR. Why are you hiding the facts? Why are you hiding the figures? Why are you...
Right, Mr. Jaiswal, I'd like to interrupt you because I have Samik Bhattacharya, BJP State President, West Bengal, also joining me. Now, Mr. Bhattacharya, this incident that has happened of enraged locals who've attacked two offices, what would you like to say on it to begin with?
The first thing is that, sorry ma'am, I don't want to go into any debate this morning. But the thing is that there is a total absence of law and order in West Bengal. It's a total anarchy. There is not only a constitutional crisis, it's a total breakdown of constitutional machinery. A chief minister of a state is taking oath of the constitution. She is directly attacking the chief election commissioner. Even yesterday, one of the senior member of Trinamool Congress and a member of parliament also, an eminent lawyer, is questioning about the standpoint of Supreme Court openly. This is not desirable in a civil society. So what is happening in West Bengal, I think it's a chilling message to the nation. Nothing more to say. The people of West Bengal, they have applied their mind into it, that Trinamool Congress will not remain anymore. When a chief minister along with the principal secretary, chief secretary, the DG of police, they have attacked the central investigating agency, snatched the papers or documents from them. It's the face loss of Bengal in front of the country, and everybody is frustrated with this government. There is a total chaos, and we have to come out.
All right. I'd like to thank both my guests for joining me on the broadcast, and with that, we're slipping into a short commercial break.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Well, viewers, on your screens, we'll put up a video that marks a new chapter in the history of astronomy. This video that you see is that of SpaceX's Crew 11, which splashed down off the coast of San Diego in California at exactly 3:41 a.m. Eastern Time today. 4 astronauts splashed down safely in the Pacific Ocean aboard a SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule, marking NASA's first ever medical evacuation from the International Space Station. This wasn't just a dramatic emergency siren blaring through the void, but a deliberate, controlled decision to prioritize human health over mission timelines. For the very first time in the ISS's 25+ years of continuous human presence, a crew returned early due to a serious but undisclosed medical issue affecting one member. Hello and welcome to Newsx Deep Dive with me, Piyaman. Today we talk about the first ever medical evacuation from space. Crew 11 launched on the 1st of August aboard the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft Endeavour. They docked with the station shortly after beginning what was planned as a roughly 6-month expedition. Their schedule included scientific experiments, station maintenance, and even a planned spacewalk by Cartman and Fink to install new solar array hardware. But last week, everything changed. One of the 4 astronauts aboard the flight fell sick enough that NASA decided to cut the mission short. Let's take a look at who exactly these 4 astronauts who returned back to Earth are. Let's start with the mission's commander, Zena Cartman. Born on 26 October 1987, Zena is a geobiologist and a NASA astronaut selected in 2017 as part of the Turtles class. A Virginia native, she earned her bachelor's in biology and master's in marine sciences from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, focusing on subsurface geochemistry and microbial life in extreme environments like caves and deep sea sediments. This marked her first space flight as Crew 11 commander, where she led the international team through science operations and station maintenance. Cartman emphasized the crew's strong family-like bond during the unexpected early return. Next in the crew is pilot Mike Fink. Edward Michael Fink, born on 14th March 1967, is a veteran NASA astronaut and retired US Air Force colonel, selected in 1996. A Pennsylvania native, he holds degrees from MIT in aeronautics and earth sciences and Stanford and the University of Houston as well. Fink has logged over 537 days in space across 4 missions, including 2 long-duration ISS expeditions and 9 spacewalks, totaling nearly 49 hours. On the Crew 11, this was his 4th flight overall. He described his early return as bittersweet but the right call for thorough medical evaluation, praising global teamwork that symbolizes 25 years of ISS habitation. Now let's talk about the Crew 11's mission specialist, Kimiya Yui. Born on 30th January 1970 in Nagano Prefecture in Japan, she's a JASA astronaut and retired Japan Air Self-Defense Force fighter pilot selected in 2009. A 1992 National Defense Academy graduate, he flew F-15 Eagles and served in defense planning before astronaut training. This was his 2nd ISS mission. His first in 2015 lasted 142 days, where he captured Japan's HTV cargo ship robotically on Crew 11. Yui shared stunning Earth views from orbit on social media and contributed to experiments in the Kibo module, highlighting JAXA's ongoing role in international space cooperation. Last but not the least is mission specialist Oleg Vladimirovich Platonov. Born on 27 June 1986 in Chelyabinsk in Russia, he is a Roscosmos cosmonaut selected in 2018 as a part of Group 17. A former military pilot and engineer, he graduated from the Krasnodar Higher Military Aviation School in Aircraft Operations and Air Traffic Management. Serving in the Russian Air Force until 2018, this marked his first space flight, flying as a mission specialist on Crew 11. Platonov participated in research and daily station operations during the 167-day mission, contributing to the multinational effort aboard the ISS before the historic medical evacuation. Now, reports indicate that a medical concern arose with one crew member. NASA has not identified who, citing strict privacy rules for astronaut health. Officials have described the condition as serious but stable, not an immediate life-threatening emergency. The astronaut did not require an urgent high-risk return. Instead, NASA's Chief Health and Medical Officer, Dr. James Polk, and agency leadership, including the new NASA Administrator, Jared Isaacman, have determined that full diagnostic capabilities on Earth were needed. As one official put it, the capability to diagnose and treat this properly does not live on the International Space Station. Things got more serious as NASA abruptly cancelled a scheduled spacewalk on the 8th of January, citing a medical issue with one of the astronauts. Within days, the decision was made to bring the entire 4-person Crew 11 home early, about a month ahead of their original February return schedule. This ensured that the affected astronaut could have received comprehensive care without lingering risks in microgravity. But why bring the whole crew back? Well, in spaceflight, specifically on the ISS, crews operate as tightly integrated teams. Now, the Dragon capsule they arrived in is designated for 4 people, leaving someone behind while sending others, therefore, was not practical or safe. Plus, with the next generation rotation mission, that is Crew 12, still weeks away, NASA chose caution. 3 remaining crew members, NASA's Chris Williams and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Kutserkov and Sergei Mikheyev, stayed aboard to keep the station operational, though at a reduced capacity. Experiments and maintenance continue, but at a slower pace until reinforcements arrive. This event is unprecedented for NASA. In over 65 years of American human spaceflight, no mission has ended early solely due to a medical issue like this. Computer models once predicted a medical evacuation from the ISS might occur every 3 years or so, yet none had until now. For comparison, the Soviet-Russian program saw similar early returns, like cosmonaut Vladimir Vasyutin in 1985 due to a serious infection on Salyut 7. But for the modern multinational ISS, this is a first. After 5 months in weightlessness, 167 days of floating through modules, conducting research on everything from biology to material science, gazing at Earth below, the crew prepared for an unexpected homecoming. They closed the hatches, undocked from the ISS around 5:20 p.m. Eastern Time on the 14th of January and commenced the fiery re-entry. The capsule endured the plasma heat of atmospheric entry. Parachutes then deployed and splashdown occurred smoothly in the Pacific near San Diego. As the ISS approaches its planned decommissioning after 2030, events like this highlight both the achievements and the risks of sustained human presence in orbit. Crew's 11th safe return is not just the end of a shortened mission. It's of course a testament to prioritizing life above all else in the unforgiving environment of space. For now, the station orbits with its reduced crew awaiting the next chapter. And down here on Earth, 4 astronauts begin their recovery, forever changed by their time amongst the stars. With us on the broadcast is Group Captain Dr. V.N. Jha, former Joint Director of DRDO. Thank you so much, sir, for taking our time and speaking to us on Newsx on this very important mission that unfortunately had to end early, but it's a historic first for NASA as well, considering the fact that we're seeing for the very first time in the ISS's 25-year history, a medical evacuation take place, that too successfully. What can we expect next? Because there is the ISS that is in orbit, that is operating with a reduced capacity of 3 crew members on board at the moment, the American side with 1, the Russian side with 2. There is another mission, the Crew 12, that is planned sometime around in February.
Very good evening, Pia. This topic is very close to my heart because I have been aerospace medicine specialist for almost about, I think, 47 years now. And this is something which I have been closely dealing with, even when the beginning of the human space program started through ISRO. I have written a book onto this. And there is a chapter very clarified, very clear onto the human presence in the space. Look, what has happened about this group, the medical emergency coming up there, it is always expected. Space, when you go, you be ready with every sort of exigencies and emergencies which is possible. Look, we are human. I may be absolutely fit today, or there could be another young individual absolutely fit today, but tomorrow he may have some ailment. And when he has that ailment, then what should be done? This was the question being asked about 8th of January, when the same crew who fell ill was supposed to go for the spacewalk but couldn't go because of his ailment. He was not well, and subsequently he was evaluated that he was having some ailment, and he has to be investigated even more in details, for which he has to be brought to the earth. Now, all this happening, there are few things very clearly now coming through. One, that what has happened with this individual is nothing unusual. He must have been medically evaluated before being sent to the ISS. But aboard ISS, some new things have come up, some new emergency has arisen. So ISS has got some amount of medical instrumentations, investigative instrumentations, and emergency treatment sort of thing that is there. There is also a small vehicle which is purely meant for any emergency, medical emergency, if someone has to be brought back to the earth. That is always there. But when you send people to the ISS, they are involved into the research and development there. There has to be some sort of balancing act. Now, if this individual has to be brought back, who is not absolutely in the emergency, then they do take advice of all the ground staff there. They evaluate the individual there in the ISS, and then they decide, should we evacuate immediately or should we wait? So that is what they had taken a joint stand of waiting for these many days, so that some amount of pending research could have been finished by the another 3 crew, and then they all 4 could have been brought back. Remember, Crew Dragon of SpaceX has got the capacity of 8, but usually they don't accommodate more than 6. So 6 can always be accommodated. That is standard. Now, coming back, there are few questions that I was asking myself today. Now, this decoupling or undocking procedure has started about 10 hours before the splashdown. What happens if something goes wrong in this 10 hours? Is that small module called Crew Dragon equipped with handling of those issues? I think answer is no. That is why I was raising this question, even posed this question to the SpaceX also, that for such medical evacuation, such medical exigencies, you should have an alternative trajectory of bringing back the person. Now, remember last night, this individual has been decoupled, de-docked, and then he has been going around the earth for almost about, say, 6 rounds, and then on 9th hour or 9th and a half hour, he has started descending. Coming back from after deorbiting, it takes just about 42 minutes. Nothing more than that. It takes 42 minutes after you started the deorbiting, and with that process, then the trajectory is such, it just takes that much. So if it takes only that much, then why you have to keep that individual up in the sky for about 10 hours without any assistance of the ISS or the ground staff? That is one question that I had. Secondly, it's not that you immediately undock and come for a splashdown. No, you have to position at a trajectory from where you can start deorbiting. But that can be planned. Space science is something wherein we worked backward. If splashdown is at so-and-so spot, at so-and-so time, then we work out how much time it is taking in the deorbiting, and then for positioning of that capsule onto that trajectory, that also takes time. So add all those things, and in one of the passes, which is just before California, you do deorbit and come back. So it should take about 1.5 hours to 2 hours. Then why for the emergency evacuation, we call it medical evacuation, then why for the medical evacuation you keep the crew for 10 hours hanging? That is one question that SpaceX must ask themselves, NASA must prepare for themselves.
Indeed,
Pia.
indeed, lots of lessons that India also can learn from this as far as our own human space flight program, the Gaganyaan, is concerned. With that, I'd like to thank you, Group Captain Jha, for taking out time, of course, shedding light on this historic moment that we've just witnessed.
कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी लाजवाब है
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
MDH।
The United States has once again sent shockwaves across the world, this time through immigration. In a sweeping and unprecedented move, the Trump administration has frozen immigrant visa processing for citizens of 75 countries, triggering anxiety among millions of families, students, workers, and businesses globally. From war-torn nations to emerging economies, from America's traditional rivals to long-standing partners, this list cuts across continents, ideologies, and alliances. Countries like Pakistan, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Nepal, Bhutan, and Myanmar, all of India's immediate neighbors, have found themselves on this list. But India is missing. That omission has sparked a political debate in Washington, anger amongst Trump's own MAGA voter base, and intense scrutiny from global media asking one key question: what is the real logic behind this freeze? Is this about national security? Is it about border control and political signaling ahead of elections, the midterms that are slated to take place in November? Or is this yet another recalibration of America's global priorities under Trump 2.0? Today on Deep Dive, we break it all down, what exactly this new visa-free policy actually means, where it applies, why some unexpected countries like Thailand, Brazil, Russia, Nigeria, and Belarus are on the list, and why India is not. What happens to people already inside the US system, and how governments and global leaders are reacting to Washington's latest move. Let's get into it. Hello and welcome to another episode of Deep Dive. I am Pia, bringing these important pointers on this new policy to light with you. The Trump administration has announced a temporary suspension of immigrant visa processing for 75 countries, effectively pausing the issuance of new permanent residency visas, commonly known as green cards, from these nations. This is not just a travel ban, but a freeze on immigrant visa processing at US embassies and consulates, meaning that fresh applications for permanent migration will not move forward during this period. The administration has framed this move as part of a broader national security and immigration system review, citing the need to reassess screening mechanisms, overstays, and verification processes across high-volume and high-risk countries. Officials argue that the pause is meant to recalibrate the system but not permanently shut doors. However, critics say that the scope and scale of the freeze might suggest a much harder immigration stance. Importantly, this policy does not affect tourist visas, short-term business visas, or diplomatic travel, at least for now. The focus is squarely on long-term immigration pathways, including family-sponsored and employment-based immigration visas. Now, in effect, this decision puts thousands of immigration dreams on hold without a clear timeline on when normal processing will resume. This immigrant visa freeze spans multiple regions across South Asia, West Asia, Africa, Eastern Europe, and parts of Southeast Asia as well, underlining just how wide its impact really is. Most strikingly for India, 6 of its immediate and extended border neighbors are on the list, including Afghanistan, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, and Myanmar. This forms a near complete arc around the Indian subcontinent. Beyond India's neighborhood, the freeze extends to Russia and Belarus in Eastern Europe, Iran and West Asia, Nigeria and Sudan in Africa, and parts of Southeast Asia, including Thailand and Myanmar. This means that the policy is not confined to conflict zones alone, but it also affects strategic regions with deep economic, geopolitical, and people-to-people ties with the United States of America. The geographic spread makes one thing clear. This is not a narrowly targeted move, but a global-scale immigration reset, with its impact felt from America's eastern borders in Europe to its strategic interests in South and Southeast Asia as well. But what has truly surprised global observers is that this visa freeze is not limited to fragile states or conflict-hit regions. Several economically significant and geopolitically important countries with long-standing ties to the United States have also made it to the list. Amongst the most unexpected names are Thailand, Brazil, Russia, Nigeria and Belarus. Thailand is a major US ally in Southeast Asia and a key tourism and trade partner, which rarely figures in restrictive US immigration actions. Nigeria is Africa's most populous nation and a critical US partner in energy security, which has also been hit, raising concerns about broader Africa-US relations. Then there is Russia and Belarus, whose inclusion is being seen less as an immigration issue and more as a geopolitical signal, reflecting Washington's hardened posture towards Moscow and its allies. Together, these names suggest that this freeze is not only about border control, but also about foreign policy leverage, strategic pressure, and political messaging too, both domestically and internationally. Amidst the sweeping visa freeze impacting 75 countries, India's absence stands out sharply. Despite being one of the largest sources of immigrants to the United States of America, India has not been included in this suspension, triggering a huge debate both in Washington and globally. Strategically, this exclusion underscores the special status India currently holds in US foreign policy. India is seen as a critical partner in the Indo-Pacific, a counterbalance to China and a key ally across technology, defense and supply chains. Any move that disrupts Indian migration flows, especially skilled professionals, can have direct economic consequences for the United States itself, particularly in sectors like technology, healthcare and engineering. Politically, India's omission has also angered sections of Trump's own MAGA voter base, with conservative commentators questioning why one of the largest immigrant-sending countries has been spared, while others face restrictions. But administration officials have so far maintained that India's screening systems, compliance levels and bilateral cooperation differentiated from countries on the freeze list. For people from these 75 countries, the biggest impact is uncertainty. Applicants who were already in the immigrant visa pipeline, family reunification cases, employment-based green cards or diversity visa winners will now see their cases stalled indefinitely. Those already living in the US on temporary visas are not immediately affected, but the freeze complicates long-term plans. Many who were preparing to transition from work or student visas to permanent residency are now left in limbo, unsure of when or even if the process will restart. Immigration lawyers warn that prolonged pauses often lead to backlogs, expiries of documents, and repeated security checks, making eventual approval slower and more complex. For families that are split across borders, it's not just a policy decision, but a personal and emotional blow as well. The visa freeze has, of course, drawn mixed reactions worldwide. Several governments have sought clarifications from Washington, while others have quietly expressed concern over the lack of transparency and timelines. Diplomatically, many affected countries are treating this as a temporary but politically loaded move, choosing caution over confrontation. Global media, however, has been far more direct, calling it a return to Trump-era hardline immigration politics, with headlines questioning whether this is about security or electoral signaling. Analysts across Europe, Asia and Africa have highlighted how the inclusion of countries like Brazil, Thailand and Nigeria weakens the argument that the policy targets only high-risk states. Human rights groups and immigration advocates have also criticized the freeze as collective punishment as well. Supporters of Trump, meanwhile, see it as a necessary reset in America's immigration system. What is clear is that this decision has once again placed US immigration policy at the center of global debate, with its ripple effects being felt far beyond American borders. With us on the broadcast is a very special guest, Ambassador Suresh Kumar Goyal, former diplomat. Thank you so much, sir, for taking our time and speaking to us on Newsx. As I highlighted in the read that I've just taken very comprehensively, this does seem to be, as the US is projecting it as a policy issue, a national security issue. But many are also pointing out that it might also be driven by Trump's own politics with his MAGA voter base, considering the fact that midterms are around the corner this year. What is your assessment? What's prompted Donald Trump to take this step?
Priya, good evening, first of all. And I must say that the report that you read out just now was very, very comprehensive. It covered all the bases. And I don't really know what else can anybody say after such a comprehensive report on the issue like immigration policy of the USA. And therefore, I thought for once that I could simply say, I fully agree with the report and that's it. But to answer your question, Priya, that first of all, if you look at the list of the 75 countries, it's a very mixed bag. Nigeria, and mind you, it's not actually short-term visas. These are long-term immigration visas. I wonder if H-1B visa is covered under the immigration visas or it's the business kind of a visa. We will get to see really how it impacts on professional visas really. But the point really here is that it's a mixed bag. Simply, if you look at, for example, Russia, how many professionals from Russia would be looking for a long-term immigrant visas to USA? Therefore, our denial of such a process to Russia seems more like a political messaging rather than anything else really. Nigeria, the people who are going there, they're either students. Students are not considered to be long-term immigrant visas. They go there for the studies, or the Christian missionaries. Now, on the one hand, the USA with the agreement of Nigeria goes and bombards the bases from where the attacks on the Christian missionaries are taken. On the other hand, if the Christian missionaries would want to seek long-term immigration to the USA, they don't have the opportunity. So I think it's essentially the Pakistan. Why is Pakistan not covered by it? Why is Bangladesh, where actually everybody agrees that the present turmoil was engineered by the USA, why aren't the Bangladeshi people, why are they being denied? So on the whole, I would simply say it's a part of a political messaging by Trump to indicate where actually his preferences lie and what he can do in case he doesn't like certain country. I am not going to be able to make any political head and tail out of it really. India, very curious again. I don't think Trump has really become very friendly to India or Indo-Pacific has anything to do with it. If Indo-Pacific has something to do with it, like in the earlier regime, they would actually keep India out of the sanctions regime for Chabahar, but they are not. They still want to impose another 25% duty on India because of dealings with Iran. I don't think that is the case at all. If India has been excluded simply because my guess is that those who want to migrate to the USA, the number has already come down. Those who are already there on the H-1B visa, they are there, but no new people, no new professionals are really looking at the USA as a destination for professional work. That's a fact. So that is where I really would be. And like you, Pia, I'm totally flummoxed. I really cannot say anything at all as to why and how.
Absolutely, my sentiments exactly, Ambassador Goel. With that, I'd like to thank you for, of course.
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx and I'm Vaishali Kohli. Now, counting of votes for the Brihan-Mumbai Municipal Corporation elections is underway at 23 designated counting centres across Mumbai. The BMC said the process will be conducted strictly as per Election Commission guidelines and the Model Code of Conduct, with elaborate arrangements in place for security, traffic management and law and order. A total of 2,299 officers and staff, including supervisors, assistants and Class 4 employees, have been deployed, all of whom have received prior training. The BMC said CCTV surveillance, fire safety measures, medical facilities and a computerized system for tabulating results have been put in place. while entry to counting centres will be restricted to authorised candidates, representatives and accredited media personnel. With that, let's take a look at some latest numbers. So let me show you that, viewers. Now we have, of course, a big day in Mumbai. Who's winning Mumbai is what we're really talking about. The counting live, total wards at 227. Coming to BJP at 60, vis-a-vis in 2007 it was an 82. Shiv Sena at 26, vis-a-vis 2017 at 84. NCP at 2. UBT, of course, Uddhav Thackeray now 46. NCP SP at 1, MNS at 9, Congress at 8 and others at 5. These are the latest figures that we're getting you. So counting at the moment is live. BJP is leading at 60, Shiv Sena 26, NCP at 2, SSUBT at 46, NCP SP at 1, MNS at 9, Congress at 8 and others at 5. This is a breakup of the numbers, and I have Shahid Ansari joining me with more details. He is my colleague live from Mumbai. I have Shahid with me. Shahid, जो latest developments हैं, अब क्या माहौल है वहाँ पे, क्या हो रहा है?
जी देखिए, लेटेस्ट डेवलपमेंट में जो है अभी वार्ड नंबर 32 से गीता भंडारी जो कि यूबीटी की उम्मीदवार है, इन्होंने जो है 84 वोट से इनको जीत हासिल हुई है। और ये जो है शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के जो है शिवसेना शिंदे गुट के जो है कैंडिडेट से जो है इनको जो है 84 वोट से जो है ये मतलब कि इनको जो है जीत हासिल हुई है। इसके अलावा आपको मैं बता दूं कि अब तक की जो जानकारी मिली है इसमें महायुति 90 सीटों से आगे है और भाजपा 70, सेना जो है 20, ठाकरे बंधु जो है 71 और जो दूसरे हैं जो यूबीटी 62 है, मनसे 9, कांग्रेस 11। अब देखिए अभी तक की बात करें, इसके अलावा कई कैंडिडेट ऐसे भी रहे हैं जिनको जो है काफ़ी कम वोट से मतलब कि 1000-1500 वोट से जो है वो जीते हैं। उनके मैं आपको बता दूं कि इनमें जो दहिसर या दूसरी जगहों पे अगर हम बात करें वहाँ पे भी जो है बेहतर परफॉर्मेंस रहा है। वार्ड नंबर 32 से जो है गीता भंडारी, जिसकी जानकारी मैंने आपको दी, ये आगे रही हैं। इसके साथ साथ जो है दूसरी जगहों पर कांग्रेस की एक उम्मीदवार रही है, वो जो है 1400 वोट से जीते हैं। हालांकि अभी भी जो है आपको मैं बता दूं कि वार्ड नंबर 1 से शिवसेना की जो उम्मीदवार रेखाराम यादव हैं उनकी जीत हासिल हुई है। मतलब कि जीते। जो मैं जिस काउंटिंग सेंटर पर मैं मौजूद हूँ यहाँ पे जो है यूबीटी के उम्मीदवार रमाकांत रहाटे जो है यहाँ पे जो है वार्ड से आगे हैं। इसके साथ साथ जो है कांग्रेस के जो एक उम्मीदवार हैं आशा काले, इन्होंने जो है वार्ड नंबर 183 से ये 1450 वोट से जो है जीते हैं। कुछ ऐसी अभी तक जो है जो मिले जुले इसी तरह से जो है नतीजे आ रहे हैं। हालांकि अभी भी जो है महज 1-2 राउंड और जब होगा तो उसके बाद ही ये पता चल पाएगा कि जो रिजल्ट क्या है। लेकिन जिस तरह
खासदार वर्षाताई गायकवाड, आमदार ज्योतिताई गायकवाड यांचे सगळे श्रम आहे त्याच्या मागे।
में जो एग्जिट पोल है वो कितना सही है, वो 1 से 2 घंटे में वो भी जो है कंफर्म हो जाएगा। अभी मैं इस वक्त मुंबई के भाईकाला इलाके में मैं मौजूद हूँ और यहाँ के काउंटिंग सेंटर पर मैं मौजूद हूँ। जो उम्मीदवार है वो और उनके जो लोग हैं वो अभी यहाँ पे इकट्ठा हुए हैं और वो इस उम्मीद से कि जैसे ही जीत उनके हिस्से में दर्ज होती है उसके बाद जो है वो यहाँ से जश्न मनाएंगे। लेकिन अभी तक की हम बात करें तो हर जगह का हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि अभी पूरी जो है जीत यहाँ काउंटिंग फाइनल हो गई है। उसके लिए भी जो है अभी कम से कम 2 से 3 घंटा और बहुत जगहों पर जो है 3 से 4 घंटा भी जो है जा सकता है। अगर हम ये पूरे नतीजे को अगर देखना चाहेंगे, बीजेपी के एक उम्मीदवार नवनाथ बंद थे, वो भी जीत गए हैं। तो इस तरह से जो है कुछ जो उम्मीदवार हैं जो 2 से 3 राउंड में 4 राउंड में उनका फाइनल हो गया है, लेकिन अभी भी बहुत सारे हैं जो इनका अभी तक बाकी है। जी
शायद बने रहिए हमारे साथ। नाउ आई हैव एडवोकेट मानसवी थापर, पॉलिटिकल एनालिस्ट, joining me. Now, Mr. Thapar, of course, a big day in Mumbai and perhaps an even bigger day for BJP. What would you like to say on that?
100%. There's no doubt about it. I think the massive plank of Thackeray brothers coming together and creating a dent in the BJP vote share did not happen. Though both of them are the right politically centric political parties, somehow they may have gained some momentum, Uddhav Thackeray specifically. But overall, I feel it's a massive BJP victory which is going forward, and the triple engine Sarkar or the double engine of Devendra Fadnavis and BMC have worked out well. So what worked out, according to me, is BJP with its Hindutva plank, they also had a Viksit BMC plank, while the Thackeray brothers had only the Hindutva and the Thackeray emotional plank with them. They did not present a BMC Viksit or a BMC vision of Thackeray's coming forward. That was not there. So the vision, the sympathy vote, the emotional plank worked well for the Thackerays. But in terms of getting that swinging vote share of around 5 to 7%, which would have been the youth voters who would have consolidated in terms of what is your vision for BMC, what is your vision for Bombay, Mumbai, that did not somehow was shown by the Thackerays, and I think that is where BJP had an edge over them. And also BJP pitched Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde very well in terms of against Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray and MNS. So all these factors working out very well for BJP. Though the voting percentage was not in thumping positivity, it was only around 52%. But it in terms of division of Eknath Shinde's vote share versus Uddhav Thackeray's and MNS worked out well for BJP, and also BJP had a strong hold in terms of leadership stability. These all things went out well for BJP.
All right, I'll come back to you. Now, I want to go across to my colleague Shahid Ansari, who's live from Mumbai. Shahid, अभी जो नई डेवलपमेंट्स हैं वहाँ पे थोड़े हमारा माहौल दिखाइए. कुछ लोग हैं जिनसे आप बात कर सकते हैं.
जी बिल्कुल, इस वक्त हम जो भाईखला इलाका है यहाँ पे लोगों से हम बातचीत करेंगे अभी, क्योंकि भीड़ काफ़ी ज़्यादा है और जो लोग हैं वो अपने उम्मीदवार के साथ यहाँ आए और बहुत सारे लोग हैं. क्या कहना चाहेंगे रानी, क्यों आए?
मैं तो मेरी मैडम के लिए, यामिनी यादव के लिए, यामिनी यादव जो हमारी मजगांव से नगर सेवा खड़ी है, इंशाल्लाह हम लोग चाहते हैं वही जीते हुए हमारे से, और कुछ नहीं है सर, बस हम लोग वही है.
आप कहाँ से आए? आप कहाँ से?
CST से.
हमारे यहाँ हमारा अजिंक्य दात्रक उबाटा से. अजिंक्य दात्रक अशोक दात्रक 225 दोनों की लड़ाई में तीसरा निकल जाएगा,
ऐसा
100%.
और भी लोगों से बातचीत करते हैं, इनसे पूछते हैं किस पार्टी से आप आए, कहाँ से आए, कौन है आपका कैंडिडेट?
हमारा कैंडिडेट 224 है, रुचि आशीष वाड़कर.
क्या उम्मीद लेके आए?
उम्मीद जीतेंगे.
अभी क्या रिजल्ट रहा?
अभी हमारा आने का है, अभी 209 200 तक चालू है.
अच्छा.
अभी तो 207 और 208 का हुआ है.
अच्छा.
हाँ.
उसके बाद आप लोगों का रहेगा?
नहीं, अभी सेकंड राउंड के बाद में आएगा.
कहाँ से आए आप लोग, कब से आए?
हम सुबह 7 बजे से यहाँ पर हैं.
10 बजे शुरू होने वाली थी.
10 बजे शुरू होगी, लेकिन एक लोगों में उत्साह रहती है, तो इसलिए वो उत्साह को लेके हम आए हैं.
आप?
रुचि मैडम के लिए आए हुए हम लोग.
मैडम के लिए आए हुए हम लोग. कितने बजे से आए यहाँ?
हम लोग सुबह 8 बजे से.
10 बजे काउंटिंग है तो 8
हम लोग पहले आ गए ना, खुशी से. ऐसे तो रात को 3 बजे
जश्न मनाना है हमारे को.
तो ये आपने देखा, ये सारे लोग जो है ये यहाँ पे सुबह 7 बजे से ही आकर बैठे हुए हैं कि 10 बजे काउंटिंग का समय है, और कुछ यही हाल जो है, मिला जुला हाल जो है. जी आप किसके लिए आए?
हम आए रुचि मॅडम के लिए, रुचि वाडकर.
आम्ही पण त्यांच्यासाठीच आलेलो आहे, रुचि वाडकर मॅडमसाठी. कारण की आपण पाहिलं असाल की सर्व एक ओके कि हिंदी में बात करते हैं, नो प्रॉब्लम. हम आए रुचि वाडकर मैडम के लिए. हमारी निशानदी धनुष्यबान 224 वार्ड से है हम लोग. यहाँ से पूरी कड़ी मेहनत की है सब पदाधिकारियों ने, पूरी जम के जोरदार रहीवासियों ने
आए यहाँ 10 बजे काउंटिंग.
सर हम लोग तो आए 8:30 बजे से लेके आए, और 7
बजे सारे लोगों का डेरा जमा है.
7 बजे ऑफिस में है हम लोग, और यहाँ पे हम लोग सब भाई हम लोग सब 7 बजे से
7 बजे आए इधर.
7 बजे से
पुलिस वाले ने बोले कि 8 बजे चालू हो जाएगा. 8 बजे आ जाओ आप.
क्या लगता है, क्या उम्मीद है?
Shahid बने रहिए हमारे साथ. I have Mr. Thapar back with me. He's a political analyst. Mr. Thapar, let's just talk about the voter turnout this time. It's been at a 52%. What do you have to say for that?
I think it's not a thumping voter turnout, which could have been there if Thackerays would have worked out a bit better in terms of door campaigning or in terms of narrative setting. Somehow that could not have been there, or maybe they don't have that Karyakarta strong hold which BJP has it, and BJP has a very good vote share which they enjoy, and they only concentrated on their vote share as per the Vidhan Sabha and the Lok Sabha. specifically the Vidhan Sabha database which they have. So their vote share was intact. Thackerays were supposed to build on the vote share which would have been lost by the BJP, but somehow that they did not build up on that, and that's why the additional vote share was not developed, which in the previous election was around 55%. I was expecting this, if it would have been a Thackeray wave, this could have crossed minimum 57% vote share. Generally, BMC does not enjoy a large vote share. It has been predominantly less than 50% most of the time. So I was expecting, if the Thackeray brothers joining hands together, this could have been around 57-58% vote share, which somehow did not turn out. And the lesser the vote share, the more benefit BJP is getting. That is what my prediction has been earlier also. So 52% is an enjoyable vote share for the BJP, and so they are going to have a considerable victory. Mayor seat is just a few hours away for BJP now.
Right. I want to go across now to Atul Shah, BJP leader from Maharashtra. Now, Mr. Shah, a big day in Maharashtra, but an even bigger day perhaps for BJP. What would you like to say?
Yeah, the thing is that development has been the agenda. Mr. Modi's direct, helping in the development of the city and the vision. And at the same time, our leader and the chief minister of Maharashtra, who is also visionary, that visionary people have seen the development all across the city of Mumbai, and that development has come through the metro, the Atal Setu, the closed-circuit TV all around the city, the concretization of the roads, and at the same time the coastal road, has made the people know that the government is worked for them. And now with the triple engine, this government at the corporation, we will come to the streets of Mumbai. Development of the street. It's a 150-year-old dilapidated building. There are 19,000 of them. There will be cluster development at various places in Mumbai. And Mumbai in 5 years will be totally transformed. So people have voted for development and not all these brands which have done nothing. What corruption for the last 25 to 30 years. People wanted a change from this Thackeray dominion, unnecessarily provoking everybody, playing with the sentiment of the people, threatening them for whoever has come. This is one country. India is for every Indian, and this simply parochial, religious, and at the same time, hate politics have been rejected by the people of Mumbai, and they've gone for development.
Mr. Shah, if I ask you now, I'm still going to use the word if, of course, but then what are your immediate priorities for the BMC if the win happens?
I said the immediate priorities is water, gutter, and meter. I mean, water should be plenty. It should be for 24 hours. Then the gutter, which are especially in old Mumbai, the gutters are there. The drainage system is 150 years old. That has to be changed totally, and water cycling, because water is a precious thing. Water cycling for the other uses, and salination plant. So there should be no water shortage in the city of Mumbai. Plus, every road is getting concretized. So there will be no potholes in the future, and people can have a smooth ride, smooth drive, and water, and the gutter, and meter, the electricity should be given to the people at affordable price. Mr. Modi's solar energy project has to be done in every building, which will cater to their own demand of energy in the city of Mumbai.
All right, Mr. Shah, thank you for joining me on the broadcast. I also have Mr. Naveen Dubey. He's a political analyst who's joining me. Now, Mr. Dubey, as we're discussing, a very big day in Mumbai, perhaps a very big day also for the BJP. What would you like to say? I'd like your opening comments.
Definitely, Vaishali, we are seeing that Mumbai is clearly going in the hands of the BJP and Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray. It's all we are seeing on your telly also. But in furtherance of the above, we are seeing the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray and the MNS combination, how they fight in this election. Ultimately, one more very decisive point. That is the role of the MNS. MS always targeted the North Indians and the Hindi Patti peoples in Mumbai and the surrounding parts of the Maharashtra, and they have been removed so many, the signage and etc. They have tortured so many North Indian people. Ultimately, peoples of North India are in big number in Maharashtra as well as in Mumbai. They have done the major role to give a tremendous victory, tremendous, we can say, landslide victory for the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray and the BJP. So I think there is a negative politics by the MNS giving a negative effect towards the Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray.
Right, I want to now go across to Advocate Manasvi Thapar. He's also a political analyst. Now, Mr. Thapar, the question is that, do you think that now urban voters are prioritizing governance and stability over regional identity and legacy politics?
I think with this turnout, I believe that this is where the moving forward agenda has to be. Regional politics and regional issues over urban development, over urban manifestation of ideas is something which the young voters, the urban population is in Mumbai specifically and Delhi specifically is a mixed population. It does not come from one particular sect or background or caste. It is a mixed population of all across classes and castes of India in Mumbai and New Delhi specifically, Bangalore specifically. So these voters generally cater to urban issues and less of regional local issues, which predominantly were the previous agenda of politics. But the new age agenda of politics is where the BJP has drifted from the identity of just a Hindu political party. It has come out as a Hindu developmental political party, which the urban youth likes. They don't want to get into the regional or caste-based or class-based issues. They want to have better roads. They want to have better infrastructure, clean, hygienic water, drinking, sanitation. These are the issues which they want to cater to, and less of caste and religious-based politics, which was not very predominant previously. But now in this drifting population, I think BJP understands where the population, the youth, the urban majority wants to focus on agenda. So they have created an agenda-based politics, and which has worked out well. Apart from that, they also concentrate on being a Hindu political party. And also with Hindu political party, they want to focus on Viksit BMC, and that is how it has worked out well. While for Thackerays, it was only the Thackeray plank, the coming together of the brothers was the plank, the Hindu Marathi plank was there, but not on the developmental issue which they could have presented the vision of Thackerays, which they did not. So this is where BJP has an edge. Apart from that, they also have a very strong Karyakarta bal. They are the largest political party of the country. They have the largest Karyakartas. They're the richest political party of the country. So all these things, and with the stable face of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where people trust. So these things just add on to BJP's winning factors. And Thackeray's just had one particular plank of Marathi Manus, Marathi Asmita. And somehow, apart from that, they did not have. So for Marathi Manus and Marathi Asmita, whatever vote share they could garner, they somehow gathered, but that could not convert into a winning BMC. And apart from BMC, in all other municipal corporations, Thackeray's are not winning. It is only the BJP. So it's a massive victory in all municipal corporations for BJP. So BJP is the strongest political party now in Maharashtra. NCP being decimated, all the Shiv Senas, the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena, the Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena have been decimated across Maharashtra. So it's a massive victory for BJP. And BJP also created what started in 2022, creating a dent in Shiv Sena, has somehow worked out now completely for BJP. So BJP and Shiv Sena enjoyed the same and the similar kind of vote bank, which was right vote bank of Hindu right vote bank was of BJP and Shiv Sena. In 1990s, when BJP entered Maharashtra, it was a short small brother of Shiv Sena. Now it has divided Shiv Sena into two parts. So the vote was divided in the last elections, and now BJP has consolidated on the vote share of Shiv Sena of Eknath Shinde, and now what we see is Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena is also being decimated in the other municipal corporations. It is only BMC where there is some kind of vote share left for Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde. Apart from that, I think it's a massive victory for BJP, though the alliance is broken, is completely decimated for the NDA alliance is completely decimated in this election. It is only BJP plus wherever somewhere NCP would have won 1 or 2 seats, or Eknath Shinde would have won 2-5 seats. They would give them some kind of a seat or something, some kind of a lollipop or something. But apart from that, I feel it's a massive BJP victory all the way.
All right. Now, viewers, as you're seeing on your screens, the celebrations already seem to have begun, and we have the numbers, latest numbers up for you again. BJP at 78, Shiv Sena at 20. Look at those visuals, viewers. The celebrations are in tow. Now, I want to go back to Mr. Naveen Dubey. He's a political analyst, of course. Mr. Dubey, I want to come back to the same question for you as well. Are urban voters now prioritizing governance over regional identity and legacy politics? And also the second part to my question is that, you know, the coming together of the Thackeray brothers emotionally and politically, how do you see that?
Number one, the local issues are the major issues in Mumbai as well as in other 28 municipal corporations. And we are seeing the central government is led by BJP, state government is led by BJP. So BJP is getting the edge in the municipal election because everyone knows that the state government has to play a very big role in development and the infrastructure of the Mumbai. That's why people given a favor to the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray. This is number one. There are the major issues of waterlogging and so many problems are traffic issues there. Major issues are there in the municipal corporation, but it's a very high budgeted municipal corporation. That's why everyone selected and given a favor to BJP because they are in the state government, they are in the central government. Number one. Number two, as far as the Thackeray brothers are concerned, they raised the issue of Marathi Manos, Marathi Asmita and the reservation and all this local Maratha reservation. They are the major issues, but the localites are how many in there in Mumbai? This is the major question. Right now, we can see the demography of Mumbai. I think the major part of the voters are non-Mumbai, non-Maharastrian. And they are playing a very big role there. That's why I'm telling that people from Bihar, people from UP and people from other rest part of the country, they were feeling unsafe when the MNS peoples were doing the Gundagardi there in Mumbai and the surrounding area. So that's why they have decided to vote in favor of Bharatiya Janata Party and Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde. And this is the major factor, I think. And in rest of the municipal corporation, you can see, I think nowhere any of the opposition is taking a lead, and everywhere we are seeing the BJP is doing well. So it's all a benefit of the state government as well as the central government of BJP, and that's why people are giving a very good favor to Bharatiya Janata Party led all municipal corporations.
All right, I want to now go across to my colleague Shahid Ansari, who's joining me live from Mumbai. शाहिद, जो लेटेस्ट डेवलपमेंट्स है हमें बताइए और क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पे? अभी ये भी विजुअल्स आ रहे थे, लोग सेलिब्रेट करना शुरू हो चुके हैं ऑलरेडी।
जी, आपको मैं बता दूं कि कई जगहों पर जो है मुंबई के अलग अलग जगहों पर जिस तरह से जीत के जो है जश्न और उसके साथ साथ जो लोग हैं भीड़ जो है उसके लिए लगाई गई है। और इस भीड़ में आपको मैं बता दूं कि कई जगहों पर जहाँ पे जो जीत हुई है उसके साथ साथ जो है जो सेंटर है काउंसिल सेंटर, उन जगहों पर इस तरह के जो है सेंटर बनाए गए हैं ताकि जो जो अपडेट है इसके अलावा आपको ये
Alright, जी शुक्रिया शाहिद सारी जानकारी के लिए. And with that, we're slipping into a short commercial break. We'll be back shortly.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का.
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल. ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का. ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है. इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर. ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी.
माघ मेले की भव्यता और पवित्रता का एक बार फिर विश्व देखेगा नया स्वरूप. करोड़ों श्रद्धालुओं के लिए परंपराएं वही और सुविधाएं नई, जहां पग पग पर आस्था और दिव्यता की मिलेगी अनुभूति. जब संगम की रेती पर संत महात्माओं की होगी उपस्थिति, 6 पावन पर्व स्नानों में अखाड़ों के संतों का समागम, पूरे विश्व में माघ मेले की महानता का होगा वर्णन. यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के नेतृत्व में माघ मेला 2026 आस्था की लहराती पताका, विकास की नई गाथा. काम दमदार, डबल इंजन सरकार.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल. ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का. ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है. इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर. ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी.
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx and I'm Vaishali Kohli. Now, the European Union is set to sign a free trade agreement with India later this month, but without agriculture being part of the deal. European Commission reportedly, EU President Ursula von der Leyen told members of the European Parliament that agriculture was excluded from the agreement from the very beginning, calling the deal a major signal for EU trade relations. Von der Leyen and European Council President Antonio Costa are scheduled to visit India between January 25 and 27 to sign the agreement with PM Modi. If finalized, this would be the EU's largest trade deal so far. While products like dairy and sugar are excluded, the EU and India have agreed to reduce steep tariffs on European wine and spirits. Indian Trade Secretary Rajesh Agrawal had earlier said that both sides are very close to concluding the deal and are exploring whether it can be wrapped up before the leaders' meeting in New Delhi. Bilateral trade between India and the EU stood at 120 billion euros in 2024, making the EU India's largest trading partner. Very shortly, we'll be joined by a senior economist on the broadcast to share her opinion. But this, viewers, is big. The European Union is set to sign a free trade agreement with India later this month, but without agriculture being part of the deal. Now, EU President Ursula von der Leyen told members of the European Parliament that agriculture was excluded from the agreement from the very beginning, calling the deal a major signal for EU trade relations. I have Mithali Nikore, senior economist, joining me. Mithali, welcome. And of course, now the European Union is set to sign a free trade agreement with India later in the month, but without agriculture being part of the deal. How do you see this?
So I think that this is a very practical approach from the European Union because it is well understood that India's agriculture sector is still not, a very, very globally competitive sector because of, the constraints that we face in our agricultural economy, the fact that we still have, a massive subsidy system in place. And, it's very practical from the European side to recognize that we are not on an equal footing at this time, with the Western nations. And yet they are willing to engage with us in the sectors where, competition is possible, where trade is more possible. And I think, this itself shows a very, practical and pragmatic approach on the European part.
Mithali, now European wine and spirits are set to gain from reduced tariffs, but what about Indian industries? Which sectors in India do you think stand to benefit most from this deal?
So I feel that the sectors that stand to gain the most, number one is the tech sector. And, technology is one place where we really see a lot of synergies with Europe. For India and Europe to work together on technological advancement, on innovation, on enhancing and embedding digitization in value chains. This is actually critically important for Europe as well because at the end of the day, for Europe, they are not working as much with Indian IT companies as their American counterparts, and they can bring in a lot more efficiency, with the Indian IT embeddedness in their value chain. So even for Europe, this is a good proposition, and of course the tech sector for India as well. It's a massive diversification that we can get away from the US. And the second, of course, is the manufacturing sector, where we know that we need new markets for our products, and even the Europeans need new markets for their products. And again, having value chains that are co-created is the way forward.
Mithali, the fact that agriculture has been excluded, now deliberately or not, what does this say about EU's priorities when it comes to trade negotiations? And do you think that something like this could cause tension with India in the future?
Actually, I believe that this is a very pragmatic approach. I believe that this shows that the Europeans want to continue to engage with us, and the Europeans sort of want a situation where, they continue to engage with India regardless of, the no-go areas that India is proposing. So actually it shows a respect also for the Indian farmers and for the Indian agriculture sector as a whole, to say this is not going to be a roadblock to having an agreement. It's more important to have an agreement. It's more important to have, have a discussion, have this in place, and then only, in the later stages, agriculture can also be brought in. So I think it's a very positive development, and it shows a very pragmatic, outlook on the European EU's part.
Thank you, Mitali, for joining me on the broadcast. Now, France's finance minister has warned that the United States about any move to seize Greenland would cross a red line and put Europe's economic relationship with Washington at risk. Roland Lescure said he conveyed the message directly to U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, stressing that Greenland is a sovereign part of Denmark and the European Union. He said Europe remains uneasy over President Donald Trump's repeated claims that the US would take control of the Arctic territory, calling it unacceptable. I have Aditya Vadhavan joining me. Aditya, what more can you tell us? We'll try and reconnect with my colleague. But viewers, France's finance minister has warned that the US and any move to seize Greenland would cross a red line and put Europe's economic relationship with Washington at risk. I have Aditya Vadhavan joining me. Aditya, what more can you tell us?
Totally, indeed, there are concerns that, considering the serious situation that is unfolding in Iran, Portugal has, closed the Iran embassy at this juncture. And definitely, there's been a widespread condemnation of how Iran is handling the protests. They are turning violent as the day progresses. So indeed, Vishali, at this juncture, all the European countries, we saw earlier in the day, we saw how French President Emmanuel Macron also had expressed concern over the escalating situation in Iran, and has also warned Tehran that there will be more sanctions in place if Iran if the Iranian regime do not stop these protests and also kill more protesters in the days to come. So definitely at this juncture, it is a very, very concerning situation and needs to be seen how things unfold in this scenario. Vishali.
Aditya, stay on with me. I'll come back to you. Now, Portugal has announced a temporary closure of its embassy in Tehran, citing a context of tension, and has advised its nationals not to travel to Iran. The Foreign Ministry said 8 Portuguese citizens have already left Iran, while others are preparing to depart. Another 10 Portuguese passport holders, including 7 dual nationals, have chosen to remain in the country. Foreign Minister Paulo Rangel has said that Portugal is ready to join any coordinated move by the European Union to tighten sanctions against Iran. Back to you, Aditya, on this.
See, Portugal has closed down the Iran embassy, and definitely now the entire Europe is now looking at the fact that this escalating situation in Iran is very, very worrisome for the entire Middle East, and to some extent for Europe also, because Iran is a big country in the Middle East, and definitely now all the European partners are coming together to call out the actions of the this hardline Iranian regime headed by Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. There are no signs that they are just under the pressure of US President Donald Trump. The Iranian establishment didn't give a death penalty to one of the protester who was captured by the Iran police. So definitely at this juncture, back-to-back incidents that are coming to line, the IRGC commanders open firing upon the protesters in Iran was significantly very concerning development, which has angered several European nations, and along with the United States are criticizing the actions taken by the Iranian regime. And definitely it needs to be seen whether there will be more sanctions by the European Union on Iran or not. It needs to be seen, and whether US will militarily strike Iran, this needs to be seen. Vaishali.
Aditya, we're talking about some people who've already left, Portuguese citizens who've left, while other Portuguese passport holders are choosing to remain in the same country. And of course, the foreign minister has said that Portugal is ready to join any coordinated move. So how do you see this progressing, and what are the kind of global reactions coming in for this?
Well, definitely it is expected that, that all the European nations will, toe the same line as far as the Iran protests are concerned, because there have been human rights violations, going on in Iran. So many protesters have been killed by this Iranian regime, and definitely there have been some vocal critics of the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. They have been openly saying that this is a terrorist regime of Iran, and definitely they are not treating the Iranian citizens in the manner they deserve. And particularly even this exiled Raza Pahlavi also enjoyed some popularity in Iran. His supporters say that they are ready for a transition in the Iranian politics, and they want to see the end of this regime headed by Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. But now, it needs to be seen whether all these takes place on the ground or not. This needs to be seen, because some different reactions from the US are also coming. That one of the US politician has also gone on to say that we don't want war with Iran, but they want to settle everything diplomatically with Iran. So considering all these scenarios in this context, Vishali, it is a complex situation that is developing with respect to Iranian protests.
Aditya, stay on with me. Now, violence against religious minorities in Bangladesh continues, with another Hindu household set ablaze, this time in Sylhet. The latest incident took place in Goenghate Upazila, where the home of Hindu school teacher Birendra Kumar De was reduced to ashes. The fire caused extensive damage and forced family members to flee in panic. A video of the incident has surfaced online, showing flames engulfing the house as residents escaped. The attack has heightened fear among the local Hindu communities and added to concerns over the continued safety of religious minorities in the country. I have Renik Datta joining me. Renik, what more can you tell us?
देखिए, लगातार बांग्लादेश में हिंदुओं के ऊपर अत्याचार का घटना सामने आ रहा है। अमित मलव्य की तरफ से जो सोशल मीडिया में पोस्ट किया गया है, उसमें मेंशन किया जा रहा है कि गोइंघाट, जो कि सिलेट जिला में पड़ता है बांग्लादेश का, उस जगह पर एक टीचर, हिंदू टीचर बीरेंद्र कुमार दे, जिनको झुनू सर करके बुलाया जाता है, उनका घर के ऊपर हमला का घटना घटा है। उनका घर को पूरा तोड़फोड़ किया गया है, उनका घर में आगजनी किया गया है। और ये घटना को सामने रखते हुए अमित मलव्य की तरफ से ये जो पोस्ट किया गया है, इसमें कहा जा रहा है कि अभी जो टाइम है कि जो हिंदू है सबको एक होना पड़ेगा, और जिस तरीके से लगातार बांग्लादेश में ये हिंदुओं के ऊपर पीड़न का घटना जारी है, उसके प्रतिवाद करना पड़ेगा। इसके पहले भी अगर देखा जाए तो हरगोविंद दास को जिस तरीके से अत्याचार किया गया था, हरगोविंद दास के ऊपर हमला किया गया था, उसका मेंशन भी सोशल मीडिया में उनकी तरफ से किया गया है। इसके अलावा चंदन दास, जिसको बीच सड़क पर पीटकर उसके बाद पेड़ से लटक कर उनको जिंदा जला दिया गया था, उसके बाद से अगर देखा जाए तो टोटल 1 महीने के अंदर 8 हिंदुओं को मौत का घटना बांग्लादेश से सामने आया है। इसको लेकर भी लगातार प्रोटेस्ट जारी था, और उसी बीच में फिर से एक हिंदू टीचर, उनका घर के ऊपर जो हमले का घटना, उनका घर को तोड़फोड़ करना, उसके बाद उनका घर को आग लगा देने का जो घटना सामने आया है, इसी का जो विरोध करने का बात अभी अमित मलव्य की तरफ से किया जा रहा है। और उसके साथ साथ ही जिस तरीके से पश्चिम बंगाल में भी हिंदू असुरक्षित हो रहा है, जिस तरीके से पश्चिम बंगाल में भी जो माइनॉरिटीज है उनके तरफ से हमले का घटना घटाया जा रहा है, तो ये बात को भी अमित मलव्य की तरफ से भी उठाया जा रहा है।
दूसरी तरफ अगर देखा जाए तो बांग्लादेश का ये जो मुद्दा इसके पहले भी बीजेपी की तरफ से उठाया गया था। बीजेपी की तरफ से बांग्लादेश में लगातार हिंदुओं के ऊपर जो अत्याचार हो रहा है उसका प्रतिवाद किया जा रहा था, उसका विरोध में रास्ते में प्रोटेस्ट भी बीजेपी की तरफ से किया गया था। और उसके बाद फिर से बांग्लादेश में जिस तरीके से हिंदुओं के ऊपर अत्याचार हो रहा है, हिंदुओं का घर को तोड़ा जा रहा है, इसी का विरोध जो है वो अभी बीजेपी की तरफ से किया जा रहा है।
रैनिक, ये जो जब ये घर से भागे, आग लग गई घर में और ये भागे घर से, तो जो फैमिली मेंबर्स हैं वो कहाँ पे हैं? कुछ उनके बारे में जानकारी है आपके पास? क्या है उनका हाल?
एकदम ही देखिए, ये घटना है बांग्लादेश का सिलेट में वीरेंद्र कुमार दे का जो घर है उस घर में आग लगाया गया था। आग लगाने के बाद परिवार लेकर वीरेंद्र कुमार दास जो है वो घर छोड़ दिए थे। घर छोड़ने के बाद वो सिलेट में खुद का एक रिलेटिव है, उनका घर में अभी रुके हैं, मगर वो लोग भी अभी डरे हुए हैं। उनकी तरफ से कहा जा रहा है कि पुलिस की तरफ से भी कोई कार्रवाई नहीं किया जा रहा है। इनके घर के ऊपर इसके पहले भी हमले का घटना घटाया गया था और उसके बाद फिर से उनके घर के तोड़ा गया है। तोड़ने के बाद घर में आग लगाया गया है। और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात कि बांग्लादेश में और कुछ दिन बाद ही बांग्लादेश में चुनाव होने जा रहा है, जिसका चुनाव का 1 महीने भी बाकी नहीं है। ठीक चुनाव के पहले लगातार बांग्लादेश में जिस तरीके से लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन को लेकर सवाल पैदा हो रहा है, उसको लेकर ही अभी सब चिंतित है कि बांग्लादेश में क्या सही तरीके से चुनाव होना पॉसिबल है। बांग्लादेश के इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से क्यों स्टेप नहीं लिया जा रहा है, ये सवाल भी बार बार से सामने आ रहा है।
जी, रेनिक, आप थोड़ा हमें व्यूअर्स को थोड़ा डिटेल में बताइए कि इससे पहले भी जो 3-4 हादसे हुए हैं, थोड़ा हमें बताइए डिटेल में कि क्या क्या उनके साथ हुआ था।
1 महीने में करीब 15 के ऊपर हिंदुओं के साथ अत्याचार का घटना सामने आया है, जिसमें 8 के ऊपर हिंदू का मौत हो गया है। बांग्लादेश में ये घटना का सिलसिला चालू हुआ था दिसंबर महीने का 12 तारीख। दिसंबर महीने में 12 तारीख को जब उस्मान हादी का मौत के बाद बांग्लादेश में प्रोटेस्ट जारी था, जिस टाइम पे प्रोटेस्टर बांग्लादेश में जो भारत का हाई कमीशन है उनके सामने प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे। बांग्लादेश में 2 न्यूज़पेपर के ऑफिस के आग लगाया गया था, तोड़फोड़ किया गया था। ठीक उसी टाइम पर चंदन दास को भी मॉब लिंच किया गया था। चंदन दास का मॉब लिंच को सामने रखते हुए ये घटने का सिलसिला चालू हुआ था। चंदन दास का बाद अगर देखा जाए तो 28 डेज के अंदर और भी 7 हिंदुओं के ऊपर हमला का घटना घटा, जिसमें 7 हिंदुओं का मौत हो गया है। इसके अलावा अगर देखा जाए तो बांग्लादेश से ये भी आरोप है कि बांग्लादेश का जो सिंगर है उनको वो आवामी लीग का सपोर्ट करते थे और इसी वजह से हिंदू सिंगर को मौत का घाट उतारा गया। हिंदू सिंगर का सही तरीके से ट्रीटमेंट नहीं किया गया और उसके साथ साथ अगर देखा जाए तो जेल के अंदर भी बंद करके पीटने का अभियोग भी बांग्लादेश का सरकार के खिलाफ में सामने आ रहा है। इसके अलावा अगर देखा जाए तो बांग्लादेश में हिंदू परिवार के ऊपर अत्याचार का घटना, हिंदुओं का घर को तोड़ने का घटना, हिंदुओं का घर को आग लगाने का घटना, इस तरीके का अगर घटना देखा जाए तो पिछले 1 महीने में आप देखेंगे कि 15 से ऊपर हिंदुओं के ऊपर अत्याचार का घटना जो है ये बांग्लादेश से सामने आया है। मगर इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट जो है, इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से एक्शन लिया गया है 2-3 मामले पर। चंदन दास का मामले पर 10 लोगों को गिरफ्तारी हुआ था, उसके बाद एक भी लोग गिरफ्तार नहीं हुआ था। चंदन दास का अलावा जो घटना अमित कुमार दास के साथ हुआ था उस घटना में 3 लोगों को गिरफ्तारी हुआ था, इसके अलावा किसी का गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुआ था। इसके अलावा अगर देखा जाए और भी जो 6 केसेस है, जिस 6 केसेस में 6 लोगों का मौत हुआ था, उस घटना में पुलिस की तरफ से कोई कार्रवाई नहीं किया गया था। पुलिस की तरफ से यह तक तो इस घटना को पॉलिटिकल घटना बोलकर भी मेंशन किया गया था। तो कुल मिलाकर बोल सकते हैं कि बांग्लादेश में जो हिंदू है वो असुरक्षित महसूस कर रहे हैं और बांग्लादेश के हिंदू संगठन जो है उनकी तरफ से भी कहा जा रहा है कि इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट जो है वो माइनॉरिटीज का सुरक्षा देने पर नाकाम हो चुके हैं। इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से अगर देखा जाए तो 2024 के बाद से माइनॉरिटीज के ऊपर लगातार जो अत्याचार का घटना वो बढ़ता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट जितना भी बयान दे, इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से जितना भी बताया जाए कि माइनॉरिटीज का सुरक्षा का इंतजाम किया जाएगा, मगर बांग्लादेश में वो हकीकत में नहीं हुआ है। और इसी वजह से जो अगर देखा जाए जाए तो इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट के ऊपर ही मेन सवाल जो है वो पैदा हो रहा है कि इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट का भूमिका क्या है बांग्लादेश में जो माइनॉरिटीज है उनका सुरक्षा का इंतजाम करने पर मोहम्मद यूनिस का इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से क्या बंदोबस्त किया जा रहा है। इस सवाल का जवाब अगर ढूंढेंगे तो कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है। तो इसी जगह पर कुछ दिन बाद ही बांग्लादेश में चुनाव होने जा रहा है। ठीक चुनाव के पहले इस तरीके का जो घटना सामने आ रहा है, इसको लेकर फिर से एक सवाल पैदा हो रहा है, क्या बांग्लादेश में ये जो 12 फरवरी चुनाव होने जा रहा है वो सही तरीके से हो पाएगा? क्या लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन सही रह पाएगा? क्या माइनॉरिटीज जो है वो घर से निकाल कर मतदान कर पाएंगे? इस तरीके का सवाल जो है वो अभी पैदा हो रहा है।
शुक्रिया रैनिक हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। Now, UK lawmaker Bob Blackman has raised alarm over what he called a disastrous situation in Bangladesh, citing rising violence against religious minorities, particularly Hindus. Speaking in the British Parliament, Blackman said Hindu men are being murdered, with homes and temples being set on fire and other minorities facing similar attacks. He also expressed concern over Bangladesh's upcoming February 12 national elections, saying they're taking place amid serious democratic questions. Blackman pointed out that the Awami League, a major political party led by ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, has been barred from contesting despite commanding significant public support. He further warned that Islamic extremist groups are pushing for a referendum that could permanently alter Bangladesh's constitution. Blackman called on the British Foreign Secretary to make a statement outlining what steps the UK government will take to protect minorities in Bangladesh and to ensure free, fair and inclusive elections. I have Medha Shirin joining me. Medha, what more can you tell us?
To remain under attack in Bangladesh, of course. This comes as elections are also slated in Bangladesh in the month of February. Now, since the ouster of the Sheikh Hasina-led government, the attacks on Hindus in the country have increased significantly and have increased more so in the past 2 weeks or so. Now, in the past 2 weeks, we have had reports saying that 15 minority Hindus have been killed in Bangladesh in the past 45 days. Now, expressing concern, the British lawmaker Bob Blackman has said that some sort of a disastrous situation is prevailing in Bangladesh and has said that Hindus specifically are being murdered on the streets and their houses as well as temples are being set ablaze. And he has raised this issue in the British Parliament and has further warned that the elections that are set to take place in Bangladesh are unfolding amid democratic concerns as the Sheikh Hasina-led Awami League, which is a major political party in the government, has been banned from contesting this year's elections. Remember, Sheikh Hasina was ousted in a so-called student-led revolution, after which she had fled to India. Now, I'll walk you through the statement of what exactly he has said. He said that at the pre-recess adjournment debate, I raised the situation in Bangladesh, and the leader of the House quite rightly wrote to the Foreign Secretary about this disastrous situation there. Hindu men are being murdered on the streets, their houses are being burned, the temples are being burned, and other religious minorities are suffering similar fates. Now, Bob Blackman has also called on for a statement from the British Foreign Secretary outlining what action this government will take to safeguard minorities across Bangladesh and ensure that a free, fair and inclusive election is held in the state, amid fears that the Hindu community has in regards to this election as well as this government. The Yunus-led government has not taken many actions when it comes to attacks against minorities. In many cases, these killings are not investigated, or if an FIR is indeed registered, a very little progress is made. Back to you, Sally.
Thanks, Medha, for joining me. And that's a wrap on this bulletin. Stay with us.
MDH कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है। स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है। अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता
हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाएं कई गुना।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी। अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Very good afternoon. You're watching Newsx and I'm Shivani Singh. We're starting off with the headlines. The counting of votes is underway for the BMC elections and the spotlight is on Mumbai. The BJP-led Mahayuti alliance leads in Pune and Pimpri Chinchwad's local polls, a bastion of the Pawars. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi accuses the Election Commission of gaslighting citizens after claims surfaced that marker pens were used to ink voters' fingers during the BMC polls. The Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau defends summoning Captain Varun Anand, nephew of late Captain Sumit Sabrawal, in the Air India Flight 171 crash probe, rejecting objections from the Federation of Indian Pilots and citing its legal authority under the aviation safety rules. Security officials conduct massive searches across the international border area in Jammu and Kashmir's Samba after suspected drone sightings. Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado presents her Nobel Peace Prize to US President Donald Trump. Trump calls it a wonderful gesture of mutual respect. Ahead of the UNSC session, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi urges the United Nations to formally condemn what Tehran describes as illegal US interventions in Iran. All right, the top story that we're getting for you are the BMC elections. Counting of votes for the Brihan-Mumbai Municipal Corporation elections is underway at 23 designated counting centres across Mumbai. The BMC said that the process will be conducted strictly as per Election Commission's guidelines and the Model Code of Conduct, with elaborate arrangements in place for security, traffic management and law and order. A total of 2,299 officials and staff, including supervisors, assistants and Class 4 employees, have been deployed, all of whom have received prior training. The BMC said that CCTV surveillance, fire safety measures, medical facilities and a computerized system for tabulating results have been put in place. While entry to counting centres is restricted to authorized candidates, representatives and accredited media personnel. In fact, let's look at what exactly is the situation right now regarding the counting of polls over here. So who's actually winning Mumbai? This is the live votes that we have for you right now. As of 1 p.m. we have BJP with 84, we have the Shiv Sena with 30, the NCP with 1, the Shiv Sena UBT faction with 56, NCP Sharad Pawar faction with 1. We have the MNS at 9 seats. We have the Congress at 11 and we have others at 9 seats as well. So this is the total number of wards are 227. Remember that counting is being done in phases right now, and this is what is the tally as of now. So these are the latest tallies for everything. You can see that the BJP in fact is leading over here, and the Shiv Sena as well can give it a good backing. You have the Shiv Sena UBT which is in the second spot. You can see that it's grabbed 56 seats, and we have the MNS with 9 seats. So these are the latest numbers that we are in fact getting for you. All right, in fact, let's look at some breaking news that's also coming in fact, regarding this. The BJP-led Mahayuti crosses the halfway mark in the BMC polls. It's winning 115 seats. Remember that there are 227 seats. All right, in fact, joining us on the broadcast right now, our advocate Chandani Preeti Shah, political analyst, Varun Singh, senior journalist, A.K. Mishra, senior journalist as well. So thank you so much. I appreciate all of your time, and a very good afternoon to all of you. Let me start with Advocate Chandni Preeti Shah. Ma'am, how are you looking at the results right now? We are seeing that the Mahayuti has now come up on the top. It's securing the halfway mark already. So how do you look at this situation?
Hi Shivani. This is BJP and Shiv Sena, the Mahayuti government, all the way, the biggest party of Maharashtra. I see this as a good governance, a stable governance, leadership winning, because, the Congress, you see, it is nowhere today in today's results. When Devendra Fadnavis ji was doing 40 rallies over Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray only did 4, Raj Thackeray only did around 3 or 4 rallies, and Congress became kind of irrelevant. There was no ground presence of Congress anywhere. When Rahul Gandhi was needed in Vikhroli, he was somewhere in Vietnam. Apart from that, the work done by the Mahayuti has also worked in the favor of Mahayuti. The coastal road, the Atal Setu, the link road at Mulund Goregaon, the metro, the bullet train project. So the hard work that was done by BJP, that is showing. After the setback in Lok Sabha, they did not sulk. They worked harder. And after the fantastic results in Maharashtra Assembly election, they did not become complacent. They worked harder again. So, Maharashtra is the top state in India, whether it is GST collection or FDI. So, the collective efforts of the Mahayuti government has worked in the favor of Mahayuti. And, it is being said that tumchi amchi BJP sarvanchi. So I guess this is what has worked in the favor of Mahayuti.
Right. In fact, let me also rope in Varun Singh on this. Mr. Singh, how are you looking at this new phase? We saw the elections after a very long time, and now the public is almost giving its verdict. We are seeing the Mahayuti cross the halfway mark already.
Yes, to be very honest, the Bharatiya Janata Party will have the first mayor in its history, in BMC's history, the first mayor from Bharatiya Janata Party will be taking oath in few days. But you know what is very surprising? If people, we can't read down UBT the way it was expected or the way it was being predicted. In the strongholds of his, maybe Dadar,
Mr. Singh, I am really sorry to interrupt you, but we have this piece of information that we need to, in fact, introduce to our viewers. AIMIM has scripted history and has won their first seat in the BMC Mumbai polls. Let me, in fact, go across to Varis Pathan, the AIMIM leader who's joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Pathan, firstly, congratulations are in order. What do you make of this win, sir?
Thank you so much, madam. Yeah, till now we have won 3 seats in Mumbai. 3 have been declared, and many other places we are running ahead of many of them. And I'm confident that by 5 p.m. when the final results will be out, we will be having a much more candidates winning in this time. Last time we had 2, this time we have already crossed that mark. And so this is the love of the people towards our party, President Asado, which is even to my party, MIM National, that people are coming forward, voting for development. This is the win of the people. These people have voted for development. People have voted for roads that they were being taken for rights since last so many years. Nobody was there to take care of them. So this is the people's mandate. And I am very, very hopeful that in Maharashtra, wherever our candidates are contesting, and most of the places we are ahead, in many of the places I should tell, we are ahead of. And by 5 p.m. I know that in Maharashtra we will definitely be victorious. And thanks to the voters, thanks to everybody for showing their love and affection on us. पब्लिक ने हम पे भरोसा दिखाया, इसका मैं आपके माध्यम से पब्लिक का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और ये एक बहुत ही ऐतिहासिक जीत समझी जा रही है, क्योंकि इतना वेव था दूसरों का, ये था, फिर भी उसमें इतने सारे उम्मीदवार जीत के आना एक बहुत बड़ी बात है हमारे लिए।
Also, sir, we have been seeing that you have contested and you have fielded candidates in more than 60 wards, and you have also supported some independent candidates. How are you looking at those other seats? In fact, you are leading in 13, which is the latest figure that I have with me right now. But given the chance, sir, how is AIMIM going to look forward to, putting in their, work regarding the BMC?
Let me correct you first. Okay. Let me correct you. Let me correct you first.
Yeah.
Let me correct you. In Mumbai, we are contesting only on 27 seats.
Okay.
Out of that 27, 3 we have already won, and the rest counting is still going on. And I'm hopeful by evening, when the results are finally out, we will be getting a good result.
So what will be your party's focus on?
The party's focus is on development. See, against the corruption which is going, rampant corruption going on in this BMC. 75,000 crore budget is there, which is more than many of the states in the country. And what have they done for Mumbai? In half an hour rain, the entire Mumbai gets flooded. Trains are stopped. Traffic is everywhere. So this is the thing which we have brought before the people, and the people's mandate is there, madam. They want their just development. They want the candidates to win and to ensure that the work is done. This is what we are going forward with. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pathan. In fact, also joining us on the broadcast is Atul Bhatalkar, BJP leader from Maharashtra. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on the broadcast. Sir, how are you looking at, the Mahayuti coming out on the top right now? They have crossed the halfway mark.
Yeah, Mahayuti is leading for complete majority, and it shows that in Mumbai, all Mumbaikars, including Marathi Manus, overwhelmingly supported BJP Sena. They supported development, Marathi Asmita, and they want triple engine government in Mumbai. That is the analysis of these all trends. And definitely we will come to the power, and once we come to the power in corporation, people will witness marked differences in the governance of Mumbai Municipal Corporation.
And sir, how are you looking? What will be your priority areas when you come to power?
Our priority will be definitely further development in Mumbai regarding opening of DP roads, proper sufficient water supply to the Mumbaikars, traffic management and parking facilities. These are our top priorities, and on which we will work. At the same time, with the help of the state government, we are aiming to make Mumbai slum-free Mumbai in coming years. These are our some priorities.
So for slum-free Mumbai, what will be the initiative? Because this is something that everybody will be looking
already
at.
SRA is there, but we have to give proper momentum to the SRA functioning. And there are large slums which are on corporation land. So with the help of the central government, state government, we will build Pakka homes on same area with the help of the state and central government.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Bhatalkar, for joining us on the broadcast. If I can go back to Mr. Varun Singh, I'm sorry to have interrupted, but please do go on what you think will be the future of the BMC.
Let me just tell you a simple thing, how the government is right now planning to get rid of slums. They have today, last week only, they have come up with an office order where now slum dwellers have to be first given home and only then the builder can sell those flats, which was not the case earlier, and that was the reason why slum rehabilitation projects used to get stuck. So yes, this government is doing a bit more than other government to get rid of slums in Mumbai. Coming to your point on the political issue, I do feel that by 3:30, because I have covered so many BMC elections, I know that by 3:30 or 4 o'clock, we will get a clear picture. But right now, whatever we see, the Bharatiya Janata Party has crossed the majority mark and they will have their mayor for the first time in the history of BMC. And secondly, as expected that UBT will be decimated, it hasn't been decimated. But yes, it has come down from what it used to have, 84 to what 45, 50 right now. But one more thing is very important. UBT will not be out of power in BMC. In BMC, the main important committee is standing committee, in which every political party, whosoever wins even 5 seats or 2 seats or 3 seats, they get to have their representatives from where maximum projects are decided, from where who will be the contractor for road, who will be the contractor for Nala Sapai, who will be doing the beautification, who will be doing the garden. Everything will be decided by them. So they will also be there. The only change will be that for the last 25 years, the chairperson of standing committee used to be from UBT. This time it wouldn't be from the UBT camp. So it will come as a cultural shock for Uddhav Thackeray, who till date used to call the meeting of the BMC and the mayor used to go for and attend the meeting. This will not happen. So that is one of the biggest cultural shock that the Thackeray Sena is going to get. And the Marathi votes that people keep talking about, the Marathis have never wholeheartedly voted only for the Thackeray brothers or the Thackeray faction. Had that been the case, they would have won 170, 180, hamesha 117, 110 tak reh jate the. So that has not been the case. The Marathis earlier used to, non-Marathis or half of the Marathis would go for the Congress. That is the reason 30 years ago, Congress used to have a mayor in Mumbai. But Congress is decimated. I see Muslim votes consolidating against whosoever can defeat the BJP in Mumbai seats. That is the reason. And MIM is winning. Samajwadi Party will win. Congress, wherever it was strong, they served their voters to UBT on a platter. UBT will get maximum Muslim votes. And that is the reason why we are seeing in seats where UBT would never win earlier, they are winning. They won in Lok Sabha, they won in Assembly. So many things have changed. The political diaspora of Mumbai has changed a lot. The party that was seen as anti-Muslim today wins or gets maximum Muslim votes. And things are going to change in the coming years too. But for right now, BJP and Sosana, yes, they are going to make a history because first BJP mayor in Mumbai. That is what we are seeing.
Right. Let me also rope in A.K. Mishra, sir, who is also with us. Mr. Mishra, how are you looking at, the Mahayuti crossing the halfway mark in these elections?
I hope that a full majority will be there for BJP and Mahayuti. But what is the importance of the majority? It will be a historical moment for BJP, especially for BJP. I am not talking BJP plus. Reason is behind that, of course, Bombay as well as you can say the Maharashtra, especially Mumbai city. It was a challenge for BJP being an economic, you can say the capital of India. So having hold over the Mumbai, it was a quite challenging as well as you can say the prolonged, awaited type of the task for the BJP. And they were thinking that how we can win or we can make a full command over Mumbai by means of winning all these BMC elections. So I think that once BJP is coming into the power on BMC level or municipal corporation level, it will become very much difficult to oppositions for survive or come back. Even after 4 year, 5 year or 10 year, it will become very much difficult. Reason is that the BJP's vision, BJP is working on long-term strategic type of the task. The vision of BJP, take example BJP, it is in central as well as BJP government is there in Maharashtra state. So other party can think, okay, we are having our government at 2 places, let's be a BMC elections. Don't consider this very much seriously. But BJP, why BJP is fighting? They want to make a sync. Center to state, state to BMC, BMC to Gali, Mohalla level. They want full command in any state. You take example, whether it is the UP, Delhi, same it was the process for Delhi also. So BJP is very much serious, and this is my warning to opposition leaders, Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray and NCP. If they are thinking that, okay, this election we have lost, we will come back again after 5 years in next election, this, that, it will not be possible. What will be the next act of the BJP once they are forming government and all these things in entire Maharashtra? They will start working 360-degree development as well as the managing the rival party, and day by day, month over month, year over year, you will find what is happening with Sharad Pawar at this moment. Slowly and slowly, within 4, 5, 10 years, Sharad Pawar is totally vanished, cornered. Same is with Uddhav Thackeray. So I think if opposition, especially opposition, if they are not going to get connected with the public on grassroots level, on mohalla level. So survival in today's politics, it will become very much difficult. Second important thing, whatever the definition of Maratha Manus, Maratha culture, it is defined by Uddhav Thackeray or Raj Thackeray, it has been completely denied, vanished by the Mumbaikar. Mumbaikar means all the Marathi as well as the non-Marathi, Uttar Bharati and so many other from South India. The definition of Maharashtra, it is re-emerging, it is redefining by the BJP, where India first, Hindustani first, nationalism it is first. Marathi Manus means it doesn't mean one who is living only in the boundary of Maharashtra. Anybody if living outside the Maharashtra, since Mumbai it is the metropolitan, cosmopolitan type of the city and hub for the business and economy, offering equal opportunity to every Indian from each and every state. So long lasting till many years, whatever they were saying that running out all other state persons, those who went to the Mumbai from UP, Bihar, and they were forcing just go back to UP and Bihar. Some such kind of the campaign, there will be no place in Mumbai as well as in Maharashtra. A broader area, broader perspective have to develop for all those Marathi leaders, especially Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray. They have to identify this backbone type of the, whatever Maratha culture it is there. What is the backbone? Historical backbone. They have to adopt then and then they can come back.
Absolutely. In fact, there are some numbers that are coming in right now. BJP is leading in 96 wards over there. We have the Shiv Sena led by Sinde in 25. We have the NCP at 1. And we also, in fact, have the Shiv Sena UBT at 57. In fact, after maintaining a lead for the longest time since trends for the Vasai Virar Municipal Corporation began this morning, the Bahujan Vikas Aghadi or the BVA is now trailing behind the BJP. The Saffron Party is leading on 65 seats and the BVA is ahead on 50 seats. So that is the latest that's coming in from the Vasai Virar ward as well. In fact, if I can go back to Advocate Chandni Shah, I want to understand, we are now obviously seeing the Mahayuti cross the halfway mark. There was this whole narrative of the Marathi Manus, which in fact Mr. Mishra also spoke about. Do you think that after these elections, now that entire narrative is being redefined? Because we are seeing a completely new set of leaders being elected to power by the people of Mumbai.
Absolutely, Shivani. Mr. Mishra very well said that the Mumbaikars or the Maharashtra people in totality, they have actually, kharij kar diya hai the entire narrative that was set by the UBT Uddhav Thackeray faction. In fact, it did not work for them, and whatever a little bit of what do you call it, जो थोड़ा बहुत इज्जत उनका बचा था, that also has been washed off with what I see, because the basis of taking language and setting a narrative around it, people have lost their lives, and all this. If anybody thinks this was back, at the times when
की जीत है, मेरी जीत नहीं है, उन लोग का प्यार और उन लोग का बदलाव, ये जीत के पीछे उनका कारण है और उनका प्रति प्रेम शिवसेना मनसे राष्ट्रवादी का।
ये जीत आपको लगता है कि उन लोगों के गाल पे तमाचा है जो बहुत कहते थे, बुरा कहते थे या कहते थे कि अब जो है हम ही बाला साहब के आदर्शों पे चल रहे हैं, हम मराठी मानुस हैं, ये बड़े बड़े संदेश जो दे रहे थे उनके लिए एक तमाचा आप मानते हैं?
मैं तमाचा नहीं, मैं भूतकाल में जाना नहीं चाहता हूँ। बाला साहब का आदर्श और इससे पहले भी था, अभी भी रहेगा और अब आगे फ्यूचर में भी रहेगा। हमें काम करना है। मैं जिन्होंने बदलाव मेरे लिए दिया है उन लोगों के घर तक मेरे को पहुँचना है, उनके हर परिवार के साथ मेरे को जुड़ना है। वो समझ के उन्होंने जिस प्यार से मेरे को जिताया वो प्यार के साथ मेरे को उनके घर पे हर घर में मेरे को पहुँचना है। ये सोच के मैं आगे निकलूंगा।
निशिजी, आज आपण विजयी झाले, काय पहिली प्रतिक्रिया आपली? कारण की भरपूर काय आपण घोळ बघितला प्रचारामध्ये.
तो खास करून माझ्या कुटुंब म्हणजे माझं कुटुंब दादर वळली.
The Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation election results are still coming in. We are trickling in those results for you. The Tejasvi Gosalkar has won from ward number 2, Prakash Taure from ward number 19, Deepak Taure from ward 20, Siddharth Sharma from ward 36, Vikram Rajput from ward 50, Krishna Parkar from ward 87, Hetal Gala from ward 103, Neel Kirit Sumaya from ward 107, Navnath Ban from ward 135, Asha Taure from ward 157, Rohidas Lokhande from ward 207, Ajay Patil from ward 214 and Santosh Dhole from ward 215 for the BJP. Now the Shiv Sena has won in ward 32 through Geeta Bhandari, Varsha Tembalkar from ward 51, Meghna Kakade from ward 60, Sunil More from ward 123, Shakina Sheikh from ward 124, Ashwini Matekar from ward 156, Shaila Lande from ward 163, Milind Vaidya from ward 182 and Anil Kokid from ward 207. Congress has also taken ward 165 through Ashraf Azmi and ward 183 through Asha Kale, while Himangi Varidkar has won ward 193 and Iram Siddiqui has taken ward 201. The counting continues in other wards as well. So, Advocate Shah, sorry to have interrupted you. We got that latest bit on the Marathi Manus narrative that you were also speaking about.
Yes. So as I was saying that, what has worked is BJP, the Mahayuti, they did a man-to-man marking. They brought the best candidate for the ward. The mayor will be a Marathi Manus. The mayor will be a Hindu Manus. The mayor will be from the Mahayuti. This is given. And, the strategic planning, they worked, it worked for BJP. I would like to add something to Mr. Varun's point. He said that there was a new law that was passed, which is a very good strategy by the Mahayuti government, that is, jinko move kar rahe hain, they have to be given the house and then only the redevelopment would be started. I'd like to add to that point that, the BDD Chawl development, people were living in the refugee camps for years, but the BJP government, the Mahayuti government, they built towers for them and they moved them over there. The Dharavi is being redeveloped currently. So these all things, they work meticulously in favor of the Mahayuti government. Yes, Mumbai is the city of dreams. Everybody is welcome, but the root of Maharashtra is that you have to be very strategic when it comes to the elections and not just on paper. The Mahayuti government, they work on the root cause, and that is what works on the ground, and that is what we see as the election results today.
Shivani.
Right.
Shivani, can you hear me? I had something to ask you.
Yes.
You mentioned Kokil won on Shiv Sena ticket. Is it confirmed?
Yes, these are the trends that we are getting for our viewers right now, Mr.
Because
Singh.
You mentioned Anil
Yes.
Kokil won. If Anil Kokil has won on a Shiv Sena ticket, that is Shinde ticket from Lal Bagh, then it is a big setback for UBT, because Lal Bagh is that particular seat, that particular belt where UBT is the strongest. And Anil Kokil was UBT corporator. He was denied a ticket. He joined Shinde, and then he has contested from there. If that has happened, then UBT is going to then if he's losing some seats in Lalbagh area, then I do not. I think, as I was saying earlier, the trends that are now showing the UBT numbers may go down further, because in spite of being so strong in all these areas like Lalbagh and Shivri, from where they have a sitting MLA, where in spite of the way they won, that is one particular seat which was being said that all the 6 mayors or the 6 corporators or 5 corporators from there will belong to UBT. But if Anil Kokil has won, then I do see a major change in the outcome, and that is a Marathi dominated seat. Maharashtrians, that is where Lal Bagh Ka Raja happens, that is where Ganesh Gali happens, the Ganpatis, and these are the people where we have been saying that the Marathi Asmita still resides. And if UBT is losing that seat, then it is a self-explanation of the thing that I have been saying for a very long time, that not all Maharashtrians accept the divisive and hate politics spread by Raj Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray on the Marathi and non-Marathi issue. And if that has happened, only if that has happened.
Right, Mr. Singh, in fact, I'll come back to you on this, but we have some breaking news from Amravati. Out of the 87 seats in the municipal corporation, 32 results are in. Congress has won 13 seats, followed by the BJP with 6. Shiv Sena is leading, which is led by Eknath Shinde, has won 1 seat. YSP 3, BSP 3, NCP 3 and the MIM at 3. UBT, led by Thackeray, has not won any seats so far over there in Amravati. In fact, Mr. Varun Singh, if I can come to you on what you were talking about, how this is entirely changing political scenario that we are seeing. It's evolving, but the UBT, MNS and the NCP alliance that we saw just before the election, it was trying to put the Thackeray cousins together, and we've seen it historically that there was some kind of emotional appeal. The Thackerays held a lot of power in Mumbai as well, but we are now seeing that slowly shifting.
Absolutely, it is shifting, and it has shifted. If MNS wins 8 seats, what is being predicted or what is being shown by the trend, then it will still have 1 more seat than it had in 2017. But for the UBT, it is a landslide fall. And the main reason for UBT is that it didn't understand that its voter base has changed. From 2017 to 2024, the Muslims who never voted for UBT, they became the biggest voters, and it should have gone with Congress, and Congress not going with UBT has costed them a lot. And that is the reason why we see in seats where there is Muslim domination, we are seeing MIM winning. We are seeing Samajwadi Party leading. We are seeing other independent Muslim candidates winning, because this alliance, had they gotten to an alliance, and politics is all about, number game, and not everything is black and white. If you think everything is black and white, then those who say that, they do not understand how politics works. And right now, and to be very honest, it would be very early for us to call it the end of the results, but still, whatever is being shown, whatever trends are being seen, it is very clear, it is visible that UBT's politics needs a revival. UBT and MNS alliance, I wouldn't mind predicting it over here, but that UBT and MNS may not stay together after the results are announced. After a few days, they might part ways, because UBT will have to go back to Congress, where its core voter lies right now, and Congress and UBT will have to come together if they want to. If UBT wants to survive, Congress survives anyway. Congress kahin na kahin se kuch na kuch karke survive kar jata hai. And let me be very clear, the Marathi Asmita, the Marathi pride is very, very intact in Maharashtra, and whatever UBT or MNS says, that is not what Marathi Asmita and Marathi pride is the definition of. The Marathi Asmita is taking everyone together. Marathi Asmita is Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's Hindvi Swaraj. The Marathi Asmita is Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's fight against those people who wanted to loot Maharashtra, loot India. And that is what Marathi Asmita is all about. Marathi Asmita is about knowing the culture. It is very welcoming. People outside Mumbai think that I hail from, my parents hail from North India. I'm born, brought up in Mumbai. And for that reason people over there feel कि we are always under pressure, हमको डर रहता है. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Mumbai is very welcoming. Mumbai में majority people, if you fall down, wait, help you. They help you out. They do not leave you in stress. A very small faction, and that is visible in the numbers of votes that these people have got who want to spread the hate and divisive politics.
Right. In fact, let me go across to Mr. Mishra. Mr. Mishra, I want to understand your opinion on how Congress is right now, from the early trends that we have right now, the Congress's performance. It's very dwindly. We are seeing less number of seats. Do you think that now Congress needs to also rethink its state strategies, because nationally we are seeing it going down, but even in the BMC over there it's losing its charm?
Ma'am, see, actually for military, please mark my words, one quotation I am putting here. For military, boots on ground, it is required for final victory. And for any political party, not boots, foots. Foots are very much necessary part for victory. Means foots of their foot workers. Okay. What is happening with the Congress? Somehow Congress is working likewise, you can say, the monopoly type of the corporate type of the culture, that people, they are sitting in the corporate office in air conditions, and on air they are just giving a speech or just making certain kind of the noise on YouTube or social media. Politics, it is very much emotional type of the profession, ma'am, where you have to get connected with the emotions of your voters, no matter they are rich or poor, different class of the society. You have to connect with them on emotional level, on financial level, on social level, each and everything. All these ground level activity, it is missing from the Congress. It may be possible they are not having the resources, or it also may be possible they are not having the foot soldiers on the ground. Party workers, they are not available. Only making a noise that we are winning, we will make the government, it is not sufficient, because of, I already stated that politics is very much emotional type of the profession, where you have to get connect with the society, with emotions, with heart, mind, soul and body of the each and every voter. Then the miraculous type of the result comes. Congress leaders, see, no leader is available in Maharashtra for Congress, any known face. Whatever it was, either they have shifted to BJP or any other party, or they are almost nullified. So no leader, no face is there. Only one face. It may be helpful, but it is not required. It is not sufficient to win some such kind of the micro level management of micro level of the politics, micromanagement of the politics. BMC elections, elections of head of the villages, Gram Pradhan elections, these I consider as a micro politics. So micro and macro. Macro, they may be going, they may be doing very good, that on TV debate they are claiming that we are going to win, we are going to make the clean sweep. But until and unless there is no sync between macro as well as the micro, on ground level as well as on top level, there is no flow, there is no political funnel, you cannot ensure the victory in elections. Right now, the political dynamics has been shifted, where we have to manage micro as well as the micro dynamics, starting from roads to Sansad Bhavan to Parliament. You have to be active, you have to get connected, and you have to show your performance excellence on each and every level. That's why, say Bengal election is coming. What happened with Congress in Bihar? One of the oldest party having more than 100 years of political experience, and they are feeling some such kind of the situation they are facing. It is really, I can't explain that why Congress is not going to revolve or to bring out the necessary change. They are one of the oldest party in Indian political environment. So situation is very much tense, as well as very much critical for Congress, as well as the Uddhav Thackeray, all opposition leaders. Even if you see that in Bihar, what happened? If BJP plus 10 make a clean sweep, the opposition must have to rethink that what mistake they are coming. Maybe whatever their ideology and strategy, past strategy, past ideology, it is not applicable because of entire generation of voters has been changed. This is a different era where information is everybody, even 18 years plus above that, everybody is having the information who is doing what and what is beneficial, what is not beneficial. If any party is not syncing with all these micro dynamics of the politics, they can't survive.
Absolutely. In fact, let's look at the live numbers. They're flashing on your screens. BJP has 95 seats. We are looking at the Shiv Sena Shinde faction with 28, NCP at 0. Then we have the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray or the UBT faction at 60, and we have the NCP Sharad Pawar faction also at 0. We have the Congress at 12. So, like Mr. Mishra pointed out, grassroots workers or the karyakartas are very important, and Advocate Shah, we saw that split in the NCP, we saw it in the Shiv Sena as well. Shiv Sena is okay, but now we are seeing NCP 0 for both of them right now as per the early trends that are coming in. How are you looking at those karyakartas? What are they thinking? What's going on in their mind? How has the dynamic shifted over there?
See, it is more of the ideology that works in Maharashtra. Mr. Mishra said that it is an emotional thing. Voting is an emotional thing. Elections is an emotional thing, especially in Maharashtra. It is very much emotional over there. So if you are not in sync with the ideology of the people, they are not going to vote for you. Whether it is NCP, whether it is the Thackeray brothers. For example, you said that the Thackeray brothers made an emotional appeal, but it did not work. Why? Because their words did not meet their actions. The staunch Shiv Sena supporters, the staunch NCP supporters, they have a certain kind of ideology. The Shiv Sena supporters, their ideology is carved by Balasaheb Thackeray. Now, both the brothers, they failed miserably in carrying forward the Thackeray legacy. They got too much involved in appeasement. The RA Metro was made into a big drama back then, and all the activists who joined hands with the UBT government then are today themselves praising the metro today. And nothing worked. So they resorted to divisive politics, which resulted into deaths. Now, who would want such a governance? So, with these tactics, the UBT, MNS, they dug their own grave. The NCP, both the factions, they dug their own grave. So the way Congress has become irrelevant today, they will too if they continue the same way and do not introspect. The NCP is 0 in Mumbai. They have been wiped off in Pune, in Pimpri Chinchwad, even after both the NCP coming together. So, all in all, the ideology of the governance should lie in alliance with the ideology of the people of Maharashtra. That is the baseline that I see as the results are pouring in.
Right. In fact, let me introduce, there is an incoming statement. Let's listen into that.
अजून छान काम करेल त्यांच्यासाठी धन्यवाद.
All right, so one of the winners over there saying that she will work, do good work after winning. Now, as counting of votes for the Pune Municipal Corporation elections is also underway, the BJP is ahead in 80 seats, while Ajit Pawar's NCP is ahead in only 6 seats. Pune, remember, is a bastion of the Pawars. So, in fact, let me go across to Mr. Varun Singh on this. Pune has always been a bastion of the Pawars. We, relate Sharad Pawar and Pune. And now we are seeing the BJP take a lead. We obviously saw it in the last elections as well. But this is overwhelming, leading in 80 seats. And the Pawars factions are reduced to, single digits, Mr. Singh.
To be very honest, I've been saying this for a very long time. The media sitting in Delhi has been overestimating Sharad Pawar. Sharad Pawar doesn't represent Pune. He only and only represents that one constituency called Baramati. He has never. I don't remember NCP having a mayor in Pune, and it was a Congress seat earlier. Suresh Kalmadi used to be the one who used to represent Pune, and then Bharatiya Janata Party came in, which started representing it. So BJP, Sharad Pawar or Ajit Pawar does not represent Pune as such, the Pune Municipal Corporation Limit. Yes, they do have high stakes over there, but they do not. They are not the one who has an historically. There is no evidence to prove that, except for Baramati and the adjoining Satara district, certain places in Pune is what the Sharad Pawar and the Ajit Pawar gang has been doing. And one more simple fact that has been proven out to the public, that without the Bharatiya Janata Party, today Ajit Pawar also cannot win elections. And that is what probably the Bharatiya Janata Party wanted to prove, and hence they didn't ally with Ajit Pawar in Pune and in Pimpri Chinchwad. And look what the results are. One thing goes out to say, I mean to say it is a bit sarcastic statement, but someone who wanted to be referred as the Dada of Maharashtra today cannot even win a seat or win a municipal corporation. And I'm referring to Ajit Dada, who's popularly called as Dada, over here means elder brother. So he wanted to become the bigger Dada in the alliance, apart from he wanted to have an upper hand over Eknath Shinde. But right now, if you see it, though there are many municipal corporations where the BJP and Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde, are also fighting separately. May it be the Navi Mumbai Municipal Corporation or may it be the Ulhasnagar Municipal Corporation. But in majority of the important seats, they are together, may it be Kalyan Dombivli, may it be Thane, or may it be BMC, or may it be Pune. So right now it is clear that the government, the threat that the BJP government used to have, that what if one of the alliances goes, so none of the parties are at the level that they can threaten the Mahayuti, and especially the Bharatiya Janata Party. And Pune, as such, last mayor Muralidhar Mohol, now he is the minister. He was the mayor. He's a BJP leader. So Pune, as such, has been a BJP bastion, a very proud Brahmin Marathi crowd over there. Lokmanya Tilak's family is there, and many other people who have represented Pune in the past are from the Bharatiya Janata Party. And it was never a Sharad Pawar bastion, except for Baramati. So that's what I think is out in the results and numbers too.
Okay, in fact, a total of 3 BJP candidates have won from ward number 20, Shankar Maharaj Math, Bibwewadi area in Pune, and the BJP is ahead in 80 seats, like we've already mentioned, and Ajit Pawar's NCP is leading in 6 seats only. So, Mr. Mishra, how do you see the Pune results that are trickling in right now?
See, Pune is not a separate case. Whenever we are talking for the Maharashtra, same kind of the ideology, cultural, historical ideology, and hence the political ideology. It does exist in each and every town of the Maharashtra, in village of the Maharashtra. Because of the history is the same, as well as the culture, as well as the historical heroes are the same. So I am not wondering, see, some such kind of the elections, likewise state election or BMC, all these elections, a same kind of the ideology, it is going to get propagated. Reason is that the first communication, everywhere communication, it is possible. Some 20-30 year backs, it may be possible when even the radio was not available, or you can say the newspaper were not available. Due to the mobile and communication revolution, it is possible that what is happening in Mumbai, of course, Mumbai is the center of Maharashtra, so the impact will be in a small, remote type of the village of the Maharashtra. Say, why the Sangli, Satara, Kolhapur, you take out example of any city, remote city of the Maharashtra, the pattern of result, the pattern of voting, the preferences of voter, it is almost similar. The choices of voter, it is almost similar. What does this indicate? This indicates that voters first. All the voters, they are going to get united in Maharashtra or in India, and voters silently, they are deciding what is good for themselves, what is good for their country, or what is good for their region or for their state. Same is happening. If anybody, any political party is trying to redefine the Maratha culture in a wrong way, publicly it is not accepted by the Maratha people, by the Maratha Manus. Any city, any town of the Maharashtra state, it has been denied by a single family, by a single voter. The impact, it is visible in each and every small town. Whatever the results are coming, we have to wait till the evening until unless the final result is not coming. Same is happening on national level. If any political party is going to redefine the Indian culture, the entire voter, the lobby of entire voters, say 140 crore, approximately 100 crore voters are there. The majority of all these voters, they are not going to accept the wrong definition about India, about its culture, its agenda, what should be the future of India. This is a classic example on micro level. I am not talking for macro level because of BMC, municipal corporation, village level elections. They are the micro level of the politics. It is showing that a common voter, a common people of India, common people of Hindustan, Bharat, still they believe in their roots. And if any political party, they may be any kind of the, you can say the iconic type of the figure in politics, but if they are trying to mislead, it will not be accepted by Indian voter, not by a single Indian voter. One who believe in India, who is aware with their history, 10,000-year history is here, and especially for Maratha, if you see. So wrong definition of Maratha culture, whatever result it is coming, whether it is NCP, Shiv Sena, their ideology, it is nothing, there is no match, there is no correlation between the Maharashtra culture, the needs of Maharashtra, the future of Maharashtra, and whatever Sharad Pawar he is going to claim or he is going to propagate. Same with Ajit Pawar. Same happened with Raj Thackeray. Raj Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray, these two parties are the classic case study that what exactly inside of mind of Indian voters it is cooking, what they think. Every political party must learn. Same happened in Bihar when Lalu Prasad Yadav and their team, they were misleading to the Bihari people. Bihari people, they also know that what is the glory of Bihar. They denied all those ideology, division based on the caste, division of state, division of nations. Every voter denied, and the result that since last 30 years there was the rule of Lalu Prasad Yadav and allies.
I'm
been
sorry
vanished.
to interrupt you, sir, but we have this piece of information that we need to introduce to the viewers. The BJP is leading in the municipal corporation polls in Maharashtra's Vidarbha region as well, which includes Nagpur, Chandrapur, Akola and Amravati. In Nagpur, the BJP is ahead in 94 of the 133 wards counted, comfortably outpacing the Congress, which is leading in 35 seats. These are the trends right now that are coming in. In fact, Mr. Mishra, we are seeing this in Vidarbha as well. We are seeing the BJP clearly ahead in 94 seats.
Homogeneous type of the result if it is coming. What I said, the same kind of the voting behavior, voting pattern, if it is going to be observed till evening after declaration of the final result, it means India right now, it is united. Indian voters are united on which parameter? On 2-3 parameter. What is the definition of India? What is the culture of India? What is good for India? What is the past of India? What is the present of India? And what should be the future of India? The Indian voters' mind, it is right now very much clear. If homogeneous type of the result it is coming and BJP is making a grand victory, and if there is no place for the UBT, Sharad Pawar and small regional parties based on sectorial politics, based on discrimination, based on caste as well as all these things, the Indian voters, they are going to deny all these muddas. Indian voter, especially Gen Z, they are thinking something totally different. They know their past. They are knowing that what is present, what are the turmoil, what are the situation in present, and they want to make what should be the future of India. They will decide. This is only the factor. That's why I am saying it is very emotional play. Politics, it is very much emotional type of the playground. It is not a commodity. where you are going to sell any kind of the product by means of advertisement and propaganda. Not that. Emotions are there. Indian voter, they will never compromise with their past history, present and golden future.
Absolutely. In fact, Harsh Singh Dahiya, political analyst, also is joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. We appreciate your time. So, if I can come to you with my first question, we are obviously discussing how, the Mahayuti has already crossed the halfway mark. The BJP is emerging as the biggest single party over there. And in the BMC as well, we are seeing the BJP lead. So, do you think this will be a significant shift, because this has been something that the Sena has always had a hand on. They had been leading the BMC. Now the BJP in fact might just see its first mayor.
Shivani ji, there are 2-3 aspects to these results that we are seeing today. First of all, these are not surprising to me at all, and these are not surprising to any of the political pundits as well, because anyone who has been in ground in Maharashtra and Mumbai specifically, they knew that this sort of result would be coming. This was very much expected, because what was happening in Maharashtra and Mumbai particularly, the fight was between two ideologies. One was of inclusiveness, and one was based on hatred. Mahayuti, which is led by BJP, and Mr. Shinde is part of the Mahayuti Gathbandhan, they were saying that Mumbai belongs to all, that Maharashtra belongs to all, and they said that they will preserve the Marathi Asmyata as well, that they will preserve the Marathi pride. But they were not saying that people from other parts of the country are not welcome in Maharashtra or are not welcome in Mumbai. And on the other hand, we have this Mohabbat Ki Dukaan, which is being run by Mr. Rahul Gandhi. And one of the shopkeepers in that Mohabbat Ki Dukaan is Mr. Uddhav Thackeray as well. And Mr. Uddhav Thackeray and his brother Mr. Raj Thackeray, both their parties are saying that Mumbai only belongs to Marathis and only Marathis are welcome in Maharashtra. You must have seen in last couple of days, there were a couple of interviews from the leaders of Uddhav Sena and MNS, where they were saying if Uddhav Thackeray or Mr. Raj Thackeray becomes the chief minister of Maharashtra, then people from other parts of the country will not be allowed to settle in Maharashtra. What kind of hatred politics is that? When
All right, sir, sorry to interrupt you. In fact, there is a BJP press conference right now on the BMC results. We might just cut across to that, please.
जी जब शुरू करना हो बताइए, शुरू करें आप पहले सोचिए। मित्रों, जैसा कि आपको पता है, आज एक बड़ा दिन है और इस आज के दिन एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर माननीय नेशनल जनरल सेक्रेटरी श्री तरुण चुग जी और हमारे राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता, सीनियर राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता श्री सुधांशु त्रिवेदी जी आपको संबोधित करेंगे।
मित्रों, आप सभी ने देखा कि आज महाराष्ट्र नगर निगम में भारतीय जनता पार्टी और हमारे गठबंधन सहयोगियों के साथ महायुति ने शानदार सफलता अर्जित की है। यह दर्शाता है कि प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भाजपा और एनडीए के प्रति स्वीकार्यता उत्तरोत्तर बढ़ रही है। मात्र कुछ दिन पूर्व केरल नगर निगम चुनावों में तिरुवनंतपुरम में पहली बार हमने बहुमत पाया था। आज देश के और है, हम इसके द्वारा कह सकते हैं कि जेन जी ने ये वीबी के पक्ष में मतदान दिया है। वीबी मतलब विकसित भारत। विकसित भारत के जिस मार्ग पर भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में, और श्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी महाराष्ट्र में उसका नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है कि जेन जी ने उस दिशा में हमें पुरजोर समर्थन देकर और शक्ति प्रदान की है। आपने देखा कि पहले बिहार में हमें सफलता मिली, उसके बाद केरल में सफलता मिली, अब महाराष्ट्र के नगर निगम में यह अभूतपूर्व सफलता
निश्चित रूप से देश के भविष्य के लिए एक बहुत शुभ संकेत है, सकारात्मक संकेत है। और इसके साथ साथ नकारात्मक राजनीति करने वालों को महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने एक करारा जवाब दिया है। ये लोग, इस चुनाव का एक और निष्कर्ष है कि मैं विपक्ष से पूछना चाहता हूं, इंडी गठबंधन का अस्तित्व अब है या नहीं है, क्योंकि 2024 के बाद के चुनावों में दिल्ली विधानसभा में आम आदमी पार्टी कांग्रेस का गठबंधन टूट गया, केरल में कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी और कांग्रेस अलग अलग लड़े, महाराष्ट्र नगर निगम में उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे, शिवसेना उबाटा और कांग्रेस अलग हो गए, और बंगाल के आने वाले चुनावों में कोई संभावना नहीं दिख रही है कि तृणमूल कांग्रेस और कांग्रेस मिलकर लड़ेंगे। अर्थात इंडी गठबंधन का किला बिल्कुल तार तार होता नजर आ रहा है कि बेनकाब चेहरे हैं और दाग बड़े गहरे हैं। यह इंडी गठबंधन में दिखाई पड़ रहा है। और टूटता तिलिस्म आज सच से भय खाता हूं, यानी उनका तिलिस्म टूट रहा है और सच को वो देखने की क्षमता में नहीं रहते हैं। और मैं अंत में यह कहना चाहूंगा, जिसे महाराष्ट्र की भाषा में कहते हैं, जय जय महाराष्ट्र माझा। आज महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने जो हम लोगों को समर्थन दिया है, उसके लिए हम पूर्ण विनम्रता के साथ उनका आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। और उसके साथ साथ यह भी दिखाना चाहते हैं कि ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की वो भूमि जिनकी सेना के लिए कहा जाता था, जो महाराष्ट्र का बड़ा प्रसिद्ध नाटक है जानता राजा, उसमें जब शिवाजी की सेना चलती थी तो मानो मुझे लग रहा है कि आज वैसा ही स्वर हर मराठी के कानों में गूंज रहा होगा कि साजी चतुरंग सैन अंग में उमंग धार सारजा शिवाजी जंग जीतने चलत है। तो मुझे लगता है जैसे चतुरंगणी सेना को और अंग में उमंग धारण करके शिवाजी की सेना आगे बढ़ती थी, आज प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोग जो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और महाराष्ट्र में देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी के नेतृत्व में आज जनता ने हमें वैसा ही आशीर्वाद दिया है। धन्यवाद। अब मैं अनुरोध करूंगा आदरणीय तरुण चुग जी से, जो वो आपको संबोधित करेंगे।
बहुत बधाई का दिन है। 26 मई 2014 से लेकर लगातार प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी, राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन नई ऊंचाइयां, नई विजय, जनता का आशीर्वाद भरपूर मात्रा में मिल रहा। और आज जिस तरह महाराष्ट्र के अंदर सभी म्युनिसिपल कमेटीज में, म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन में महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की नीतियों को, उनके राष्ट्रवाद को, विकसित भारत के उनके संकल्प को आशीर्वाद दिया है। और ये विजय स्पष्ट करती है कि पाकिस्तान की सेना के ट्यून पर नागिन डांस करने वाली पार्टियों को जनता वोट के रूप में चोट दे रही है। 200 कितने का हाउस हो और कांग्रेस पार्टी का जनाजा उठाने के लिए 4 लोग भी जीत कर नहीं आए। ये परिणाम राष्ट्रवादी शक्तियों की जीत है। और परिणाम आने से पहले ही जिस तरह गांधी नेहरू परिवार के युवराज राहुल गांधी जी ने अपना पुराना राग नई तरीके से अलापना शुरू किया है। कभी ईवीएम गलत है, कभी चुनाव आयोग गलत है, कभी वोटर लिस्ट गलत है, अब शाही गलत है। राहुल जी, गलत है आपके कारनामे, गलत है आपका इतिहास, गलत है आपकी हिमालयन मिस्टेक्स, गलत है आपकी नीतियां, गलत है पाकिस्तान की ट्यून पर भारत के अंदर ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान नागिन डांस करना। देश के खिलाफ एक विदेशी टूल किट के तहत भारत की भूमि में और विदेश की भूमि में अभियान चलाना। भारत की जनता बहुत समझदार है, वो पहाड़ से लेकर सागर तक, चाहे वो तिरुवनंतपुरम हो, चाहे मुंबई हो, चाहे पुणे की पहाड़ियां हो, और चाहे भारत का कोई भी हिस्सा हो, हर जगह वो कांग्रेस पार्टी को, इंडी गठबंधन को लगातार सजा दे रही है। राहुल जी, आईना साफ मत करिए। आईना साफ करने से मुंह पर लगे कालिक के निशान मिट नहीं सकते। असल में आपके कारनामे ऐसे हैं कि आप आईना साफ कर रहे हैं, आप अपनी हार का ठीकरा दूसरा पर फोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जबकि आपके काले कारनामों पर देश की जनता, महाराष्ट्र की जनता आपको वोट की चोट से सजा दे रही है। ये बहुत बड़ी विजय है और ये विजय यात्रा 26 मई 2014 से लगातार आज 11 साल 8 महीने हो गए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जो गरीबों के लिए किए गए कार्य हैं, गरीबों के प्रति उनकी जो नीतियां हैं, राष्ट्रवाद की उनकी जो सोच है, देश को आगे बढ़ाने का उनका जो अभियान है और एक संकल्प जो उन्होंने लिया है विकसित भारत का, पूरा देश, पूरा पश्चिम, उत्तर, दक्षिण उनको आशीर्वाद दे रहा है। और आने वाले चुनाव, चाहे वो तमिलनाडु, केरल, पांडिचेरी, बंगाल के हो, हर जगह जनता का आशीर्वाद मोदी जी को मिलेगा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिलेगा। जनता का आशीर्वाद देश के लिए, प्रधानमंत्री जी के लिए हमेशा ही मिलता रहा है और आगे भी मिलता रहेगा।
देखिए, जो अपने गठबंधन सहयोगियों को साथ में नहीं रख पाए और वो उनसे कट के छटके अलग हो गए, वो दूसरों पे क्या आरोप लगाए?
All right, with that, let's in fact take the look at the latest numbers that are coming in and a comparison from the past results. So these are the latest runs that we are getting for you right now, and we'll also get you a comparison of what actually had happened in 2017. So let's look at who's winning Mumbai. These are the live trends that are coming in from 227 wards. The BJP is at 98, the Shiv Sena Shinde party at 30, the NCP Ajit Pawar at 0, the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray or the UPT at 59, the NCP Sharad Pawar faction at 0, the MNS at 9, Congress at 14 and others at 15. So BJP as the largest party right now, the Mahayuti has in fact crossed the halfway mark for the 227. The halfway mark is 114, 115, and we in fact are seeing that the Mahayuti has crossed that halfway mark. So we will be in fact seeing the BJP emerge as the single largest party right now in these elections. Next, we are also looking at the seat share comparison. So now let's look at the BJP in 2026. It has 98 seats right now, as of now, the early trends, and in 2017 it had 82. So approximately 16 seats. It's this is as of 2 p.m. remember. The Shiv Sena, it had 30 seats right now, and now it has 84. It had 84 in 2017, but now it has only 30. So this is a decrease of 54 seats. The Congress had 31 in 2017 and it's reduced to 14 now. So 17 decrease in those numbers. We have the NCP. It had 9 seats in 2017 for the Brihan Mumbai Corporation, and today it has 0 seats. So obviously a decrease of 9 seats. The MNS, it had 7 in 2017, now it's at 9. So an addition of 2 seats. The SP, it had 6 seats in 2017. It's standing at 0 right now. Others were at 8 seats in 2017 and now they have 15. So these are the numbers, clear differences being seen as compared to 2017. We have the BJP increasing, it's a consolidation. We have the Congress losing numbers as of now. We have the NCP also losing the numbers. MNS in fact gaining 2 or 3 seats here and there. SP also losing their seats. So this is something that is happening currently. These are the live trends that we are getting for you. Let me in fact introduce our guests for this hour. Harsh Singh Dahiya, political analyst, Himanshu Bhatt, senior journalist, and Joyita Basu, who is the editor of the Sunday Guardian. Thank you so much all for joining us on the broadcast. We appreciate your time. If I can go across to Ms. Joyita Basu first. Ma'am, how are you looking at these elections? The BJP has emerged as the single largest party, and even in the BMC it's got a lot of seats from those wards. So it's looking at its first mayor. How are you looking at this situation?
Well, first of all, I think what we are witnessing is BMC transition from being our Shiv Sena stronghold to BJP. And what is also important to understand is that, you see, it is also means, if you are talking about the Thackeray legacy, the Shiv Sena legacy, it has shifted from Uddhav Thackeray to Eknath Shinde's Sena. These are the two primary things. And of course, when it comes to, I don't want to get into all the things about, anyway, the basic point is that BJP is the credible party of governance. That is what we are witnessing in election after election, that BJP is emerging as the party of governance. So right now, it is but natural that the party of governance will be getting the vote. And also, let us not forget, we are also in terms of talking about the loss of space, the loss of ground space when it comes to the Shiv Sena. From whatever I have heard, or we have gleaned, the Shiv Sena people, Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray people, they did not even conduct proper rallies. It was, the kind of push that came for that election, it primarily came from BJP and Eknath Shinde Sena, the real Shiv Sena which they are calling. So if without working, if with that kind of history of mismanagement, disorder, and of not working, it is but natural that people will be giving a chance to the BJP to run Mumbai.
Absolutely. In fact, Mr. Bhatt, how are you looking at this? Do you also believe that there are several wards in Mumbai itself, like Lal Bagh, like Parel, where people in over 25 years, they never voted for a non-Thackeray-led party. But now we are seeing that the trends are coming in. We are seeing the Shinde faction get a lot of votes in these areas as well.
Let me tell you something. I'll further Joyita's talk, a little bit. And I'll say, that Bala Saheb Thackeray's legacy from BMC is totally transformed. See, as long as Bala Saheb Thackeray was alive, and for a short time when Uddhav was with BJP, they ruled Mumbai. And Shiva Sena unified had a stronghold. But now after Bala Saheb Thackeray, you gave the name of the wards, the Lal Bagh or Parel, or what we call the heart of Mumbai. The heart of Mumbai wards, where you find a Shiva Sainik clearly split between the 2 or 3 factions. And I'll tell you, what has happened in this election is, you see Shiva Sena combinedly got 84 seats in 2017-18. If you see by sheer numbers, you will understand. Eknath Shinde got 30. Against that, Uddhav Thackeray also got some seats and Raj Thackeray also got some seats. So ultimately it comes down to the same. But what has happened is there is a split across the line in Shiva Sena's votes. And, you know, if you remember Dashera rallies of Balasaheb Thackeray when he was alive, Balasaheb Thackeray's Dashera rally was something to be witnessed. And now when you see, it looks like a damn squib against that. So that legacy, that belief in people of Mumbai, that as long as Balasaheb Thackeray was there, and as long as BJP was going along with them, things were fine. But now, in this election result, it has been proved very, very clearly that, you know, Balasaheb Thackeray legacy, I will not call it Shiva Sena legacy. I'll call it Balasaheb Thackeray's legacy, because Shiva Sena, everyone wants to call it a Shiva Sena. Eknath Shinde also calls he's a real Shiva Sena. Uddhav Thackeray says mine is a Shiva Sena. MNS fellow Raj Thackeray and his people say that we are the true inheritors of Shiva Sena. Who is the right Shiva Sena? A common man wants to know that and understand that. That's why when you go to places like Lal Bagh and Parel, people were confused. And that's why, you know, people, this Eknath Shinde, even turncoats. I'll tell you something. See, there was a leader of opposition in BMC. I don't remember exactly his name, but his ward was what, 185 or something, and he is lost it. He was a turncoat from Congress to BJP, and people have not voted for him. That is very clear sign. This time around, when actually BMC elections, we generally used to witness maximum of 45 to 50% voting. This time around, we had about 53-54% vote. So it was very, very clear. You know, you might want to call it Gen Z. I'll not call it totally Gen Z. I'll call it a common man of Mumbai, to whom we call Mumbaikar. Mumbaikar has very clearly said that the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray belongs to no one. Balasaheb Thackeray was Balasaheb. Now, it is up to Eknath Shinde to follow on his footsteps and show BMC the way which was done in the past. And that's why, you know, this Congress was going to get decimated. And the other outcome of this election, what I look at is, you know, Congress and Indie factions, Indie, is not going to survive in this part of the country. You see it now in Nagpur, you see it in Pune, you see it in the other places in, you know, on that side, you know, Sangli, Satara and the places. Congress is not doing well. There is a very simple reason. When you hobnob with so many people and when you do a part-time politics, people do not appreciate you. And as far as Raj Thackeray is concerned, let me say one thing. When you threaten people with lungis, that you try and come to Madras and we will show you. And mind you, those people with lungis control about 12-14 wards, and you know what happened then? So I'm just not surprised by this result. When I saw last year's Vidhan Sabha elections and the verdict which the people had given, this was writing on the wall. But this time around, in BMC, for the first time, they've created a history and, you know, turned the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray upside down. Now it remains to be seen, you know, whether with 30 corporators, whether Eknath Shinde gets a mayor or BJP gets a mayor, well, that's another thing. But what I'm saying is, Balasaheb Thackeray was Balasaheb Thackeray. Eknath Shinde or Uddhav Thackeray or Raj Thackeray are not the same people.
Right. In
These
fact,
three combined together.
Right. Let me also get in Mr. Dahiya on this. Mr. Dahiya, do you also believe, because, you know, we heard Sudhanshu over there who was addressing that press conference, he spoke of a Gen Z who has voted for the VB, which is Viksit Bharat. And just before these elections, we saw both the Thackeray brothers come together. They made this emotional appeal. You know, that entire Marathi Manus narrative that they were trying to build, but now we are seeing the results are trickling in. It's completely opposite. We are seeing people vote for development.
Shivani ji, I've been saying this on so many of the debates that, the Gen Z that the opposition keeps on talking about, that Gen Z is usually found with the BJP. Because, BJP talks about development, BJP talks about taking India forward. And what Gen Z hates the most? They hate dynastic politics and corruption the most. And where we saw the maximum number of corruption cases and maximum number of dynastic politic cases, that is in Congress. And who's the biggest symbol of dynastic politics in India? That's Rahul Gandhi. So how can Gen Z stand with someone who is himself a symbol of dynastic politics? And same goes with the Thackeray family as well. And it has been fantastically put by Himanshu Bhattji and Joyita Basuji, and I would build up upon that. Himanshu Saab spoke about that. There is no Bal Thackeray. I would like to go forward and clarify that Bala Sahab Thackeray was so great because he never compromised with his ideology. Uddhav Thackeray could have easily taken it. He inherited such a fantastic legacy from Bala Sahab Thackeray. Such a heavyweight guy in Indian politics he was. He's someone I really look up to. The biggest differentiator between this generation of the Thackerays and Bala Sahab Thackeray is that he never ever compromised with his ideology. There could have been several court cases on him, there could have been several FIRs on him, there could have been the turmoil in the city or the state or the country, but he stuck strongly. He stuck strongly to his ideology, which we are not seeing with Uddhav Thackeray now. What Uddhav Thackeray has done to to get Muslim votes now, he has completely compromised with his ideology. He's being called Mia Bhai over there. Muslims are calling him ki ye Mia Saab to hamare hai. And now when this kind of messaging is done, the core vote bank of Shiv Sena is the Hindutva vote bank. And when Shiv Sainik's I wouldn't even call them Shiv Sainiks. When Uddhav Sena says that the outsiders are not allowed, कि बाकी हिंदू, बाकी देश में से कोई भी महाराष्ट्र में नहीं आ सकता, मुंबई में नहीं आ सकता. When son of Mr. Raj Thackeray gives a statement that if his father becomes the chief minister of Maharashtra, then outsiders will be stopped from getting into Maharashtra and Mumbai. Then what kind of message is it sending? Then you are not catering to your Hindutva vote bank, and Marathis are the biggest torchbearers of Hindutva. Shivaji Maharaj, then the whole dynasty after that, the Maratha Empire, those were the real torchbearers of Hindutva. Then Bala Sahab Thackeray was the torchbearer of Hindutva. And when you leave your ideology, when you leave that legacy, this is the result that you will face. And this is not at all surprising. You speak to any Shiv Sainik, they, like Himanshu Bhattji very rightly had said, that they are not, considering any of the Shiv Senas to be the real legacy of Bala Sahab Thackeray. But in this case, at least,
Mr. Daya, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you, Mr. Daya. In fact, we have some more information. So just a wrap of the entire thing. The counting of votes is underway right now. The BJP, Shiv Sena or the Mahayuti is actually leading in 114 seats, and in Pimpri Chinchwad, if we look at, the BJP is leading in 77 seats, while the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP is ahead in 37 seats only. Meanwhile, the Shiv Sena is leading in 10 seats. MNS and Sharad Pawar's NCP are leading in 1 seat each. Let me in fact go across to my colleague Shahid Ansari, who is joining us live from Mumbai. Shahid, मुंबई में अब कैसा हाल है? बीएमसी में हम देख रहे हैं जो अर्ली रिजल्ट्स और ट्रेंड्स आ रहे हैं, उसमें बीजेपी सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी है और जो महायुति है उसने कंफर्टेबली जो हाफ वे मार्क है वो क्रॉस कर लिया है.
जी बिल्कुल, इस वक्त मैं मुंबई के बैतला इलाके में काउंटिंग सेंटर के बाहर मौजूद हूँ और आपको बता दें कि जिस तरह से जो रिजल्ट अभी आ रहे हैं और अब तक के जो रिजल्ट आए हैं उस रिजल्ट सकते हैं जो है वो उन्होंने दर्ज करा है. तेजस्वी घोषणा
Right, and in fact, I think there is some connection issues with my colleague over there. But let me in fact go to Joyita ma'am on you know, what exactly we are seeing right now, the early trends, like we have been mentioning, BJP everywhere, homogeneous win, in fact in the BMC, which has one of the largest, when we look at its budget as well, it's one of the richest corporations, and now we have the BJP leading it, ma'am. We will in fact, even Sudhanshu ji spoke about it during his press conference, we might look at a very different Mumbai, or developed Mumbai. You were also speaking about how it's going to entirely change from a Sena bastion to now being BJP led.
Well, the very fact that the BJP has won in areas which were Sena bastions, as you mentioned while you were speaking, so that itself shows that, you know, people are reposing a lot of faith in the BJP, apart from the fact that the loss of trust, you know, loss of trust, complete trust that Uddhav Thackeray has lost. And of course, Raj Thackeray. You know, I mean, in spite of all that fulmination and all that muscle flexing, it showed that, you know, when even with the Thackeray cousins coming together, they could not save their bastion. That itself shows the language of governance has changed. In terms of, it is no longer, you cannot just invoke your Marathi Asmita and your lineage and your history and your legacy, and the fact that you belong to a particular family. People will be loyal to all that up to a point, but when it actually comes to delivery, and this we are talking about delivery on the ground, you know, whether the drain has been swept, whether there is water logging or not, whether the traffic signal works or not. So when it comes to delivery, the Shiv Sena has failed spectacularly according to voters. They have given them a, you know, a very long rope for a very long time, and even earlier we have seen that BJP and Shiv Sena, when they were in alliance, BJP and Shiv Sena, they were kind of coming neck to neck, and in spite of sometimes the Shiv Sena falling short, they had wanted the mayor's position. So you see, finally people decided enough is enough. Now let us give the other side a chance. So automatically, obviously, what it means is that the BJP will have to work very hard now.
Absolutely. In fact, Mr. Bhatt, do you also believe that all right, before I come to you, I believe my colleague has fixed his connection. Shahid, आप हमसे बता रहे थे जो ग्राउंड सिचुएशन है भाईकला में है वहाँ पर जी
बेहतर रहा है और भाई बात सब यहाँ मौजूद है और यहाँ पे आप भीड़ देखकर अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं सुबह से यहाँ इकट्ठा हो गया उसके साथ साथ आपको मैं अब तक की अगर मैं बात बताऊं जो इनके काम करता है जो बीजेपी के जो लोग हैं अब तक मैंने आपको बताया ये जो लोग हैं इनके
all right, there seems to still be an issue with the audio line over there, but let me in fact now rope in Mr. Bhatt on this. So we were talking about how the BMC is going to look like. It's going to be a completely revamped BMC, the standing committee body over there as well, which is what matters. Do you believe Congress has some seats over there? Do you believe Congress will be able to in fact make sure or make its presence felt in the BMC?
I don't think so. Congress will be able to make any type of presence. And I'll be surprised that if a few of them, 10, 15 of them win, and few of them, majority of them want to change sides and go somewhere else. I'll not be surprised. But then, when it comes to BMC, what happens is, under Shiva Sena's rule, whether be it Uddhav Shiva Sena or Shinde Shiva Sena, what had happened was certain parts of Mumbai, and when I'm saying certain parts, I do not mean to say a particular area. I mean to say that across Mumbai, there are certain parts like entryway of Mahanagar Mumbai. From this side, from Gujarat, from that side, from parts of Maharashtra, you will find the roads not being good. And people's expectation from a municipal body is such that they want things right. It's something like, you are the financial capital of the country, and when you are entering into the city, it will take you 15 minutes more because of the bad road conditions. How long will people tolerate that? Similarly, the roads being, cut off from places to places for the further development. Because that development was hampered by the change of governments in certain places. When Uddhav's reign came, he stopped all the projects that were running before. As a result, Mumbaikar had to spend lot of obstacles and lot of hardships in his 2.5 years. And people have not forgotten that. People do remember. See, for a common man, what is his basic requirements? His basic requirements is commuting is nice, and which is doing well with Mumbai, with the suburban trains and metros and things like that. Similarly, he wants the roads which are good enough if he drives his vehicle. He wants things to be in order. But if you are going to always have a gang of goons sitting in front of you on your head, how are you going to work? How are you going to function? And sorry to say, I have lived in Mumbai and I have seen this happening. But when Balasaheb Thackeray was alive, a Shiva Sainik never harmed a common man, which was not the case after his demise. Uddhav Sena and MNS did so many things which were not in order. And when you threaten someone that if you come here, I'll break your leg, they don't understand the repercussions of that. Because of that, 10 more people go against you. And that is what exactly seemed to be happening in Mahanagar Mumbai. When you talk so much about Maharashtrian Asmita, Marathi Asmita, fine, who says no? But that does not mean that you trample on everyone else. And when that happens, everyone else comes up and rises against you, bringing you down. This is what is exactly happening. And you will see a definite change in BMC if BJP wants to return to power in BMC again after 5 years. If they don't do it, well, people will have a choice.
Absolutely. In fact, sir, when we talk about representation, when we talk about development that you have been mentioning, we are seeing a lot of independent candidates also get a lot of wins in the early trends that are coming in, and as compared to 2017, which we saw right now, others are leading at 17 seats. So how do you look at that as well? People are clearly saying that they will favor development despite your political affiliations, or in spite of it.
Yeah, I'll tell you, despite political affiliation, out of this 17, more than half will be someone or other parties, neglected candidates. At times what happens is, I know places, I know people who had started canvassing for their corporatorship 2 months before the party announced the official candidate. So when the party officially announced someone else's name, what does that person do? That person generally goes independent. He first tries to go to the opposition party. After that, if he sees he's not going to get it over there, then he stands as a single candidate. And if he's good enough, if he's known in his area, if he's done some tangible work in his area, what happens is he generally wins. And these are the people, basically generally what happens is, these are the people who are dissatisfied elements of political parties. Some of them are definitely that.
I apologize for interrupting you over there, sir, but unfortunately we've run out of time and we're wrapping up this bulletin and slipping into a short commercial.
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इसे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया।
चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें
अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH।
माघ मेले की भव्यता और पवित्रता का एक बार फिर विश्व देखेगा नया स्वरूप। करोड़ों श्रद्धालुओं के लिए परंपराएं वही और सुविधाएं नई, जहां पग पग पर आस्था और दिव्यता की मिलेगी अनुभूति। जब संगम की रेती पर संत महात्माओं की होगी उपस्थिति, 6 पावन पर्व स्नानों में अखाड़ों के संतों का समागम, पूरे विश्व में माघ मेले की महानता का होगा वर्णन। यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के नेतृत्व में माघ मेला 2026 आस्था की लहराती पताका, विकास की नई गाथा, काम दमदार, डबल इंजन सरकार।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
वो आपका कॉन्फिडेंस और आपके एम्बिशंस, ये मुझे ज्यादा इंप्रेसिव लगे। आज से 10 साल पहले विज्ञान भवन में एक 500-700 नौजवानों के बीच में इस कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की थी। रितेश यहां बैठे हैं, तब उनकी शुरुआत थी और उस समय स्टार्टअप की दुनिया में जो नए नए लोग आ रहे थे उनके अनुभव में सुन रहा था। और मुझे याद है कि एक बेटी जो कॉरपोरेट वर्ल्ड में अपनी नौकरी छोड़ के स्टार्टअप की ओर जा रही थी, तो नौकरी छोड़ के वो कोलकाता अपने माँ से मिलने गई और माँ से कहा कि मैंने नौकरी छोड़ दी है। तो मैंने कहा क्यों? ये सब उसने उस दिन सुनाया था विज्ञान भवन में। तो उसने कहा नहीं, बस अब तो मैं स्टार्टअप करना चाहती हूँ। तो उसके माँ ने जो उसको कहा वो उसने सुनाया था। उसने कहा सर्वनाश, ये तुम बर्बादी के रास्ते पर क्यों जा रही हो? स्टार्टअप के संबंध में ये सोच हमारे देश में थी और आज हम कहां से कहां पहुंच गए हैं। विज्ञान भवन से आज भारत मंडपम में जगह नहीं है। और मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मुझे इस एक सप्ताह में ही देश के नौजवानों से दूसरी बार मिलने का मौका मिल रहा है। अभी 12 जनवरी को युवा दिवस पर मैं देश भर से आए हुए करीब 3000 युवकों से 2-2.5 घंटे तक उनको सुनता रहा था, उनके साथ बैठा था। और आज मुझे आप सबको सुनने का और मेरे देश के नौजवानों को उनकी शक्ति के दर्शन करने का मुझे सौभाग्य मिला है। साथियों, सबसे अहम बात यह है कि भारत के युवाओं का फोकस रियल प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने पर है। हमारे वो यंग इनोवेटर्स जिन्होंने नए सपने देखने का साहस दिखाया, मैं उन सभी की बहुत बहुत सराहना करता हूं। साथियों, आज हम स्टार्टअप इंडिया के 10 साल पूरे होने का माइलस्टोन सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं। 10 साल की ये जर्नी सिर्फ एक सरकारी स्कीम की सक्सेस स्टोरी नहीं है, ये आप जैसे हजारों लाखों सपनों की जर्नी है। ये कितनी ही कल्पनाओं के साकार होने की यात्रा है। आप याद करिए, 10 साल पहले हालत क्या थे। इंडिविजुअल एफर्ट्स और इनोवेशन के लिए बहुत गुंजाइश ही नहीं थी। हमने उन परिस्थितियों को चैलेंज किया, हमने स्टार्टअप इंडिया प्रोग्राम लॉन्च किया, हमने युवाओं को खुला आसमान दिया और आज नतीजा हमारे सामने है। सिर्फ 10 साल में स्टार्टअप इंडिया मिशन एक रिवॉल्यूशन बन चुका है। भारत आज दुनिया का 3rd लार्जेस्ट स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम है। 10 साल पहले देश में 500 से भी कम स्टार्टअप्स थे। आज ये संख्या बढ़कर 2 लाख से ज्यादा है। 2014 में भारत में सिर्फ 4 यूनिकॉर्न थे। आज भारत में करीब 125 एक्टिव यूनिकॉर्न है। दुनिया भी आज इस सक्सेस स्टोरी को हैरानी से देख रही है। आने वाले समय में जब भारत की स्टार्टअप जर्नी की बात होगी तो यहां इस हॉल में बैठे कितने ही युवा खुद में एक ब्राइट केस स्टडी बनने वाले हैं। और साथियों, मुझे ये देखकर और भी अच्छा लगता है कि स्टार्टअप इंडिया का मोमेंटम लगातार तेज हो रहा है। आज के स्टार्टअप यूनिकॉर्न बन रहे हैं, यूनिकॉर्न अपने आईपीओ लॉन्च कर रहे हैं, ज्यादा से ज्यादा जॉब क्रिएट कर रहे हैं। पिछले ही साल यानी 2025 में करीब 44,000 और नए स्टार्टअप रजिस्टर हुए हैं। ये स्टार्टअप इंडिया की शुरुआत के बाद किसी एक साल के सबसे बड़ा जंप है। ये आंकड़े इस बात के गवाह है कि हमारे स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम इनोवेशन और ग्रोथ को किस तरह ड्राइव कर रहे हैं। साथियों, मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि स्टार्टअप इंडिया ने देश में एक नए कल्चर को जन्म दिया है। पहले नया बिजनेस और नया वेंचर केवल बड़े बड़े घरानों के बच्चे ही लेकर आते थे, क्योंकि उन्हें ही आसानी से फंडिंग मिलती थी, सपोर्ट मिलता था। मिडिल क्लास और गरीब के ज्यादातर बच्चे केवल नौकरी का सपना देख पाते थे। लेकिन स्टार्टअप इंडिया प्रोग्राम ने इस सोच को बदल दिया। अब टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों के, यहां तक कि गांवों के युवा अपने स्टार्टअप खोल रहे हैं, और यही युवा आज सबसे ज्यादा जमीनी समस्याओं का समाधान देने की लगातार कोशिश कर रहे हैं। समाज और देश के लिए कुछ करने का ये जज्बा मेरे लिए इस भावना का, इस स्पिरिट का बहुत महत्व है। साथियों, इस बदलाव में एक बड़ी भूमिका देश की बेटियों की रही है। आज 45% से ज्यादा रिकॉग्नाइज्ड स्टार्टअप में कम से कम एक महिला डायरेक्टर या पार्टनर है। विमेन लेड स्टार्टअप फंडिंग के मामले में भारत दुनिया का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा इकोसिस्टम बन चुका है। स्टार्टअप्स का ये इंक्लूसिव मोमेंटम भारत के सामर्थ्य को और बढ़ा रहा है। साथियों, आज देश स्टार्टअप रिवॉल्यूशन में अपना भविष्य देख रहा है। अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं कि स्टार्टअप इतने मायने क्यों रखते हैं, तो शायद आप सबके अलग अलग जवाब होंगे। कोई कहेगा भारत दुनिया का सबसे युवा देश है, इसलिए स्टार्टअप्स के लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं। किसी का उत्तर होगा भारत दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से ग्रो कर रही मेजर इकोनॉमी है, इसलिए स्टार्टअप्स के लिए नए अवसर हैं। कोई कहेगा आज देश वर्ल्ड क्लास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना रहा है, भारत में नए नए सेक्टर्स उभर रहे हैं, इसलिए स्टार्टअप सिस्टम भी आगे बढ़ रहा है। ये सारे जवाब, ये सारे तथ्य सही है, लेकिन एक बात जो मेरे दिल को छूती है वो है स्टार्टअप स्पिरिट। मेरा देश का नौजवान आज कंफर्ट जोन में अपनी जिंदगी गुजारने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। उसे घिसी पीटी लीक पर चलना मंजूर नहीं है। वो अपने लिए नए रास्ते खुद बनाना चाहता है, क्योंकि उसे नई मंजिलें चाहिए, नए मुकाम चाहिए। और साथियों, नई मंजिलें मिलती कैसे हैं? उसके लिए हमें परिश्रम की पराकाष्ठा करके दिखानी होती है। और इसलिए हमारे यहां कहा जाता है, उद्यमेन ही सिद्ध्यन्ति कार्याणि न मनोरथै। अर्थात कार्य उद्यम से सिद्ध होते हैं, केवल मनोरथ करने से नहीं होता। और उद्यम के लिए पहली शर्त है साहस। आप सब ने यहां तक पहुंचने के लिए कितना साहस किया होगा, कितना कुछ दांव पर लगाया होगा। पहले देश में रिस्क टेकिंग को डिस्करेज किया जाता था, लेकिन आज रिस्क टेकिंग मेन स्ट्रीम बन गया है। मंथली सैलरी से आगे सोचने वाले को अब केवल एक्सेप्ट ही नहीं, लेकिन अब उसे रिस्पेक्ट किया जाता है। जिन रिस्क टेकिंग आइडियाज को पहले लोग फ्रिंज मानते थे, वो अब फैशन बन रहा है। साथियों, रिस्क टेकिंग पर मैं खास तौर जोर देता रहा हूं, क्योंकि ये मेरी भी पुरानी आदत है। जो काम कोई करने के लिए तैयार नहीं होता, ऐसे काम जो दशकों से पहले की सरकारों ने नहीं छुए, क्योंकि उनमें चुनाव हारने का, कुर्सी जाने का डर था। जिन कामों के लिए लोग आकर कहते थे ये बहुत पॉलिटिकल रिस्क है, मैं उन कार्यों को अपना दायित्व समझकर जरूर करता हूं। आपकी तरह ही मेरा भी मानना है, जो काम देश के लिए जरूरी है, वो किसी न किसी को तो करना ही होगा, किसी को तो रिस्क लेना ही होगा। नुकसान होगा तो मेरा होगा, लेकिन अगर फायदा होगा तो मेरे देश के करोड़ों परिवारों को फायदा होगा। साथियों, पिछले 10 वर्षों में देश में एक ऐसा इकोसिस्टम तैयार हुआ है जो इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देता है। हमने स्कूलों में अटल टिंकरिंग लैब बनाई ताकि वहां बच्चों में इनोवेशन की प्रवृत्ति बने। हमने हैकेथॉन शुरू किए ताकि हमारे युवा देश की समस्याओं के समाधान दे सके। हमने इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स बनाए ताकि संसाधनों की कमी से आइडियाज की डेथ न हो। साथियों, एक समय में कॉम्प्लेक्स कंप्लायंसेस, लंबी अप्रूवल साइकिल्स और इंस्पेक्टर राज का डर, ये इनोवेशन की सबसे बड़े रुकावट थे। इसलिए हमने ट्रस्ट और ट्रांसपेरेंसी का माहौल बनाया। जन विश्वास एक्ट के तहत 180 से ज्यादा प्रोविजंस को डीक्रिमिनलाइज किया गया है। हमने आपका समय बचाया ताकि आप इनोवेशन पर फोकस कर सकें। आपका समय लिटिगेशन में बर्बाद न हो। खास तौर पर स्टार्टअप्स के लिए कई लॉज में सेल्फ सर्टिफिकेशन की सुविधा दी गई। मर्जर और एग्जिट को आसान बनाया गया। साथियों, स्टार्टअप इंडिया केवल एक स्कीम नहीं, बल्कि एक रेनबो विजन है। ये अलग अलग सेक्टर्स को नई अपॉर्चुनिटीज से जोड़ने का जरिया है। आप देखिए, डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, पहले क्या स्टार्टअप एस्टैब्लिश प्लेयर्स के साथ कंपटीशन की कल्पना भी कर सकते थे क्या? आईडेक्स के जरिए हमने स्ट्रेटेजिक सेक्टर्स में स्टार्टअप्स के लिए प्रोक्योरमेंट के नए रास्ते खोले। स्पेस सेक्टर, जो पहले पूरी तरह प्राइवेट पार्टिसिपेशन के लिए बंद था, उसे भी अब ओपन कर दिया गया है। आज लगभग 200 स्टार्टअप्स स्पेस सेक्टर में काम कर रहे हैं। इन्हें ग्लोबल मान्यता भी मिल रही है। इसी तरह ड्रोन सेक्टर को देखिए, सालों तक इनेबलिंग फ्रेमवर्क के अभाव के कारण भारत काफी पीछे छूट गया। हमने आउटडेटेड रूल्स हटाए, इनोवेटर्स पर भरोसा किया। साथियों, पब्लिक प्रोक्योरमेंट हमने जेम यानी गवर्नमेंट ई मार्केट प्लेस के जरिए मार्केट एक्सेस को बढ़ाया है। आज करीब 35,000 स्टार्टअप्स और स्मॉल बिजनेसेस जेम पर ऑनबोर्डेड हैं। इन्हें करीब 50,000 करोड़ के लगभग 5 लाख ऑर्डर्स मिले हैं। एक तरह से स्टार्टअप अपनी सक्सेस से हर सेक्टर के लिए नए ग्रोथ एवेन्यू खोल रहे हैं। साथियों, हम सभी जानते हैं कैपिटल के बिना सबसे अच्छे आइडियाज भी मार्केट तक नहीं पहुंच पाते। इसलिए हमने इनोवेटर्स के लिए फाइनेंस तक पहुंच सुनिश्चित कर उस पर भी फोकस किया है। फंड ऑफ फंड्स फॉर स्टार्टअप्स के जरिए 25,000 करोड़ से अधिक का इन्वेस्टमेंट किया गया है। हमने 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए की रिसर्च डेवलपमेंट एंड इनोवेशन स्कीम शुरू की है। जो सनराइज सेक्टर्स हैं, उनमें लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टमेंट को सपोर्ट करने के लिए डीप टेक फंड ऑफ फंड्स भी बनाया गया है। साथियों, अब हमें भविष्य के लिए तैयार होना होगा। हमें नए आइडियाज पर काम करने की जरूरत है। आज कई ऐसे डोमेन्स उभर रहे हैं जो कल देश में इकोनॉमिक सिक्योरिटी और स्ट्रेटेजिक ऑटोनॉमी में अहम रोल निभाएंगे। एआई का उदाहरण हमारे सामने है। जो राष्ट्र एआई रिवॉल्यूशन में जितना आगे होगा, उसके पास उतना ही एडवांटेज होगा। भारत के लिए ये काम हमारे स्टार्टअप्स को करना है। और आप सबको मालूम होगा, फरवरी में एआई की ग्लोबल कॉन्फ्रेंस हमारे यहाँ हो रही है। एआई इंपैक्ट समिट हो रही है। वो आप सबके लिए भी बड़ा अवसर है। और मैं जानता हूं इस काम में हाई कंप्यूटिंग कॉस्ट जैसे कितने चैलेंजेस हैं। इंडिया एआई मिशन के जरिए हम इनके सॉल्यूशंस दे रहे हैं। हमने 38,000 से अधिक जीपीयूज ऑन बोर्ड किए हैं। हमारा प्रयास है कि बिग टेक्नोलॉजी स्मॉल स्टार्टअप्स के लिए भी आसानी से उपलब्ध हो। हम ये भी सुनिश्चित कर रहे हैं कि इंडिजीनियस एआई भारतीय प्रतिभाओं द्वारा भारतीय सर्वर्स पर ही तैयार हो। इसी तरह के प्रयास सेमीकंडक्टर्स, डेटा सेंटर्स, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन और कई अन्य सेक्टर्स में भी किए जा रहे हैं। साथियों, जैसे जैसे हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, हमारी एम्बिशन सिर्फ पार्टनरशिप की नहीं रहनी चाहिए। हमें ग्लोबल लीडरशिप का लक्ष्य रखना होगा। आप नए आइडियाज पर काम करें, प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व करें। बीते दशकों में हमने डिजिटल स्टार्टअप में, सर्विस सेक्टर में काफी शानदार काम किया है। अब समय है कि हमारे स्टार्टअप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर ज्यादा ध्यान दें। हमें नए प्रोडक्ट्स बनाने होंगे। हमें दुनिया के बेस्ट क्वालिटी के प्रोडक्ट्स बनाने होंगे। टेक्नोलॉजी में भी यूनिक आइडियाज पर काम करके लीड लेनी होगी। भविष्य इसी का है। मैं आपको भरोसा देता हूं, आपके हर प्रयास में सरकार आपके साथ खड़ी है। मुझे आपकी क्षमता पर गहरा विश्वास है। आपके करेज, कॉन्फिडेंस और इनोवेशन से भारत का भविष्य शेप ले रहा है। पिछले 10 वर्षों ने देश की क्षमताओं को साबित किया है। हमारा लक्ष्य होना चाहिए आने वाले 10 वर्षों में भारत नए स्टार्टअप ट्रेंड्स और टेक्नोलॉजी में दुनिया का नेतृत्व करे। मैं एक बार फिर आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
इसको तो फुटबॉल खेलना भी आ गया और इसे तो पियानो बजाने भी आ गया। चंद्रयान भी उतर गया चांद पर हमें अब तक टेस्टी राजमा बनाना नहीं आया।
बिना MDH राजमा मसाला के टेस्टी राजमा कैसे बनेगा?
स्वादिष्ट राजमा के लिए MDH राजमा मसाला।
क्या स्वादिष्ट राजमा बनाए?
MDH।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज Newsx का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
कसूरी मेथी लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
स्वाद और सुगंध इसकी
लाजवाब है, लाजवाब है।
अगर MDH कसूरी मेथी नहीं डाला
तो खाली हाथ मलते रह जाओगे।
एक एक पत्ता हाथ से चुना, स्वाद और सुगंध जगाए कई गुना।
Very good afternoon. You're watching Newsx and I'm Shivani Singh. We're looking at the top headlines at this hour. The counting of votes is underway for the BMC elections and the spotlight is on Mumbai. BJP leads with over 98 seats. Mahayuti goes past the halfway mark. The BJP-led Mahayuti alliance leads in Pune and Pimpri-Chinchwad local polls, a bastion of the Pawars. BJP also leads in Nagpur and Amravati. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi accuses the Election Commission of gaslighting citizens after claims surfaced that marker pens were used to ink voters' fingers during the BMC polls. The Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau defends summoning Captain Varun Anand, nephew of late Captain Sumit Sabrawal in the Air India Flight 171 crash probe, rejecting objections from the FIP. Security officials conduct massive searches across the international border area in Jammu and Kashmir's Samba after suspected drone sighting. Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado actually presents her Nobel Peace Prize to US President Donald Trump. Trump calls it a wonderful gesture of mutual respect. Ahead of the UNSC session, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi urges the United Nations to formally condemn what Tehran describes as illegal US interventions in Iran. So, major news coming in with regards to the Maharashtra local body polls. According to the BMC, BJP is leading on 36 seats, Shiv Sena UBT on 31, Shinde Shiv Sena on 12, Congress on 12 and AIMM on 6 and MNS on 2. Joining us on the broadcast is my colleague Shahid Ansari with more on this. Shahid, हम देख रहे हैं कि जो लेटेस्ट ट्रेंड्स आ रहे हैं उसमें बीजेपी लीड कर रही है 35 सीटों पे। ये बीएमसी के नंबर्स जो आ रहे हैं, शिवसेना यूबीटी 31 पे है और शिंदे शिवसेना 12 सीटों पे है।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए जो एक अस्तित्व की लड़ाई थी वो लड़ाई का जो रिजल्ट रहा है, हालांकि पहले भी कल की अगर हम बात करें एग्जिट पोल के मुताबिक तो आज जो है बीजेपी जो है पूरी तरह से आगे नजर आ रही है। हालांकि अब तक की बात करें तो अभी भी चुनाव कई जगहों पर रिजल्ट आने बाकी है, जबकि बीजेपी ऑफिस पर जो है जश्न का जो है पूरा इंतजाम किया गया है। यहाँ पे बीजेपी के छोटे और बड़े लीडर सब इकट्ठा हो रहे हैं। आपको बता दें कि पूरे महाराष्ट्र में जो है बीजेपी ने अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया है और ये पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है कि जो बीजेपी ने जो है शिवसेना यानी उद्धव ग्रुप को छोड़कर अकेले जो है और वो शिंदे ग्रुप के साथ जो है उन्होंने वो चुनावी मैदान में अपनी किस्मत आजमाई है। सिर्फ मुंबई ही नहीं बल्कि राज्य के अलग अलग शहरों में बीजेपी का बेहतर परफॉर्मेंस रहा है। और अगर हम देखें एग्जिट पोल के मुताबिक तो एक तरह से बीजेपी जो है जिस एग्जिट पोल को शाम में जो एग्जिट पोल के जो नतीजे सामने आए थे उसमें बीजेपी को जो है 130 से ज्यादा सीटें के जो है ऐलान किया गया था। और तकरीबन वो चीजें जो है एक हद तक सही होते दिखाई दे रहे हैं कि बीजेपी अभी भी जो है उनका प्रदर्शन बेहतर है और अभी भी जो है वो आगे चल रही है। जी
शाहिद हमारे साथ बने रहे। वी हैव सम मोर इनपुट्स ऑन द स्टोरी। श्रीकांत Parangkar, accused in the 2017 murder of journalist Gauri Lankesh, has won the Jalna Municipal Corporation elections as an independent candidate. Celebrating his victory with supporters after winning, he contested from Ward 13, facing opponents from the BJP and several other parties. तो शाहिद, जब हम जालना म्यूनसिपल कॉरपोरेशन की तरफ नज़र कर रहे हैं तो वहाँ पर हम इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट जो कि गौरी लंकेश के मर्डर में एक अक्यूज्ड हैं मिस्टर श्रीकांत परंगकर, उनके बारे में देख रहे हैं, वो भी अपनी जीत जाहिर कर रहे हैं।
जी, गौरी लंकेश हत्याकांड के आरोपी श्रीकांत पांगारकर जो है 15 जनवरी को यानी कि कल के जो होने वाले चुनाव थे, इस चुनाव में भी जो है वो निर्दलीय उम्मीदवार के तौर पर खड़ा हुआ था। पांगारकर जो है हाल ही में उसे गौरी लंकेश मामले में जमानत मिली थी। गौरी लंकेश को जो है 5 सितंबर 2017 को कर्नाटक के बेंगलुरु में उनके घर के बाहर गोली मार दी गई थी, जिसके बाद श्रीकांत ने जो है 2017 में श्रीकांत को उसके बाद की कार्रवाई के बाद गिरफ्तार किया गया था। गौरी लंकेश जो है उस सनसनी खेज मर्डर में आरोपी जो है महाराष्ट्र में इस चुनाव में जो है उसने अपनी किस्मत आजमानी चाहिए और वो जो है ये वार्ड नंबर 13 से निर्दलीय उम्मीदवार के तौर पर खड़ा हुआ और पांगारकर के मुकाबले में बीजेपी कई दूसरी पार्टियों के उम्मीदवार भी चुनाव लड़ रहे थे। हालांकि एकनाथ शिंदे के नेतृत्व वाली शिवसेना ने अपना उम्मीदवार नहीं उतारा था, जिसकी वजह से पांगारकर शिवसेना में शामिल हुए थे 2024 में। इससे पहले की बात अगर करें तो हालांकि विरोध के बाद शिंदे ने पार्टी से जो है उसे बाहर भी कर दिया था। गौरी लंकेश को जो है 5 सितंबर 2017 को कर्नाटक के बेंगलुरु में उनके घर के बाहर गोली मारकर उनकी हत्या की गई थी। जी
धन्यवाद शाहिद आपका। We are turning our attention now towards some news that's coming in from the courtrooms. The Supreme Court of India has dismissed the writ petition filed by Justice Yashwant Verma of the Allahabad High Court challenging the Lok Sabha Speaker's decision to form an inquiry committee as per the Judges Inquiry Act 1968 in the impeachment motion moved against him in relation to the discovery of unaccounted cash at his official residence. A bench comprising Justice Dipankar Datta and Justice Satish Chandra Sharma pronounced the judgment. The judgment was reserved on January 8th after hearing senior advocate Mukul Rohtogi for Verma and Solicitor General of India Tushar Mehta for the Lok Sabha Secretariat. Joining us live on the broadcast is my colleague Sambhav Sharma with more on this. Sambhav, we are hearing that the Supreme Court of India has dismissed the writ petition that was filed by Justice Yashwant Verma. Could you take us through the details of what it was and why it was actually dismissed?
Well, in a latest development from the Supreme Court in the Justice Yashwant Verma case, where Justice Yashwant Verma has challenged the constituting a three-member panel by the Lok Sabha Speaker. That particular petition has been dismissed by the Supreme Court two-judge bench of Justice Dipankar Datta and Justice Satish Chand Sharma of the Supreme Court. The two-judge bench earlier heard the arguments, as you rightly pointed out, of the senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi, who appeared for Justice Yashwant Verma, and Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, who appeared for Lok Sabha Secretariat. The bone of contention, the question raised by Justice Yashwant Verma was in his petition, where he challenged the role of Lok Sabha Speaker in constituting this three-member committee probe panel under the Judges Enquiry Act 1968 to probe into the allegations of the cash haul allegedly found at Justice Yashwant Verma's residence while he was the judge of the Delhi High Court. Later on, he was transferred to Allahabad High Court. Now he is the sitting judge of the Allahabad High Court, and this three-member panel was constituted by Lok Sabha Speaker. This particular issue was challenged by Justice Yashwant Verma in the Supreme Court. After detailed argument, Supreme Court earlier reserved the judgment. Later on today, the Supreme Court has passed this judgment dismissing Justice Yashwant Verma's petition. And the main point raised in the petition was that despite impeachment notices being moved by the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha on the same day, the Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla proceeded to constitute the committee on his own without awaiting the Rajya Sabha chairperson's decision on the admission of the motion or holding the mandatory joint consultation as prescribed by law, and under which is contrary to Section 3, Clause 2 of the Judges Enquiry Act 1968. So this was the petition in the Supreme Court, where Senior Advocate Mukul Rohatgi, appearing for Justice Yashwant Verma, made certain arguments as to why this three-member panel must not be constituted just by the Lok Sabha only. It should also be consulted with the Rajya Sabha and everything. So these were the arguments made by Mukul Rohatgi. On the other hand, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta made arguments for Lok Sabha Secretariat and said that why this panel should move forward, and there's inquiry or probe into the allegation should happen. Later on, after detailed argument, Supreme Court earlier reserved the judgment on 8th of January, and today Supreme Court has dismissed. So it's a setback for Justice Yashwant Verma from the Supreme Court. As now it's a go ahead for this three-member panel to probe into the allegations.
Right. All right. Thank you so much, Samba, for all those inputs on that story. We are turning our attention now towards some other news that's coming in. The Judicial First Class Magistrate Court of Tiruvalla on January 16th reserved its verdict in the bail application preferred by Palakkad MLA Rahul Mamkutathil, who is charged with rape. Arundhati Dilip held the proceedings in camera, allowing an application preferred by Mamkutathil requesting for the same. After hearing the plea, the magistrate reserved its verdict, and the order is likely to be pronounced tomorrow. Joining us live on the broadcast is my colleague Belly Thomas with more on this. So Belly, when we are looking at this case, we are seeing that the JMFC First Class of Tiruvalla has in fact reserved its verdict in this bail application that was preferred by the Palakkad MLA. Could you take us through the details of that, please?
Absolutely, Shivani. So the Judicial First Class Magistrate of the Tiruvalla Court has reserved its verdict for the bail application submitted by the expelled MLA Rahul Mamkutathil in the third rape case registered against him in Pathanamthitta. And now what we gather to know is that it was an in-camera proceedings that went on, and the counsel for Rahul Mamkutathil had submitted a bail petition for the third rape case. For the first two rape case, he had obtained bail, and now he has obtained bail for the third. He has submitted the petition for bail petition for the third rape case registered against him by a woman from Canada who alleged that she had been sexually assaulted, and even there was a forced, coerced abortion that she had to undergo, along with other offences that the expelled MLA committed with her. So she had initially written a complaint to the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, whom later forwarded that complaint to the DGP of Kerala, and who in turn forwarded that complaint to the DYSP, Poongudali, who has been investigating into the previous two rape cases of Rahul Mamkutatil, and this is the third rape case, and he has been taken to 3-day custody from Tuesday to Thursday, police custody of Pathanamthitta, and the police have been questioning him, and then he was sent to judicial custody. He has to remain in judicial custody until January 16th, and he has submitted his bail petition now, which has come up for hearing, where the verdict has been reserved by the Judicial First Class Magistrate.
Right, Belly, you also mentioned that Thursday is the last day for the custody, and tomorrow we might see a verdict on an extension, or a denial of extension on that front as well. Do we see that?
Absolutely, Shivani. So this is what the sources are saying, that his judicial custody would be extended, as the police might be asking for further custody, because this is a person who has accused this expelled MLA of sexual assault and coerced abortion, and this is the third time. And she had been, writing her complaints from Canada, for which the police have to obtain evidence against this, evidence against this expelled MLA from the places what she has mentioned in her complaint. So this would take much more time, is what we are given to understand by the sources. But however, the verdict that would be possibly tomorrow would decide the fate of expelled MLA Rahul Mamkutatil.
All right. Thank you so much, Belly, for all those updates. We are moving on now to some other stories. According to the IMF spokesperson, Julie Kozak, the International Monetary Fund views India's economic performance as strong and resilient. Kozak has said that the country remains a key growth engine for the global economy. Speaking at a media briefing on January 15th, Kozak said that the IMF may revise its growth forecast for India upwards in the near term. Kozak also noted that the latest economic data from India has come in stronger than expected, reinforcing the country's role as a major driver of global growth. Let's in fact listen into what the IMF spokesperson has said.
What we have seen in India is that India is a key growth engine for the world. India's growth in 2025, when we did our Article 4 staff report, we had estimated growth for fiscal year 25-26 at 6.6%, which is based on strong consumption growth. What we have seen since then is that the third quarter growth in India came out stronger than expected, and that puts some, that makes it likely that we will be upgrading our forecast going forward. So, and we have our January WEO update coming in the next few days, so we will have a revised growth number for India at that time. But I think the bottom line for us on India is that it has been a key driver of global growth, and growth has been quite robust.
Dr. Sharad Kohli, senior economist, is in fact joining us on the broadcast to help us understand what this means for India. Dr. Kohli, a very good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for your time. So when we are looking at the IMF, the spokesperson over here has said that they might be looking at revising that growth forecast that they had done for India. The economic data that has come in Q3 from India has been very strong, stronger than expected. So how do you look at these statements, sir?
Good afternoon, Shivani, to you and Newsx viewers. I think it's a matter of pride for every Indian for those kind of remarks, and I would call them compliments coming from IMF. We saw a similar kind of compliment coming from World Bank a couple of days ago. I think this speaks volumes about the efforts made by the government of India over the last decade, or probably a little bit more than a decade, in carrying out various reforms. And with India becoming the fourth largest economy, with India crossing 4.18 trillion mark in terms of the total GDP, I think it categorically converts and takes India in the next league of nations, even though India may not be contributing a substantial part of the global GDP, which today stands at $110 trillion. But then India serves as a growth engine, as is being remarked by the IMF official, that India is driving the world growth. It is pertinent to note here that the world is growing at this point of time at merely 2.5%. And some of the most developed economies, or shall I say so-called developed economies, they are barely growing. In fact, a lot of them are in recession. So in that scenario, India growing 3 times the rate of the global GDP is a very, very remarkable achievement. And I think take all economic parameters, Shivani. We take our purchase managers index, we take our forex reserves, we take our tax collections. Whichever way you want to count, I mean, it is indicative. It is not that the country is bereft of any economic problems, but when you read these numbers, you read them in overall perspective. I think India is a matter of envy for anyone across the world. In fact, I would like to put it on a different note here, that a lot of strictures being passed against India, or a lot of partisan kind of policies being done against India, is somewhat coming out of envy from some of the Western powers. I don't want to name anyone in here. But I think India is an apple of the eye, I would put it in a different way, and a shining star across the world economy, Shivani.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Kohli, for that valuable perspective on that issue. We are shifting our attention now to some news that's coming in, where External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on Friday held strategic talks with Japan's Foreign Minister Toshimitsu Motegi. In a light-hearted moment, Jaishankar acknowledged a shared passion for cricket between the both of them. In a post on X, he said, and I quote here, "Delighted to welcome FM Toshimitsu Motegi of Japan to India. As we hold the India-Japan strategic talks today, even more pleased to find a new fellow cricket enthusiast in FM Toshimitsu Motegi. In the spirit of our shared passion for the sport, honoured to receive a Japan national cricket team jersey. Also gifted him a bat signed by the Indian cricket team." Joining us on the broadcast is my colleague Aditya Vadavan with more on this. Aditya, India and Japan are today holding strategic talks regarding a lot of issues, and we saw that heartfelt post by our External Affairs Minister on X as well.
Well, absolutely, Shivani. To see, indeed, strategic talks will take place between the Japanese Foreign Minister and Foreign Minister Jaishankar, and also prior to that, the Japanese embassy is holding a press briefing in New Delhi today. So indeed, at this juncture, there are a lot of takeaways by the visit of the Japanese Foreign Minister, because both India and Japan are active members of Quad, and definitely, the strategic partnership, to ensure a free and an open Indo-Pacific is a priority for both the nations, and definitely that we could expect a lot from the 2-day visit of the Japanese Foreign Minister. So indeed, at this juncture, there are many domains in which India and Japan have been partnering, and definitely this will further robust the diplomatic ties between the two nations.
All right. Thank you so much, Aditya, for all those inputs on that story. Turning our attention now towards some other news, India firmly shut down Pakistan at the UN after Islamabad raised Jammu and Kashmir in the General Assembly, accusing it of driving a divisive agenda and spreading false narratives. India said Pakistan continues to misuse global forums instead of addressing real global challenges. Emphasizing that Jammu and Kashmir is an integral part of India, New Delhi has warned against twisting the right to self-determination to justify secessionist politics. Joining us on the broadcast is my colleague Ajay Chandyal with more on this. Ajay, India has finally and firmly shut down Pakistan, which was trying to raise the issue of Jammu and Kashmir again at the General Assembly in the United Nations, and it's using these tactics again and again. However, India shut it down.
Yes, number of times Pakistan have tried to basically raise this Kashmir issue on the different platforms, wherever it goes as far as the international platforms are concerned. And every time Pakistan was giving befitting reply on that table as well. Once again, India shut down Pakistan on this issue when Pakistan was trying to raise Kashmir issue. And they also raised the, India also raised a question on the credibility of the UN as well, as far as the peace in the world is concerned and also on the environment, is concerned. But Pakistan, who is continuously trying to defame India on the name of Kashmir, instead of showing the world that what is happening in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, what is happening in Gilgit-Baltistan, Balochistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Pakistan is unnecessarily once again was trying to raise Kashmir issue, but Pakistan was not only stopped but also shown mirror that Pakistan should not raise this issue unnecessarily, because not only Jammu Kashmir but Pakistan occupied Kashmir is part of Jammu and Kashmir is also belongs to India, and Pakistan should see that area and people of that area first.
All right, thank you so much, Ajay. In fact, we have the statement by the Indian representative over there. Let's in fact listen into that.
Mr. and Excellencies, at the outset, India expresses its gratitude to the Secretary General of the United Nations for the detailed report on the work of the organization. As the UN membership takes stock of the past, it is also important to reflect upon the current context and the way ahead for the largest multilateral organization, the United Nations. United Nations is going through a crucial phase as it faces various critical challenges. World citizenry expects the UN to deliver on each of the three pillars: peace and security, development, and human rights. UN's inability to purposefully intervene on its critical functions leads to questions related to efficacy, legitimacy, and credibility. This is quite pronounced in case of maintenance of international peace and security. As conflicts rage across different parts of the globe, the world hopes the UN to deliver, to put an end to human suffering and misery. The Global South has its unique set of developmental challenges. These cut across development financing and climate justice and financing, among other areas. India has consistently endeavored to bring these to the forefront across all UN platforms. Concerted and focused follow-up action is required on this front. Moving forward, there is a need to translate the sentiments of the Global South to concrete and tangible steps. The existing gaps in achieving ambitious goals